All right. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started. Apologize for the disruption earlier. We're going to get started. We appreciate y'all being here and taking the time to be here. Got some folks that are still trying to get here and some traffic issues this morning, but we're going to go ahead and get started. And again, thank y'all for being here. This is docket number 56298 and docket number 56310, Georgia Power Company's application for certification of the 2029 to 31 all source capacity RFP and the certification of the supplemental resources of 2028 to 2031 capacity. We will start by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Justin Pollock and Chris Collado for the PIA staff.
Good morning, Mr. Pollock. Georgia Power Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Allison Pryor.
Excuse me one second.
Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay. You cannot take me out of the process. Let them stay. I'm a citizen. Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay.
No, we're in recess, aren't we, Jason?
They already made it.
All right, we live in a free country. And we're supposed to
Goodbye.
see it being hard.
Sorry about that. Georgia Power Company.
Good morning. On behalf of Georgia Power Company, Allison Pryor, Steve Hewitson, and Brandon Marzo. Thank you.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
Mr. Chairman, Clay Jones on behalf of GAM. Good morning.
Good morning. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Whitfield and Bob Sherrier on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Phase. And at the appropriate time, I have a request of the Commission.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Good morning, Commissioners. Isabella Ariza on behalf of Sierra Club and SACE.
Thank you. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bland Holman for the Southern Renewable Energy
Good
Association.
morning. All right. Are there any housekeeping matters to take up at this time?
Commissioner Jennifer Whitfield again on behalf of Gipple and South Phase. I wanted to note that this morning, as I was driving into the commission, a stipulation in this matter was filed on the docket. The parties have not yet had an opportunity to review it and or digest it before conducting cross-exam and this really important proceeding. So I just wanted to ask the commission for some additional time to review that and talk with any necessary parties or experts that we need to discuss.
Sure. Well, we've got more pages of public witnesses still to show up here. So there's going to be a lot of time this morning before we ever get to the hearing. So I will certainly understand if y'all need to, try to leave the room and read some documents. And then, when we get to the hearing, then I'm going to probably be taking a hard stop at noon. So to make sure everybody gets to eat before the cafeteria closes. So, there'll be some more time there. We will probably not even get to the hearing until after lunch.
Oh, that's helpful, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. And
But I completely understand. 'Cause I'm just trying to look at it myself.
sure. And I also, if I may request, the trade secret version for all the parties that have entered into a trade secret agreement, if that could be provided by
Sure.
Georgia Power.
And make sure that happens, please.
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Whitfield. Appreciate that. Any other housekeeping matters? All right. Well, thank you. We have a lot of public witnesses here today. And as always, we do reserve that time gladly, and we appreciate everyone taking the time to be here to address the commission. I want to remind everyone that we do have a 3-minute rule, and that rule will be in effect today. Because we do have a very important hearing to get to as well, and we sure you want to be here for that as well, hopefully. But we will go ahead and get started with public witnesses. Just know that at 3 minutes, I'm going to ask you to please allow time for the next person. And I will be calling each name down the list, and then I will go ahead and call the person that's next in line, so you'll be able to know, come on up immediately after the person before you. So again, thank y'all for taking the time to be with us, and we will start. And if I pronounce anybody's name wrong, please correct me when you get up. Thank you. All right. Brinka McMickens, followed by Dr. Preeti Jagi. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, and it's pronounced Brinka McMickens.
McMickens, thank you.
I am
ma'am.
also known as Brinka the Equalizer.
Can y'all hear in the back?
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, am I clear?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is Brinka McMickens, also known as the Equalizer. I am here to speak on behalf of DeKalb County residents, especially Black, Brown, low-income, and underserved communities, where they are already paying more than they can afford to survive. I will be blunt. DeKalb County cannot take another hit to our electricity or our water systems. Families in our county are barely keeping up. Georgia Power rate hikes have already raised household bills, while water bills are continuing to climb because residents, not corporations, are funding the repairs for the failing county outdated water system. We pay, they profit. That is not fairness. That is not justice. That is Georgia Power's pattern. Over the past 3 years, Georgia Power has repeatedly come before this commission asking for multi-year rates, increase, capacity certification, and resource planning approvals. And now, right now, Georgia Power wants you to approve a major capacity expansion, new gas plants, battery storage, and big purchase contracts driven mostly by data center creation, and who will use massive power and water in order to function, and will put a strain on DeKalb County already fragile systems. If approved, the burden will fall on residents, and this hardship will impact the ones who are already facing low quality infrastructure, environmental health disparities, and affordability challenges. Let me be clear. Georgia Power, a billion-dollar corporation, wants our pockets to fund their upgrades for profit. Corporate expansions get subsidized. Community solutions get taxed. Where is the fairness in that? Approving this capacity request is not about meeting true demand or about growth. It's extortion. It's not about progress. It is about profit at our expense. And this is about fairness and justice. We are here today to ask you to scrutinize industrial low forecasts tied to data centers, protect ratepayers, ensure fairness and equity, and also postpone the meeting on the 19th, until the 2 new board members are on that got to live with this decision. The bottom line is this: our bills rise, their profits soar. That is not fair. Not again. Enough is enough. It's time to equalize this playing field. Do not approve more capacity. Stand with the people, public service commissioners, not corporate demand. That's justice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Preeti Jagi, followed by Scott Preston. Morning.
Morning, I'm Dr. Preeti Jagi. I am a pediatrician and I live and work in DeKalb County.
One of the PSC's charges is to ensure that Georgians have safely generated electricity. The burning of coal, methane gas, oil, and biomass is not safe for Georgians. The only safe prescription for the health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. Carbon pollution is affecting both our health and our pocketbooks. It is notable that the rate freeze enacted this year still allows for recovery expenses related to Hurricane Helene. Georgia's customers' bills will likely go up for a storm made worse by climate change, for which we are continuing to contribute to by locking in more coal and gas pollution. And even more precious than keeping prices low is our health. We know that climate change contributes to extreme weather events of all kinds that harms our health. This includes extreme heat that prevents our kids from being able to play safely outside in the summer. This includes extreme storms like Hurricane Helene that both disrupted livelihoods and also contributed to critical medical supply shortages throughout the nation when a sterile saline plant in North Carolina was devastated by the storm. That caused us to ration life-saving saline. During the storm, 1-month-old twin boys died alongside their mother in Thompson, Georgia. That storm claimed 229 lives. Warmer winters also lead to longer tick and mosquito seasons that lead to diseases like Lyme disease in areas where we didn't used to see that. The current commissioners, you, are not taking into account the health effects of a massive expansion of methane gas. There's no formal study being done to quantify the lives that will be lost and the quality of life disruptions that these decisions will cause. We should delay this vote until such an analysis can be performed and presented publicly so that Georgians understand how these decisions will affect them. The only safe prescription for the health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. And I ask you to think about the children in our state. Think about your children and your grandchildren. I am very, very concerned that we adults are not doing the right thing for the kids in our state. That is on you. Please. We are asking you to consider the health of all Georgians. We are asking you to think about your families and the people that you love, because these are very, very important decisions that are going to affect innocent young lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott Preston, followed by Helen Cothern. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Scott Preston, a longtime Georgia resident. I am retired from a career in public health. Today, I agree with the experts' view that the climate crisis is the #1 public health threat of our times. When it comes to clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy, I am most concerned about safety. To me, there is no safe haven from global warming anymore here in the US and beyond. There is also no safe level of burning fossil fuels. A recent report by the Physicians for Social Responsibility titled Fueling Sickness, the Hidden Health Costs of Fossil Fuel Pollution highlights the toll of burning fossil fuels has on humans. They found that health harms across the fossil fuel life cycle. These adverse effects were noted in the report for each segment of the process of extracting fossil fuels, transporting them, refining them, and burning them. The report offers a summary of how fossil fuels directly damage health across the human lifespan and body system. Fossil fuel pollution is making people sick, including through heart and lung disease, cancer, adverse reproductive outcomes, neurological disorders, kidney disease, other chronic conditions. The healthcare, economic, and societal costs of illness and deaths attributable to this pollution are immense. The #1 recommendation from this Fueling Sickness report is transition rapidly from fossil fuels to clean, non-polluting energy and transportation. I challenge the PSC and Georgia to show leadership in joining other states in accelerating the transition to clean, renewable energy. I recommend the PSC not approve the continued use of coal plants scheduled for retirement and not approve the building of new methane gas turbine generation plants. We have other ways to generate and provide electricity that should be utilized in lieu of burning fossil fuels. Solar and battery storage are cheaper and can be built faster than methane gas plants. Other efforts could include DERs, grid enhancements, improved cabling for transmission, virtual power plants, rooftop and community solar, demand response, load flexibility and curtailment, geothermal, and interconnections between regions. The PSC should accelerate its commitment to transition to clean renewable energy. Let's stop adding to the problem. We want safe, clean electricity. Later is too late. Thank you for the
Thank you.
opportunity to comment and for your service to Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. Helen Coffin, followed by Jennifer Barkin.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Thank you
good
for this
morning.
opportunity to speak. My name is Helen Coffin. I'm a real estate salesperson with Cushman & Wakefield, specializing in industrial real estate. I work with companies looking for space across the U.S., but the bulk of my business is done in the metro Atlanta area. Atlanta has long been a logistics hub due to our rail, our interstates, Hartsfield-Jackson, proximity to the Port of Savannah. In the past decade, we have seen the industrial market grow dramatically. This is due to customer demand from the growth of e-commerce to data centers to EV production and the reshoring of manufacturing operations.
Pull that mic just a little bit.
A little better? Great. Since 2020, Atlanta's industrial market has grown over 20%, and Savannah's market has grown by more than 97%. You know, Georgia's known to be a state that aggressively courts new business and seeks to keep existing industry. We are able to attract world-class companies due to our excellent labor, our communities, and our resources. Power being one of the most important resources. And while we regularly compete with other states across the country, Georgia has something that most do not, which is customer choice. The ability to have power providers compete for business gives tenants the best pricing possible. So thank you for protecting that right. I'm fortunate to get to work on a weekly basis with peers at Georgia Power, Georgia EMC, to help solve tenant power problems. I'm thankful to have power professionals who are invested and passionate about the state, but also professionals who are thinking into the future. The recent proposals on the table from Georgia Power will not only help to secure the needed power for the coming decades, but rethink the way we generate power and how we're good stewards of the resources we already have. And while the availability of power is still the top priority, the number of companies who are coming to the state and asking about renewable resources is growing, especially with a lot of folks coming in from overseas, right? So I'm here not only as a resident of Atlanta, as a power consumer, but as also someone whose livelihood depends on Georgia proactively seeking to grow and improve our power infrastructure in a responsible way. And I would ask the council work with our providers to do just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer, is it Barkin or Bankin? Barkin. And followed by Dave Silman.
Hello, and I thank you in advance for allowing me to share my perspectives today. My name is Dr. Jennifer Barkin, and I'm a psychiatric epidemiologist with significant expertise in perinatal mental health, which includes postpartum depression and anxiety. There's overwhelming evidence that climate change is largely driven by man-made activities, including the use of fossil fuels. This continued activity has accelerated and intensified extreme weather events. In September 2024, Hurricane Helene hit southeast Georgia and the large rural swath of land that our research team serviced through South Georgia Healthy Start. They were FEMA designated major disaster zones. Our research team took this opportunity to interview pregnant and postpartum participants regarding their experience with Hurricane Helene. Here are some of the things that we found. Medical clinics, including FQHCs, closed for days, and consequently women with high-risk pregnancies, hoping and praying they didn't have an acute event. One woman had a pulmonary embolism during this time frame and was dependent on family members in the Northeast to help her navigate this both cost and travel-wise. Diminished access to groceries, including fresh foods or infant formula. One working gas station making fleeing difficult even if you had the money and the gas wasn't exhausted by the time you arrived. Trees and debris on roofs. How do you pay $1,500 for tree removal if you're barely getting by? Travel is expensive, and so many of these families can't afford to flee to safe ground or to a fully functioning, unscathed community. These are the things we take for granted, but many cannot afford to escape or even pay for air conditioning during extreme weather events. Fleeing extreme weather, or displacement, as we call it in science, is a luxury and requires resources. While working on these important issues related to energy regulation, I would urge you to consider how climate change disproportionately impacts those who can least afford to navigate the related consequences. Among these groups are women and children. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Silman, followed by Karan Kaplashwari.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dave Silman. I'm a Georgia Power customer and a longtime advocate for and student of clean energy. And here with a couple of requests. First and foremost, being that you delay the vote on December 19th to hold that vote or any vote in the wake of the seismic election last November would be a travesty. To hold such an important and impactful vote with the two extremely lame duck commissioners. And I don't want to pile on them. The election was a full-throated rebuke of this entire body. The electorate has spoken. It's time to listen. And you need to seat our newly elected commissioners before this vote takes place. Secondly, when the vote does take place, please, at the very least, follow PSC staff advice and only vote for a third of the gas that's being requested. You know, it's hard to imagine any gas plant being built today not being a stranded asset long before its 45-year lifespan. We are in the middle of a major inflection point in the clean energy transition and in energy history. The last 36 months has seen a dramatic acceleration of uptake of renewables onto the grid, not our grid, everybody else's grid. Over the last 3 years, north of 85% of all new power generation built across the country and the world has been solar, wind, and batteries because it's cheaper and better and flexible and grid firming. We deserve the lowest cost power. Your job is to deliver the lowest cost power. I understand why Georgia Power requests the moon and the stars. They're serving their shareholders. They're doing their job. It's time for you to do your job. So all I can say in closing is really to quote another great son of Atlanta who once famously said, and would certainly say again if he was here today, talking about the clean energy transition, in the words of Ted Turner, lead, follow, or get out of the way.
Mr. Duran, followed by Laura Tyler.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to speak directly to you for my time. You will hear about what your staff has advised and the decisions we think you should make, but I'm going to talk about your duty today. My name is Kaplashwari, and I stand here as a Georgia Tech student, but more importantly, as someone who will live with the consequences of your decisions long after everyone else in this building has left office. What has happened this morning, the last-minute stipulated agreements negotiated behind closed doors, excluding the very interveners who speak and represent public health, climate stability, and economic fairness, is not just deeply disappointing, it is a profound breach of public trust. A deal of this magnitude reached out of public view on the very morning of this hearing is the opposite of transparency. It is the opposite of good governance, and it signals to millions of Georgians that their voices are secondary to private negotiations that they were never allowed to witness. And let's be honest about the timing. 2 commissioners were just voted out last month. Georgia voters made it clear that they want new leadership in a different direction. Yet today, what we are watching unfold is a scorched earth tactic, an attempt to ram through a long-term fossil fuel expansion before the newly elected commissioners, the one chosen by the people, can take their seats. This is a strategy that sells out my generation's future while denying the public basic respect of a transparent process. This is not how a healthy democracy behaves. This is how power digs in on its way out the door. And to make matters worse, 60% of the commission is not even present in this room here today. That absence speaks volumes. At a moment when you're making decisions that will cost like millions of dollars and determine the direction of our energy system for nearly half a century, the most of the individuals responsible are not even here to look the public in the eye. That is not leadership. That is not accountability. And that is not the standard of care that Georgians deserve. Commissioners, whether you are physically in the room, which I appreciate, or not, which I do not appreciate, your responsibility is the same: to act in the public interest, not to ratify deals drafted at the 11th hour, not to silence the interveners who represent the health and economic security of the state, and not to bind the future generations to decisions without proper scrutiny. You still have a choice. You can step back from this rushed, opaque agreement and insist on a process worthy of the people you are serving. You can uphold the integrity of this institution. You can ensure that today's decisions reflect transparency, prudence, and a respect for the people whose lives and bills are on the line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Tyler, followed by Olivia Asher.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning. It's Laura Iyer.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Iyer, and I drove in from Athens, Georgia. And really,
Go dog.
Go dogs. I have spent the last several months trying to wrap my head around what is driving a sudden push for so many new gas-fired power plants and recommissioning coal plants. And the one concern continues to rise to the top. Data centers are driving nearly all of the projected demand, and they are the reason we are being told that these plants must be built. However, across Georgia, many counties are now pushing back. From urban areas to smaller rural communities, residents and local officials are raising concerns about the strain these facilities place on the grid, water, local budgets. Several counties have already delayed or rejected proposals, including mine. Georgia is being asked to take a huge financial and environmental burden to meet the electricity needs of one single industry. That puts every Georgia Power customer at real risk. We are watching a boom, but booms can turn into bubbles, and bubbles can burst. Inside the industry, companies are already exploring private power sources, seeking cheaper regions, or scaling back plans as computing becomes more efficient. Across the country, we have seen cancellations and downsizing. If this bubble slows or pops, the risk does not fall on the data centers. It falls on the people of Georgia. If these facilities do not show up or fail to buy the power being forecasted, someone still has to pay for the plants that were built, and that someone is us. We will be left with billions of dollars in new gas infrastructure that may never be needed. This build out depends on projections that maybe have not been clearly justified. If data centers scale back, the revenue disappears, but the debt still remains. If they turn to self-generation, the revenue disappears, but the debt remains. And if new technology cuts their energy use, the revenue disappears, but the debt remains. And if communities across Georgia strengthen their opposition, some facilities may never be built at all. Any one of these risks should cause caution. Taken together, the picture is too unstable to build an entire generation fleet around. Customers should not be the backstop for speculative infrastructure. I'm asking you to please pause on making this decision and going forward back on real demand, verified on binding agreements. And first of all, please give full attention first to solutions on the demand side. Efficiency, demand response, cost-effective renewables, lower risk instead of multiplying it. The decision will shape Georgia's energy landscape for a generation. The people of this state are counting on you to protect us from building for a bubble we may never need. Thank you.
Olivia Asher, followed by Gail Chimo.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, good
I'm
morning.
Olivia Asher. I'm a proud resident of Athens, Georgia, and I'm a computational scientist. I want to see Georgia be a leader in science and technology, not just now, but also in the years to come. However, a $20 billion investment in natural gas expansion is not an investment in that future. That's an investment in increased sickness in the population, more pollution in our state, leading to more extreme weather events. Also, fossil fuels are an outdated technology that has an expiration date. If we truly want to attract advanced technology business to Georgia, we need to give them a sustainable source of power that will not just be around in the next 20 years, but be around for many years to come. I ask that you reject this proposal from Georgia Power until clean energy solutions are fully evaluated and studied. I ask that you consider curtailing data centers. We already have 98 in Georgia. How many more do we need? Please consider investing in utility scale solar with storage capacity and restore transparency in the regulatory process. Stop making deals without the opinions of your constituents being heard. If you truly want Georgia to be a technology and energy leader, you will invest in technologies of the future, which is clean energy. I ask that you please consider the future of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asher. Gail Chimo, followed by Beth Lavine. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gail Chimo, and I am an Athens, Georgia resident, and I am speaking today on behalf of God's creation and all that are in it. I am committed to protecting our environment. With Georgia's plan to build out methane gas-fired turbines, we're going in the wrong direction here. There'll be in multiple power plants in Georgia, and it also extends the life of coal burning plants that were planned to be retired. And this is to accommodate the data centers. In 2022, Georgia Power decided to move away from coal and towards renewables, stating that Georgia Power Company could shut down all but one of the coal-fired plants by 2029. In fact, Georgia Power CEO Chris Womack said, "You'll have less coal generation and you'll have more renewable generation." And let me remind you that this was after the incident in Juliet, where Georgia Power's coal-fired plant contaminated people's wells with unlined coal ash ponds, disregarding the health and safety of Georgia communities. You have the authority to regulate Georgia Power's rate hikes and oversee their integrated resource plan for the next 10 years. I ask that with this power, you inject love for Georgia's communities, which includes protecting mine and your children, and as well as God's natural creation. We all have the right to clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. Burning fossil fuels is the greatest contributor of greenhouse gases and is detrimental to our health and the health of the planet. Fossil fuel pollutants are linked to respiratory disease, cardiovascular issues, and premature deaths. Long-term exposure is associated with chronic health conditions such as lung cancer. Not to mention its contribution to extreme weather events, which we've heard. The majority of Americans support climate change solutions that protect health. Continuing to ignore public opposition to expanding fossil fuels can no longer be the status quo. As a result of the November 4th election show, people are paying attention, and your continued gaslighting of the public is no longer acceptable. I am urging you not to make a decision that locks Georgia into decades of fossil fuel risk and higher costs. Take the time to consider other renewable options and the health impacts of fossil fuel. Thank you, and peace be with you all.
Thank you. Beth Lavine, followed by Ava Tractenberg.
Good morning. You hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. How are you?
I'm a little sick, but I'm here
Well, you're
for good reason. I am Beth Lavine. I am an ordinary Georgia Power payer in DeKalb County. And I appreciate this opportunity to address you today. But sadly, the truth is, I wish I did not need to. I wish that I could trust you, the commission, to do the right thing for Georgia, despite the secret or last minute sign off this morning that I just heard about. I wish you were as zealous in achieving affordability for customers as you have been in ensuring financial viability for Georgia Power. But unlike fairy tales, my wishes are not so likely to come true. And that is why I am compelled to be here today to go on record with my concerns regarding the request, the application from Georgia Power, which you will vote on next week, I hear. Yes, it's been scheduled next week, less than 2 weeks before the new year, when 2 new commissioners are going to be sworn in. This is my first concern. There is no reason to hold the vote next week. And given the November election that so dramatically handed a win to 2 new commissioners, I think it is fair and reasonable to ask you to postpone the vote on additional power until they are installed in January. Beyond the timing, I have 2 other areas of concern. First is the quantity. The request for 10 megawatts of additional power being added to the grid is for data center needs. We've been hearing all about it. But an additional 10 megawatts is a number that no one actually believes is needed. In fact, due to Georgia Power's history of overbuilding, the electric grid is less than half utilized. Your own staff has gone on record saying it is not necessary. In fact, as you well know, your staff only gave support to a much smaller number, just a little over 3 megawatts. Are you going to give more weight to the desires of the monopoly you are supposed to regulate than to your own professionals? Why would you want to add to an already burdensome power bill for 40 years, no less? Voters are waking up to the consequences of your actions. I am asking you to postpone on the Georgia Power application. And my other request, I'm going to have to cut it short because I'm so passionate, is that we do not allow this continuation of reliance on fossil fuels. Please do not vote for that. Please require a cost effectiveness study that considers alternative and clean sources. If Texas can move a substantial portion of its energy needs to solar, surely Georgia can too.
Ava Trachtenberg, followed by Rebecca Lesser.
Hello, my name is Ava. I'm a student at Emory University studying environmental science, and I'm here during my finals week. So I don't appreciate that you reached this stipulated agreement before hearing from the public because we all took time out of our weeks to come here. And I'm here because the decision that you're making today is an existential one. Georgia Power is requesting a 10 gigawatt expansion of the grid supplied by 60% natural gas. 3.7 of those gigawatts would come from Georgia Power-owned natural gas plants with a 45-year lifespan, set to expire in 2075. In 2075, I will be 70 years old. I hope to have children, maybe grandchildren by then, and I am scared for the future I will have to pass on to them, and I'm scared of the future you are passing on to me. The United Nations Environmental Program predicts that we are currently on track for 3 degrees of warming by the end of this century. You should know what that means. At 3 degrees of warming, the UN predicts that for around half of the year, Southern California, the Southwest, the Deep South, and Florida will be so hot that being outside puts you at risk of death. Even by 2050, in just 25 years, the UN estimates over 1 billion people could become climate refugees, forced to flee their homes due to climate-induced disasters. The compounding impacts of extreme heat, frequent and intensified natural disasters, flooding, crop failure, drought, mass migration, and political instability will make anything resembling a normal life or a normal economy a distant memory. We cannot adapt our way out of this crisis. As the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change put it, any further delay in concerted global action will miss a brief and rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. I don't know about you, but I want my future to be livable. This decision is existential for Georgia Power customers. Your own staff estimate that customers would pay $50 to $60 billion over the lifetime of these assets, and bills will go up by hundreds of dollars a year. These costs are existential. They can make the difference between paying for groceries, paying for medicine, and buying groceries. Fitz Johnson, Tim Eccles, Jason Shaw, Bubba McDonald, Trisha Pridemore. I genuinely cannot comprehend why you would continue to ignore your own staff, ignore the mounting evidence that this RFP will devastate ratepayers, public health, and our planet, and ignore the overwhelming voice of the public. I don't know how much money these lawyers are giving you, and I don't know if you have any small strand of integrity left. But I know that it's not too late to deny the stipulated agreement and delay the vote. Hold yourself to a higher damn standard. Look in the mirror. Follow your staff's recommendations. Georgia is watching.
Rebecca Lesser, followed by Julie Jabali.
I was going to say good morning, but based on the news about the stipulated agreement this morning, I can no longer say it's a good one. I'm Rebecca Lesser, and I'm a student at Emory University. This is my 3rd time making a public comment to the Georgia Public Service Commission, and my 2nd time speaking on this proposed RFP. And to be honest with you, being here isn't something I'm doing for fun. It's exam season at Emory. I have a huge exam tomorrow. I will be up all night studying for it. Any free time I should be going to studying. I don't want to have to be here. And honestly, I shouldn't have to be here. But the outcome of this RFP affects not only me, but the entire state, the country, and the world. From health to affordability, nearly every part of daily life connects back to what you choose to approve. I'm not going to restate all the data on why this RFP is harmful to Georgians' health. I shared it in my last comment, and it's information we all know. But I will say this. Energy policy is never just about energy. It determines whether people breathe clean air. It determines whether families can afford groceries and medications in the same month they pay their power bill. It determines whether the next generations look at the futures with confidence or fear. And right now, the evidence is telling a very clear story. Georgia cannot afford the consequences of this RFP. Let's talk cost. Georgia Power estimates a $15 billion price tag, but independent analysts and recent history show how unrealistic that is. Vogel began at $14 billion and ended near $36 billion. When a pattern repeats itself enough times, it becomes a warning. And if this expansion climbs to $50 or $60 billion, the people who pay for that aren't corporations. It's everyday ratepayers who already face some of the highest electricity bills in the country. Just as concerning is what this proposal means for public health. Methane gas plants release nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter that settle into the air children breathe on playgrounds. These pollutants trigger asthma attacks in neighborhoods already wrestling medical inequalities. And as I've said before, methane traps heat 80 times more effectively than carbon dioxide, intensifying heat waves, storms, and air quality emergencies. These aren't abstract ideas. This past year alone, Georgia has seen record heat, worsening smog days, and storm damages that have cost families and local governments millions. And I'm not here because I dislike Georgia Power. I'm not here because of politics. I'm here because my generation is being asked to inherit the long-term consequences of decisions we didn't make. And when I look at this proposal, I see decades of higher bills, decades of preventable pollution, and decades of missed opportunities for innovation. Commissioners, you are in a very—
All right, thank you. Julie Jabali, followed by Carolyn Cow. Julie Jabali. Carolyn, it's Keogh, cat code. All right. Hey, come on up. Good morning. How are you?
Well, thank you. Apologies.
Commissioners, and Georgia Power decision makers up here in the room. My name is Dr. Carolyn Keogh. I'm an ecologist and a constituent from Decatur, Georgia. We're at a moment in history where the only responsible and safe thing to do is to transition as quickly as possible away from fossil fuels and into renewable energies. The scientific consensus on the cause of climate change is completely undisputed. It is the release of carbon-containing compounds into the atmosphere from the burning of fossil fuels. There's a nice analogy for understanding fossil fuels that a couple of UGA faculty members came up with that I like to talk to my students about. Their analogy is that the Earth is like a charged battery. Its energy is stored in current and ancient biomass. And that's what sets the Earth apart from the cold, inhospitable equilibrium of space. The force that charged the Earth battery is photosynthesis. Plants converting diffuse sunlight energy into high density chemical energy. It took tens of millions of years for the Earth to build up these chemical energy stores, and we got really lucky that a lot of it got buried into the crust, where we've been able to access it to power our modern lives. That's why it's called fossil fuels, and it's why it's not a renewable resource. Critically, the removal of carbon from the atmosphere that happened via all that photosynthesis by ancient living things is what made the planet hospitable for our own geologic generation of living things. It helped give us the relative atmospheric balance that has been friendly to our time on the planet as the modern human species. We've been discharging this Earth battery in the geologic blink of an eye and spewing all of that safely stored carbon back into the atmosphere, where most of it hasn't been for hundreds of millions of years. And this is rapidly upsetting the balance of the Earth's atmosphere. The consequences of human-caused climate change are already being felt and will continue to worsen with every additional ton of carbon that is added to the atmosphere. In Georgia, that will feel like ever-increasing numbers of days of the year when it is physically unsafe to be outdoors. It will mean stronger storms and higher chances of flooding and more extreme droughts. These dangers and costs will be felt disproportionately by the most vulnerable. The economic costs and quality of life costs of climate change will be felt by all of us and by our grandchildren. The construction of additional fossil fuel powered plants will lock us into even more years of this atmospheric destabilizing bad habit. And every additional ton of carbon emitted to the atmosphere will make things worse. As we get closer to tipping points in the stability of the Earth's life support systems, every additional ton of carbon added matters more than it ever has. There are zero technological fixes to carbon emissions that have been demonstrated to be effective at any meaning capacity and scalability. There are plenty of options for renewables. Please deny the gas plant expansions proposed in this docket. Thank you.
Thank you. Wei Jia, followed by Eric Mittz. Morning.
Morning, commissioners. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I've been better. My name is Wei Jia. My wife and I, who's back there, we've lived in Georgia for about 10 years now. And I know we've heard from everyone else here about clean energy, the environment, etc. But I'd like to talk to you about AI and how it's a total crock of shit. How do I know it's a crock? I work in tech. I've worked in tech for most of a decade now. We've had AI shoved down our throats the entire time. And I can tell you it's useful, but extremely limited. There are very few use cases where you can do something with it. An MIT study released recently found that businesses who launch AI programs or try to adopt AI tools, 95% of them fail. 5% of them succeed and only offer minimal benefits and minimal work efficiencies. I can go on and on about AI models and how they don't work. I could talk to you about LLMs, TensorFlows, model context protocols. I've studied it. I can tell you what they are. They are glorified word guessers. They are very good at guessing the next word in a sentence, and that's all they do. I'm not going to go into that because it's complicated, and I feel like it would take a lot of time. I only have 3 minutes. But I'll tell you that like NFTs, crypto, and all these other scams that have come before us, they're going to pop. The big players are already bailing out. Peter Thiel, the co-founder of Palantir, PayPal, with major investments in AI, has pulled out all of his investments. Michael Burry, another major hedge fund investor, he's pulled out all of his money from the stock market because he thinks AI has overinflated it to a point where it's unreasonable and he does not understand anymore. These are things you can look up yourself. So I'll just end with this. I think you all can make bad financial decisions on your own time against your financial advisor's advice. Don't do it for us. Vote no, or at least delay this vote. It's embarrassing that we even have to ask. Thank you.
Eric Mittz, followed by Nikki Vandergruden. Good morning, Mr. Mittz.
Four of you here. My name is Eric Mittz. I'm a physician and epidemiologist. I retired 3 years ago, and I've been a frequent visitor to these hearings since then. Today, the decisions under your consideration are by far the most consequential. In that time, you're being asked to approve a massive increase in electricity capacity at a massive price between $15 and $60 billion more than Plant Vogtle. Who will be the beneficiaries of this magnanimous gift? Is it the people of Georgia? Certainly not. This is a gift to Georgia Power and to the Southern Company and their shareholders. It is also a gift to the very richest corporations who trade in data, cryptocurrencies, and artificial intelligence. For Georgians, it's just one more heavy burden to bear, a crushing and chronic financial burden, even larger than that of Plant Vogtle. The textbook example of how the Public Service Commission has passed the risks and the costs on to customers. For Georgians, it also represents a dangerous and deadly health risk, a health burden caused by tons of toxic emissions that will contaminate our air and our water, increasing respiratory and cardiac diseases, and shortening lives. For Georgians, it also represents an environmental burden. It will make heat waves more frequent, longer, and more deadly. It will make hurricanes and floods more severe and more destructive. And it will disrupt farming, fishing, and forestry, three of the economic pillars of our state. with dire consequences for all of us. Commissioner Shaw, you denied the request to postpone this hearing and the vote on December 19th until the two newly elected commissioners will be seated just 22 days from now. Instead, the people of Georgia will be represented by a commissioner who was never elected and recently lost his 4 years overdue election by 25% of the votes, and another commissioner who also lost his election by about the same total. Georgia Power has asked you to approve nearly 10 gigawatts of new capacity, mostly new gas plants and extended coal units that would lock Georgians into decades of fossil fuel risks, financial, health, and environmental
We need to
risks.
move on.
Your own technical staff has recommended that you do not approve this
Mr.
because
Mittz.
they agree with the experts
Mr. Mittz,
that
I
is an
apologize. You
overestimate.
know, we appreciate you very much, but we're having to stick to the 3 minutes today. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Nikki Vandergruten, followed by Michael Price. Nikki Vandergruten, followed by Michael Price. Michael Price. Followed by Patrick Brooks. Good morning, Mr. Price.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you all?
Good.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name again is Michael Price. I'm the District 4 Commissioner of Henry County. I appreciate the seriousness of the work before you. I've come not only as an elected official, but also as a lifelong Henry County resident and someone who has spent much of my career on the ground, literally working on roads, infrastructure, and the essential services that keep a community moving forward. First, I want to extend my gratitude to Commissioners Tim Echols and Fitz Johnson for their years of service to the people of Georgia. And their leadership has helped to navigate a period of remarkable change in the state's energy landscape. To the incoming commissioners, I want to thank them for their willingness to step forward and to offer their services to the great state of Georgia. Your stewardship will shape the path of Georgia. It takes in reliability, affordability, and economic opportunity in these years to come. First, it is important for me because Henry County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state. And with that growth comes pressure on infrastructure, services, and energy reliability. I've worked with paving crew. I've overseen district operations, and I understand what it means when the infrastructure doesn't keep up with a growing community, and also understand what it means when a community is able to get it right, not just for today's needs, but for the future needs as well. This gives Georgia the ability to handle the growth without putting unnecessary strain on the current energy resources. Henry County has seen growth in both residential as well as commercial. And again, we are needing some enhancements in our own community just so that we can keep up with the pace of our growth. It is about wisely managing what we've been entrusted with. And as a commissioner, I believe that we must have the same kind of plans that we need for an infrastructure for a growing Georgia without losing sight of those who depend on us the most. So I would like to close by encouraging this commission to continue to advancing a framework and an infrastructure that keeps our grid strong, our communities competitive, and our rates affordable. Thank you for your time, your service, and your commitment to the people of this great state of Georgia.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Brooks, followed by State Rep Robert Flower Jr.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Patrick Brooks. I'm the Vice President of GeoSam Capital, and I'm a very proud lifelong resident of the state of Georgia. GSM is a long-term real estate development firm with over 40 years of experience and over $1 billion in projects completed or underway across the United States. Here in Georgia, our work is focused on shaping communities that support sustained economic growth, strong local job markets, and high quality of life. I've heard a lot of talk about the data centers today, but a lot of people aren't talking about the housing shortage that we face in Georgia. We are actively working to fix that. Earlier this year, Henry County approved the final zoning and development agreement for The Grove, a nearly 1,300-acre mixed-use master plan community that represents one of the largest development in Metro Atlanta's recent history. Over the next couple of decades, we will deliver more than 6,000 residential units, 2 million square feet of commercial, retail, and public space, and make significant infrastructure investments in partnership with GDOT, Henry County, and local utility providers. Its scale and proximity, just 22 miles from Hartsfield-Jackson and minutes from Echo Park Speedway, the Grove will serve as a major regional hub for housing, commerce, and community life. It is projected to support thousands of jobs, drive long-term commercial activity, and provide a diverse mix of housing options for Georgians at every stage of life. None of this happens without reliable, available electric capacity. Large master plan communities like ours depend on long lead times, predictable planning, and the assurance that energy resources will be there when families and businesses move in. The Grove includes multifamily neighborhoods, active adult communities, retail, restaurants, medical offices, and public amenities, each requiring scalable electric service from day one. Equally important, as it was just stated, Henry County remains one of the fastest growing counties in the state. Developments of this magnitude, combined with the accelerating economic growth across Metro Atlanta, require a utility partner that can stay ahead of load growth. Georgia Power's capacity plan is essential to ensuring that growth is not constrained by a lack of infrastructure. From our perspective, constructive regulation and proactive capacity planning are foundational to economic development. When the private sector sees that the state and its utilities providers are prepared for future demand, it unlocks further investment, strengthens competitiveness, and provides certainty for leaders, businesses, and local governments. Georgia Power has been a reliable partner throughout our planning process, and their ability to meet future energy needs directly influences the speed and success of large-scale developments like ours. Approving the company's capacity request ensures that communities such as the Grove and the economic activity that they enable can continue to move forward responsibly and on schedule. Commissioners, on behalf of GSM Capital, I respectfully urge your support for Georgia Power's capacity requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Robert Flowery Jr., followed by Rob Wilkey. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. It's Robert Flenoy.
I apologize.
You were a little close, but I am here to say a few words. And first and foremost, I am proud to represent the 74th District in the state of Georgia in the House of Representatives. But I'm standing here on behalf of families, small businesses, and communities that depend on reliable, affordable energy every day. Georgia is growing at a steady pace. New industries are choosing our state. Advanced manufacturing is expanding, and our population is rising. That growth brings tremendous opportunity, but it also brings tremendous responsibility. We must invest intentionally, but we also must be wise in strengthening Georgia's energy infrastructure so that we can meet rising demand, power new technologies, and ensure reliability for every corner of our state. In my district, when the power goes out, it's not just that the lights go dark. It's that small businesses are trying to keep their doors open. It's the grandmothers who are trying to keep their insulin refrigerated. It's the students who needs internet to access to stay competitive. It's the families whose budgets leave no room for surprises. Energy reliability is tied to dignity, equity, and economic mobility. And affordability, true affordability, means our people can breathe a little easier at the end of the month. But investment alone is not the story. How we invest also matters. That's why I'm urging a balanced, disciplined approach to modernization. Yes, we must build a stronger grid. Yes, we must prepare for the demands of such things as electric vehicles and expanding economy, but we must do so in a way that does not saddle Georgians with exorbitant costs or unchecked hikes that outpace wages and household budgets. Growth should lift people and not price them out. I believe that this commission has the opportunity to show what responsible stewardship looks like, and I also believe that this commission has the fortitude to do so, to demonstrate that we can power economic expansion and protect everyday Georgians at the same time. Those two goals are not in conflict. In fact, they depend on each other. If energy becomes unaffordable, our competitive also suffers. If reliability falters, businesses look elsewhere. And if our families cannot keep up, the promise of growth becomes hollow. Georgia's success has never come from choosing between progress and people. It has come from choosing both. As you consider future investments, rate structures, and long-term planning, I ask that you keep at the forefront the voices of the community who feel that these decisions most directly affect them. Not just the industries that power our economy, but also the households that power our neighborhoods. Let's build the grid our future requires without placing an unfair burden on the people who make Georgia strong today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. And also, let's continue to make Georgia the best place to do business and also work and live. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative Egg. Thank you for your service. Tara Overzet, followed by Rob Wilkey, followed by Tara Overzet. Good morning.
Private profits at the expense of public well-being. That is the pervasive rot that threatens the foundations of capitalism in this country. We've known this for a long time, and that's why we've built institutions to counteract monopolies, mega mergers, price fixing, and to protect consumers from unfair business practices. It's plainly recognized that utilities are critical infrastructure and as such are too important to be left to the free market or the short-sighted greed of investors when those services impact the daily life and livelihoods of everyone in society. It's why this commission exists. Your job as commissioners is not to ensure that Georgia Power makes unchecked profit. It's to protect Georgians from them doing so at our expense. They are not a public utility company. They are an investor-owned utility, and they clearly prioritize their investors and private profits over their duty to provide citizens with clean and affordable energy. You are literally called the Public Service Commission. You are the only barrier between their greed and our livelihoods. And they know this, and that's why they've been so friendly to you throughout your time on the commission and why their associates work so hard to put you in the positions that you're in. It's not because they're your friends. It's not because they believe in your policies. It is because they want to take advantage of the critically important power that you wield to boost their profits at the expense of everyone else in the state. This is simply no justification for Georgia Power to have been making the kind of profits that they've been raking in. The power that they generate and distribute isn't somehow better than the power that anyone else is generating. In fact, it's worse. If they had found a way to provide this power that didn't contribute so heavily to the destruction of our environment, which they've had ample opportunity to do so, or if they had provided us with the means to keep our grids online without interruption during the kinds of disasters that the pollution that they're generating is accelerating, which they could have done, or if they had kept bills affordable enough that they didn't have to cut off almost 190,000 Georgians from power in 2024, which they could have, then maybe I would understand the justification for them making $2.5 billion in profits that year. But as it stands, they're overpriced, they're overpolluting, and they're pulling every trick they can to perpetuate their unchecked growth of fossil fuel burning infrastructure and blocking efforts to move to a far more economical, sustainable, and decentralized grid, despite energy technology moving undeniably in that direction. And speaking of the trajectories of technology, it's no secret that the AI data center bubble is on the verge of collapse. Georgia Power using that business as their justification to request the largest expansion of fossil fuel burning infrastructure in state history is destined for disaster. If this is approved and they break ground on this astoundingly unnecessary undertaking, we're going to have a veritable mountain of stranded assets in a pretty short time. And Georgia Power doesn't care about that. They won't be on the hook for any of it. No, that cost of all that wasted effort and pollution will get passed on to all the ratepayers. And because of a fun little trick you guys pulled, that axe won't fall until 2028 when the rate freezes lift, and most of you probably won't be sitting on this commission any longer to bear witness to the calamity that you've saddled us with. But it's not too late to do your jobs. You can do the right thing and reject Georgia Power's request, or at least wait until the elected commissioners are seated next year to make their decision. You can do the minimum and at least be reasonable and follow your staff's advice and only certify the 3.1 gigawatts outlined in their original recommendation. And staff, I'm not letting you off the hook. $850 a month off of the bills in this latest stipulation edit, that's peanuts compared to the other costs that we're going to be dealing with, if that even happens. But I'm not over exaggerating in the least when I say that if you approve of this plan, you are dooming your careers. You are dooming your reputations. You are dooming the future of your political party in this state. But far more importantly, you are dooming this state. You are signing your constituents up to pay for an unimaginably evil scheme where this greedy, short-sighted corporation is lying their way into expanding unnecessary polluting infrastructure that will accelerate the destruction of our environment. And we, the citizens, your constituents, are going to be forced to pay for it. Private profits at the expense of public well-being. This goes beyond bad business.
All right,
This is
Mr.
evil.
Wilkey.
Do your
hate to cut
jobs.
you off.
You have to. This is not a request. This is a demand.
Thank you. Tara Overzet, followed by Jay Basset. Morning.
Morning. Good morning, commissioners, and thank everyone for being here today in the audience as well. I'm Dr. Tara Overzet, a trauma therapist, educator, and advocate living in Sandy Springs, Georgia. When I speak to people, they tell me how sky high the cost of living is right now. The groceries, the rent, the bills, and especially their power bills. Last summer, folks had bills up to $800 a month. That is not sustainable. That's not affordable for our families. It's not affordable for our older adults. It's not affordable for anyone living here in Georgia. The need for more power on our grid is real, and so is the pain it is causing average consumers. Along with this affordability crisis, locking in a plan that builds out and relies on fossil fuels instead of renewable energy is detrimental to our air quality and to our current and long-term well-being with climate change. Bad air and severe weather, especially dangerously hot summers, hurt our children's physical health. We know that asthma attacks go higher on these high smog days when the ozone is trapped and there's a lot of particulate matter in the air. The higher temperatures is causing more of that to happen, more of those episodes. Recent studies also show that poor air quality lead to higher rates of mood disorders, anxiety, depression. We know there's a crisis in our country right now with mental health, and air quality is playing a role in fueling that crisis. Having a power plan that makes sure we center renewable energy would help to alleviate that over time. These intersecting crises can also be alleviated by listening to your staff and building out a plan that consists of only the energy that we need. I'm hearing today of a lot more megawatts being put into the system than is actually warranted for the situation. If we could just reconsider this and push back the decision that was made this morning before all these public comments, that would be a really good solution. Wait for the new two commissioners to come into office in January and revisit all of this then. So the lawyers have a chance to review everything that's occurred, and public has a chance to comment, not just here today, but in general. I'm in a lot of climate and environmental spaces, and a lot of people didn't know about this open session today where we're able to make public comment. So I appreciate your time today, and I hope that you rescind your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Basset, followed by Lewis Gordon. Good morning.
Good morning. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be heard today, particularly in solidarity with the community that's behind me, and particularly the younger folks, which I really care about since I have 4 of them. My name is Jay Basset. I'm a long-term Georgia resident. I'm also a Georgia Tech alumni, and I'm a retired Navy Seabee and an EPA professional, as well as a war veteran. For the Navy, I led disaster recovery and infrastructure restoration after Hurricane Hugo, so I see what goes on. And I oversaw energy, facilities, infrastructure systems for 21 bases during Operation Iraqi Freedom through Al Anbar. So I sit here today because I feel compelled. I haven't been here before. Compelled to be here because this proposed agreement and request, in my mind, does not serve the public interest. And I've spent a career in the public interest. Georgia Power is asking you to lock Georgians into decades of fossil fuel risk, higher cost, increased pollution. And for me, it is more than just a policy conversation, it's a moral issue. I'm here also because my Catholic faith tradition teaches creation care, the common good, and integral ecology where our economic decisions, our health, our environment are inseparable. When families face higher bills, increased pollution, escalating climate impacts, we, and I mean we in the greater context, fail in our responsibilities as stewards of creation and community, the community we all care about. I urge this commission not to rubber stamp decisions that tie Georgians to fossil fuels for decades. Delay this agreement and pending completion of a climate risk curtailment and resilient analysis. It's not just an energy decision, it's a public health and resiliency decision. Approving these build out exposes ratepayers to risk of stranded assets as markets shift. Climate risk is a financial risk with higher insurance premiums, more damage, storm damage, and volatile fuel prices, which all push our bills up. If affordability matters, climate science must be treated as a core economic factor, not an afterthought. Extending coal and adding new gas plants is also human health consequences, threats and consequences, more asthma, respiratory illnesses, harms. Young people will inherit the worsening storms, insurance instability, billions in stranded asset costs created by choices being made here today. And it's not just here in Georgia, it's Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida, where coal plants get extended. That goes beyond just Georgia. Meanwhile, Georgia Power blocks known solutions that lower bills and improve resilience. Commissioners, you do have a choice here today. And what I ask is you do not approve this request, delay it. Protect ratepayers, public health, and the climate as primary to the duties that you're here to do today. Demand real transparency in the public, not corporate interest, that we've already seen through the stipulated agreement. I urge you to choose a path grounded in responsibility, stewardship, and the common good. And again, I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I don't do this that often.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. Lewis Gordon, followed by Henry Slack. Morning.
Good morning. Hey, y'all, I'm gonna try to be very clear and concise about everything that I say. I'm from Valdosta, Georgia, okay? If I touch my floor, I touch the border of Florida. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning to be here because I was compelled to be here by the people that I serve. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, I want y'all to learn me. I am an Omen from South Georgia. Now, what I mean by that, most people don't see me unless a lot of people have something to say. So anytime you see my face, people are very upset. What do I mean by that? I got up this year with my nonprofit, Vatt, and we talked to people about the Georgia Public Service Commission election. I want you to know that 9 times out of 10, no one knew who the hell the Georgia Public Service Commission was in South Georgia. Okay, I need you to understand that. If you look at the voting data from Valdosta, well, Lowndes County in general, if Lowndes County was responsible for electing every elected official in America for the rest of the time, we would never elect another Democrat. It's that deep red, y'all. I want you to know that Lowndes County turned out in record numbers to take those 2 seats away. I want you to know that these people are so sick and tired that people who, I got off of work last night and figured out I was going to be here today. I stayed up until about midnight researching all of it. In my house, I use up so little power, I do prepay. My house is so cold that if I go to my front room, I see my breath. If I step outside, I can't see it anymore, okay? I cannot afford to use enough energy to be warm in my bed at night, okay? I serve people who literally die because of not being able to pay for electricity in their own homes. I mentor kids in my community who see their parents go to work every day, work 2, 3 jobs just to not even make it, right? Society is a contract. If you show people the contract does not work, they will not participate, okay? Again, now it makes sense when I say I am an owner. You see me because so many people in the reddest parts of Georgia are sick and tired of y'all. And people can only be sick and tired for so long. Okay? I want you to know at the beginning of this year, they didn't know who you were. And all of us don't have a company to sell to Lockheed Martin and make a bunch of money. I want you to know they see you now. I got to get back home, y'all.
Mr. Henry Slack, followed by Neil Sardana.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Slack.
Good morning, Mr. Shaw and fellow commissioners. I appreciate your being here. I'm Henry Slack, former Boy Scout. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I realized while talking to Mr. Shaw one day that engineers are by their nature conservative, because you don't want somebody to say, "Oh, I think the ceiling will stand up." You know, oh no, you want guarantees that stuff. And so engineers are conservative, that what they say will work will actually work. And so I wanted to also say how much I appreciate your ongoing work as public servants, because I know it's not easy and often underappreciated, some of the challenges. I want to talk about two things this morning. First, solar panels and on farms, because it's not as appreciated, but people have been growing chickens with solar panels. They've been grazing sheep under solar panels. Some farmers have taken their least productive land and given 15, 20 acres out of 100 to solar panels because it makes sense for them. The proper term for this is agrivoltaics, but it's a great way you can plant crops that appreciate shade instead of those needing full sunlight. And it helps farmers really diversify their income instead of relying on, okay, this, we'll get all our money back when we sell our crop. But I want to talk more about global warming because it's here. We've heard about it for over 30 years. My organization, Citizens Climate Lobby, has talked to hundreds of members of Congress every year. And the last time we heard anyone say, well, global warming isn't real, was 2015. For a long time, for many years, we would hear that from 2010 to 2015, and then it died out because people accept that climate change is happening because temperatures have changed. And my tie is a record of the temperature changes. So I was born around here, I got married around here, my kid was born around here. Sorry, each of the commissioners. My child was born around here, this first little red stripe. And since then, we've been getting redder and redder down to 2023. So it is a giant concern. And just to remember, climate is the weather we expect. Weather is what we get on a day-to-day basis. What's driving climate change? Everyone knows it's oil and gas pollution that's causing us to overheat. And I'm going to repeat that. Oil and gas pollution is causing us to overheat. So what I want you to do is, if you can, delay any action. If you cannot do that, minimize the amount of fossil fuel that Georgia Power will be burning in the future. Thank you.
Neil Sardana. Ahmad Sirkamid. I apologize. I probably messed that up. If you can correct me.
It was not perfect, but thank you. I'm Dr. Ahmad Sorika. I'm a physician who works and lives here in Georgia. Unlike some of the other physicians who've spoken here, I don't know anything about kids, but I do treat a lot of elderly patients. And we absolutely know that elderly patients have a lot of trouble breathing in hot weather. And we have seen our weather get hotter and hotter over the past few years. This has been due to climate change. This is well known. And this climate change is partially due to the continued use of fossil fuels when alternatives exist. As a doctor, when I order a test or procedure, it is not uncommon that this test or procedure gets denied. This can then be appealed and reviewed by a different individual or group of individuals who can revisit this decision. Similarly, this Public Service Commission of 5 individuals are able to make decisions for Georgia in regards to the use of fossil fuels in Georgia. And importantly, 2 of these commissioners were voted out of office on November 4th. In doing so, the citizens of Georgia have indicated that they do not agree with the past actions of the Public Service Commission. Regarding today's hearing, the citizens of Georgia have realized that this commission has voted as a group over the past few years, and all 5 of these commissioners will be held responsible for the decisions of this group, whether the vote is 5-0, 4-1, or 3-2. This may be of particular interest in Ms. Pridemore or Mr. Eccles-Johnson should they choose to run again in 2026. Unfortunately, most of us have seen ill friends and family. Unless you want to see more of our friends and family dealing with infections, cardiac and respiratory issues, I request that this commission delay this vote until our 2 new public service commissioners are seated. And as once said by one of our great philosophers, with great power comes great responsibility. So please choose wisely because our collective health does depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Burns, followed by Tidra Williams.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Brittany Burns, and as I always say, beyond any of my titles, I am Georgia born and raised and a Fulton County resident. I was going to read the speech that I prepared, but honestly, it's very tiring, very frustrating to have continued to echo the facts on how harmful fossil fuels are. You guys know this. I'm sure you hear our speeches in your sleep because we have been saying the same thing for years. Your job as the Georgia Public Service Commission is to regulate utility bills. Where is the transparency and why are we rushing the hearing after Georgia spoke in record numbers this past election and said, we are sick and tired of the decisions this board has already been making? To continue to ignore us, to continue to make votes, to continue to not be transparent, honestly, is very frustrating. And as Echoes and other members, as you continue to be unseated and you have to then live the life that you've created with these harmful data centers, with these terrible contracts, and with continuing to ignore the very people who are telling you, hey, we just want clean energy. Hey, we just want Georgia to be progressive. Hey, we just want utility bills that aren't making us choose between grocery stores, between daycare, between regular life. When are you guys going to really wake up? I am beyond frustrated. And not just as an organizer who has to talk to people and listen to them and hear how horrible their utility bills are, and hear how horrible adults are developing asthma in Georgia. Adults at a record speed. How many times are we going to have this conversation before you guys wake up? You're going to have to breathe this air too. Your children, your grandchildren, your legacy. When you leave this world, what is it going to say? That you continue to back contracts and businesses over people that you had the responsibility to make sure that we can live good and we can have an equitable and clean energy future. When, and I know it's uncomfortable to hear me speak this way because I have came to y'all many times respectful, but I am frustrated. I'm having back spasms right now. I'm going through postpartum. I should be home resting, but I had to be here to let y'all know we are sick and tired of you. Do the right thing. Don't vote for this because we want the members who are elected to have their say. Thank you.
Tidra Williams, followed by Rihanna Lara Bieber. I'm sorry, I can't read this one. Tidra Williams. Rahana, Rahana. I apologize. I can't read the writing here on the,
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
what's your name?
Rahana. Yeah.
How do you pronounce your last name?
It's not important, sir. So I'm an engineer, from Georgia Tech. What that means, among a lot of things, is that I've seen a lot of good people sell out. And I sort of get it. What I've never really been able to understand is why when people are selling out, they often seem to be clamoring to take the lowest bid. You're dealing with the situation as a public utility. You've got these customers coming in saying we want like tens of gigawatts more power on this grid. As a public utility, you're obligated to meet that demand. Why are you rushing to just put it in for free? I grew up in Lavine County, Virginia. We have more data centers than anywhere else in the world. Recently, our district supervisor, he's worked with the Virginia SCC, the equivalent of you all, to pass provisions that cut better deals for Georgia consumers. So when Microsoft is coming in and saying, hey, we think we want to build another 2 gigawatts of data centers, the SCC up there, they don't just like say Dominion Power, go do it. They don't just jump on it, start building this stuff for free. The new conditions of the contracts that they're issuing and that Microsoft is signing say that, okay, Microsoft, you want 2 gigawatts of new capacity on this grid. You're going to pay for 65% of the capacity auction. Like what we end up having being able to sell that power for, that capacity for. And for the next 14 years, you're going to pay 60% of the estimated consumption of those facilities. Okay, Microsoft is signing 14-year contracts that say we are going to pay a minimum, no matter how much energy we're using, whether or not we strand these assets, we're going to pay a minimum 60% of the energy we asked you to put on the grid for 14 years at a premium. The SCC has passed a special category for high consuming customers, customers who are asking for more than 25 megawatts of capacity, and they're charging an elevated rate to those customers, thus subsidizing the electrical costs of the people who are using, normal household, small business amounts of electricity. Microsoft will take those terms. They'll moan about it for a week or so, but they will sign those contracts. Why are you selling the state away for free? Why are you champing at the bit to do this for free? If you're going to sell out, know your worth.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
for the record, I want to encourage the people in the hearing room to go to psc.ga.gov, where it explains 15-year contracts at 100% costs, which is a better deal than what Virginia's giving. Look at the website.
Megan Castro, followed by David Rom. Megan Castro. Hey, good morning.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Megan Castro. I'm a Georgia resident. It's really great to see someone from Lowndes County. I'm from Ware County. I now live here in Fulton. Have been here for 15 years now, which is pretty cool. Anyways, I'm here today to call on y'all to operate within the public interest by delaying this vote and considering clean and renewable energy options. The only path forward with this type of energy expansion must be measured and centered around our community and how we can prevent the very real and numerous negative impacts this rushed vote will inflict on our neighborhoods. I want to be very clear. Rushing this vote is not in the public interest, but it is in Georgia Power's interest. By rushing this vote, you will be selling us out and locking us into multi-decades long deal based on a hypothetical demand in a speculative market that looks more and more like a bubble that will burst every day. Georgia Power might be okay with asking for this rushed vote, and in so doing, gambling away our communities, extracting our resources, displacing our neighbors, denying us clean renewable energy, raising our bills. I could go on, as you've heard today from many better speakers than I. But we rely on this commission. We rely on you. We rely on you to protect us. Because these companies have options when deals fall through or the market doesn't bounce back in the way that they hoped. But we do not have that luxury. Right now, we have you. Our homes, our schools, our communities, those are our real futures. And I truly hope you all believe that as well by delaying this vote and considering clean and renewable energy options. Thank you so much.
Thank you. David Rom, followed by Priscilla Smith.
Hello, I'm David Rome.
Morning.
I'm here to ask you to delay the vote. What you're deciding here is not just a plan for the future fuel mix. You're deciding whether Georgia invests in its own people or whether we continue sending jobs and money out of the state. Every time we import fuel, we export Georgia jobs. Every cubic foot of gas that comes into our state sends Georgia dollars somewhere else instead of putting Georgians to work right here at home. When you vote for this plan, you're voting against jobs for Georgia families and against opportunities for our children. But it doesn't have to be that way. If we power these new data centers with Georgia-made solar energy, we create high-quality, long-term jobs for Georgia workers. We keep our money circulating in our own communities and we strengthen the state's economy instead of enriching others. I urge you, do not approve a plan that shifts our jobs and our hard-earned money out of Georgia. Vote no on this proposal and vote yes for Georgia jobs. Instead of spending millions importing out-of-state gas, we could be using Georgia labor, Georgia expertise, and Georgia innovation to produce that power here in our own state. Let's stop giving away our economic future and let's build it ourselves. This is an opportunity to support Georgia families, to invest in our own workforce, to keep energy dollars here at home where they belong. When gas comes into our state, our money goes out of the state. When we produce our own energy, Georgians, from workers to engineers to managers and contractors, benefit directly. If we truly believe in putting Georgia first, then we should not adopt a plan that enriches other states while leaving our citizens behind. Energy produced in Georgia means Georgia jobs. It means Georgia workers, more Georgia professionals, and more Georgia economic growth. So I ask you to remember the Georgia citizen, remember Georgia families, remember Georgia jobs, vote no on this plan, and choose instead a path that keeps our money and our opportunities here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Smith, followed by Patrick Brooks. Priscilla Smith. Patrick Brooks. Patrick Brooks. Khalil Cole. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a resident of Fulton County and a Georgia Power customer. Commissioners, let's be honest, looking at your voting record, the people in my community are forced to conclude that you are either dangerously out of your depth or you simply do not give a damn about the task before you, actual regulation. You back Georgia Power's rate hikes and their expansions, knowing that this will hit low-income Black and brown families the hardest, and you did it anyway. You dragged your feet on rooftop solar efficiency, real solutions that will cut bills and build local power while protecting a monopoly's utility profits. What did you say when you were sworn in? What oath have you broken over and over again for the sake of profits or corporate actors? So today, my question is simple. Will you keep proving with every vote that you are unfit to regulate critical infrastructure in the 21st century state? Or will you finally act like the people's lives and bills matter more than your pride and talking points and commitment to capital and start using your power like you actually work for the people of Georgia? In the stipulated agreement and kick the can down the road till the new commissioners are sworn in. You have been kicking the can on our knees for so long, I'm sure you have adequate experience doing that. And Fitz, there's a special invitation for some reflection this winter break. If any of our ancestors like Mama Harriet, MLK would come upon you and your voting record, what do you think they would say to you, beloved?
And Angelia Presley, followed by Satya
It's Angela Presley. Thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm Angela Presley, a small business owner and university professor. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide from data centers, but asking us to invest over $17 billion in fossil fuels to support this wildly unpopular infrastructure is unjustifiable. Georgia's future faces an apex of economic, environmental, and agricultural decline with this latest proposal. The request for 10 gigawatts of power, primarily from oil and gas, is enough to power a small city. To approve it for 45 years is exploitative for the customers who could be forced to pay for it. Listen to data center admins who want to use cleaner energy, decentralized technologies. You won't get as much, but it works better. And if you say that they're already paying impact fees, then alleviate the burden on us and don't give us the recovery fees. Here are citizens raising major concerns about the sustainability of the state's future in light of inflation. We are too reliant on dirty energy, and the addition of 10 gigawatts more could result in increased environmental misuse. Protect us from the noise and the water pollution that the data centers could bring. Don't invest in stranded assets that could be obsolete in 12 years. We see companies coming here, they download employees as fast as they upload them. Georgia ranks second to Virginia in the number of operating data centers. Consider their impact on residents who often come here begging for you to lower their bills. A 2025 research study by the CDC and Ryan Kometz warned that they could be disproportionately placed in low-income communities that we call sacrifice zones. That's where people's voices are so dismissed. We don't care about them. We don't think that they have any power. Finally, think about the implications for ratepayers to pay recovery costs of construction and operations tacked onto our power bill. It's a precedent you set with a $38 billion Plant Vogtle, the 2 biomass plants that you approved, and we can't help Storm Helene, but that's coming to us as well. You want more, though. You want everything from us. Ensuring access to clean air through renewable energy, mitigating industrial noise, and supporting recreational opportunities along natural resources like the Chattahoochee River are important priorities for the state. So is farming. Farming is our largest industry. Please heed the experts and your staff to monitor load capacity and consider legislative safeguards that manage the ratios of data centers to residents.
Sorry, Ms. Presley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Satai Vati, please correct me if I said that wrong. I apologize. Followed by Valencia Williamson.
My name is Satya. I'm a nurse, and I'm also an organizer with the PSL, that's Party for Socialism and Liberation. This power expansion plan is only to the benefit of the big tech billionaires and corporations who plan to build more and more data centers. Georgia Power's motivation is to make profits, not serve the public. These unsustainable data centers are deeply unpopular across the country as they threaten to turn neighborhoods into toxic wastelands. They are dangerous to the environment and our health. People across the country are fighting back against these data centers, organizing and protesting, including right here in Georgia. This Saturday, December 13 at 12 p.m., there will be a protest in Decatur, 4919 Flat Shoals Parkway, to demand no data centers in DeKalb County. The cost of this proposed power expansion would be passed on to the people. We would be forced to pay for our own destruction. Already, many working class people in Georgia struggle to make monthly utility payments. They're unaffordable and drive people into debt. In Georgia, rising utility costs have significantly impacted households, with nearly 2.8 million people who use Georgia Power facing high bills. Millions of Americans are struggling with utility bills, with 14 million nationwide experiencing severe debt from not being able to pay their utility bills. In Georgia, many families report utility debt exceeding $1,500. This debt should be immediately erased. You could have spent your last days doing that. And once a family falls behind on their bills, Georgia Power will shut off their power entirely and hardships increase. Georgia Power shut off people's power for non-payment over 180,000 times from January to September 2024. And while working people agonize over the necessities they'll be able to afford and which they'll have to cut each month, Georgia Power investors and executives are raking in cash. Georgia Power made $2.5 billion in profits last year, and this is a crime against the people of Georgia, and these executives should be locked up. In fact, all of you should be locked up. Georgia Power should be brought under public control, and access to power should be a basic human right. We need publicly owned utility companies that are democratically controlled and are driven by serving humanity and not profit-making at the expense of millions of people. And this outrageous expansion plan should be rejected. We demand that you vote no. And you're an extreme minority representing the ultra-rich elite, and you are fully complicit in the suffering of millions of people who are suffering under Georgia Power's monopoly. And if a statewide referendum were to be held on this power expansion plan today, the vast majority of the millions of people in Georgia would not support this disastrous plan. And what we see in this commission is capitalist democracy in action, a sham democracy, a mockery of democracy. And in the end, it's the people who make change. It's not sellout politicians.
Thank you, ma'am. Valencia Williamson, followed by Thomas Butner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Commissioners, I'm Valencia Williamson. I'm President and CEO of Clayton County Chamber of Commerce. I represent a diverse business community at the heart of the South Metro region, including the ecosystem surrounding the world's busiest and most efficient airport. This morning, we've heard many passionate voices expressing concerns about the proposed capacity expansion, climate impacts, community health, long-term costs, and the pace of Georgia's clean energy transition. And every one of the perspectives that we've heard, they all matter. They reflect the values that we share: environmental responsibility, public health affordability, and good stewardship of the state's future. At the same time, my role is to speak on the behalf of employers. The employers who must operate every day in a 24/7 no-fail environment, and who depend on reliability, resilient, and affordable power to keep Georgia's economic engine moving. Clayton County and the South Metro region, we are experiencing unprecedented growth, from commercial investment, new housing, new industrial activity, all happening at levels my community hasn't seen in decades. And as you know, energy demand across Georgia is rising faster than anyone projected, driven by business recruitment, logistics, technology, and our growing population. Our members at the Chamber represent both small and large industries, from manufacturing and logistics firms to restaurants, hospitals, and small family-owned operations. And they all tell me the same thing. We can adapt to market changes, but we cannot operate without power we can count on. Adequate energy capacity is not a luxury. It is a prerequisite for continued economic success, and without it, projects stall, expansions pause, and employers, they look elsewhere. They don't choose us. The cost of inaction, especially in a region where products are made and moved like Clayton County, is far greater than the cost of careful, proactive planning. Earlier, we heard Representative Flenoy speak about the need for a balanced, strategic, and disciplined approach. I agree with him. And I believe we can continue pushing for long-term sustainability while also ensuring we have the dependable power needed today to support jobs, economic growth, and competitiveness. In Clayton County specifically, reliability is uniquely critical. Power interruptions at or near the airport are not simply inconveniences, they are economic disruptions that ripple across supply chains, flights, commerce, and Georgia's global reputation as the #1 state to do business, and that's 12 years running. On behalf of the chamber, I urge you to support Georgia Power's capacity request.
Thank you.
This investment helps ensure that the momentum in Clayton County and South Metro region and across Georgia remains strong, competitive, and reliable. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. I mean, but I think you got finished. Sorry. Thomas Butner, followed by Jackie Malcolm. Jackie Thomas Butner. Mr. Butner. Jackie Malcolm. Jackie Malcolm. Yes. Yeah, come on up. How are you? Good morning.
I'm here.
You'll be followed by Cheryl Thomas.
You behind me. All right, everybody. I'm glad to be here to address y'all. My name is Jackie Malcolm. I'm a longtime resident of DeKalb County. I am representing DeKalb County citizens and the other people that I could help represent to stop this application. And I'm also a member of Renew DeKalb Inc. We the people ask that you all do not approve this application. We have several people that we know that are already struggling to pay their utility bills. And the ones that are barely paying it, I mean, they're barely paying it. And the others, they're not able to pay it. They're in homes without utilities because they have to look at the fact that, do I need my medication or do I pay my utilities? Do I need food or do I pay my utilities? We know of people like this and we try to help them as much as we can. So by approving this application, it will put Black and brown communities in a devastating position. And we ask that you don't do this because the fallout is with us, not the big companies, okay? Expanding the grid is not what y'all should be doing right about now. So I think Georgia Power can afford it because we all probably have Georgia Power on our utility bills. Expanding this grid is not for us, it's for them, and it's probably for these data campuses. I live off of Bouldercrest, and Bouldercrest and Lovelace Lane is where they're trying to put 3 to 6 data campuses. We know this is why they're probably trying to expand the grid. And it's not fair to us. We ask that you deny this application because it is really, the cost will be bared down to the citizen, and half of us can't even afford it right now. We're looking to cut back on this and to cut back on that. And your position is to do what? Regulate the utilities. We ask that you do your job and regulate the utilities. But thus far, with y'all been in position, seem like to me the utilities just keep going up and up and up and up. And for what? Is it going to continue to go up? Look like it is. And we ask that you don't do this to us. We put you in position. The citizen has spoken. 2 new PSC people are coming in office, and the rest of you that are here and you pass this application, it's really the blood on your hands. This is your legacy. Do you want to be left like this? You want people to look at y'all like this? Did you walking out the door? I'm talking to the 2 people that lost their seat. You're walking out the door knowing that if you pass this, people can't. All right, y'all. Don't blow up Georgia, please. Don't blow us up.
Cheryl Thomas. Thomas followed by Lisa Coronado. Good morning.
To the PSC board. This is frustrating for me. And as I said last night in the meeting, I just like everybody else in this room, we're tired. We're tired. I've listened to the people that came up to speak at this podium. And it seems to me that the only people that are for this are people that plan to make a whole pile of money. That's the only thing that I see there, right? The people in Georgia should have a choice. And I thought that when we went to the polls just recently, that was their choice. And they are sending a message to you. This is my first visit to the Public Service Commission public hearing. I'm not well versed in legalese, but I'm a tax-paying, power bill paying citizen. For the past handful of years, Georgia residents have been forced to accept all the rate increases that you have approved for Georgia Power that cause undue increases in our bills, and you have another scheduled in 3 years. We have also unwittingly elected each of you, obviously, that have voted against our best interests. We have had an overrun of $18 billion at Plant Vogtle, so we've done this before, much to the dismay of taxpaying citizens. According to a 2020 summary, Georgia has already, in the past couple of years, already lost $300 million in expected tax breaks for data centers. We're expected to lose $80 million well into 2030. To the PSC board, you should be concerned, as well as we are, that Georgia has the highest tax rates in the nation. Why? We have elected 2 new representatives to speak for the people, and they don't get a voice on this very important issue. Why? Is it simply to exclude them from voting for what the people have elected them? Now this really looks like partisan tactics. Georgia is now surpassing Virginia as a state with the most data centers. Why? It used to be said in South DeKalb that we had a dollar store on every corner, something that we didn't need. Now we're facing a data center on every corner, something that we don't need. A young woman in here said that she'll be 75 in 45 years. Since her age of retirement is now 70, she will need to have a job to work. AI is already letting us know that 47% of the jobs that these young people need to have to survive in the state of Georgia and pay their utility bills and housing bills will no longer be there. A lady came up a minute ago and she said that, oh, the people in our county will need 24 hours of power. When the power, AI and the data centers are now known to cause brownout and blackouts in places where they live. For all the power and the water that they take, I've seen things on TV where people get 1 or 2 drops of water out of, that's not fair. That's not fair. And in all fairness, it's not just brown and black people. White people are going through the same things too. We're all suffering. I am 67, 68 years old. I have never seen, this is the first time I've ever seen an issue that has brought white, black, young, old people together, because all of us are hurting.
Miss Lisa Coronado.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Coronado, followed by Kiana Jones-Moore.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to ask you to not approve Georgia Power's stipulated agreement. This proposed settlement is not in the best interest of Georgians. Georgia Power wants to do what is good for Georgia Power, and it's your job to act in the interest of the public. The fact that this proposed settlement was filed an hour before today's hearing is egregious. It was filed before interveners had a chance to make their case, before commissioners had a chance to hear from the public. PSC staff shouldn't have even begun discussing a settlement until after today's hearing. Rushing through this process is malpractice. How are interveners meant to ask informed questions to PSC staff when they haven't had enough time to review this proposal? How is the public expected to lobby their elected officials when deals are reached behind closed doors and revealed minutes before the hearing room opens? The PSC staff's original recommendation was to approve only a third of what Georgia Power asked for. Yet this morning, PSC staff has agreed to give Georgia Power everything they want. I have to ask, what changed? How did we go from 3 gigawatts to 10? Was new data filed in this docket? Did a new analysis contradict the PSC staff's original recommendation? Or did Georgia Power's high-priced attorneys and lobbyists lean on the commissioners they have financially supported for years? Are they trying to get one last favor from the PSC before newly elected commissioners take their seats in January? This proposed settlement is the largest single investment in electric infrastructure in the state's history. It calls for building the most expensive gas plants in the country and will result in higher prices for consumers and more pollution in our communities. It will cause temperatures to go up, more frequent and more powerful storms, and deadlier floods and heat waves. But Georgia Power doesn't care about any of that. When the temperatures go up, Georgia Power makes more money because Georgians run their air conditioning more. When climate change fueled storms wreck our infrastructure, Georgia Power passes repair costs on to us. This process should not be rushed. There are headlines every week about a potential AI bubble. If the demand for electricity from data centers doesn't materialize, we will be left with expensive gas plants that we'll be paying for decades. Any consumer protections in the settlement, like a small proposed rate decrease 3 years from now, are peanuts compared to the health and climate costs we will experience if this agreement is approved, and peanuts compared to cost savings and benefits that would be had if we adopted clean energy solutions. Georgia Power wants what's best for Georgia Power. Your job is to do what's best for me, for the people in this room, and every Georgian. The voters sent you this message overwhelmingly last month, and you're not listening. They will remember what your vote is on this egregious settlement agreement. Please act to protect the people of Georgia. Do the responsible thing. Do not approve this settlement.
Ms. Coronado. Kiana Jones-Moore, followed by Paul Glaze. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Kiana Jones-Moore. I serve as Senior Environmental Policy Aide to Commissioner Ted Terry of DeKalb County Super District 6. This morning, I would like to read a resolution that was passed by the Board of Commissioners, a resolution by the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners requesting the Public Service Commission consider postponing the December 19th, 2025 vote on Georgia Power's requested resource additions, minimize long-term dependence on new fossil fuel generation, and for other purposes. Whereas the Georgia Public Service Commission is scheduled to hold a vote on December 19th, 2025 regarding Georgia Power Company's request to add approximately 10,000 megawatts of new electricity resources over the next 5 years, as reported by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. And whereas publicly available filings and reporting indicate that the proposal includes a combination of new solar resources, battery energy storage, and significant new or expanded natural gas-fired generation assets. And whereas the Public Service Commission's decision is expected to influence long-term energy costs, grid reliability, and statewide emissions for multiple decades due to the lifespan of large generation facilities. And whereas the state of Georgia has experienced a substantial increase in large load electric demand, including from the data center sector, which utilities have cited as a factor in the timing and scale of the proposed resource additions. And whereas DeKalb County has adopted goals to transition county operations to 100% clean energy on a defined timeline and has further adopted policies aimed at reducing pollution, improving air quality, mitigating climate impacts, and supporting public health. And whereas decisions at the state regulatory level can affect local governments' ability to meet their adopted goals. including goals related to sustainability, resilience, and reducing long-term energy costs for residents and businesses. And whereas the PSC's vote will occur shortly before two newly elected commissioners are scheduled to take office on January 1st, 2026, following the November 2025 election. And whereas multiple stakeholders have requested additional time for evaluation of these proposed resource portfolios, including analysis of potential alternatives to the distribution of economic and environmental impacts. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the governing authority of DeKalb County, Georgia, that the Board of Commissioners expresses its interest in ensuring that any major statewide energy resource decisions are fully evaluated for potential long-term impacts on local governments, including reliability, customer costs, public health, and environmental quality, that the Board of Commissioners respectfully request the Public Service Commission consider postponing the December 19th, 2025 vote so that the full commission seated for the 2026 term may participate in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Paul Glaze, followed by Bezalel Jupitin.
Good morning, and thank you to the commissioners who are present. I'd like to list off a few of the known impacts that artificial intelligence brings, just so we're clear about what we're dealing with here. Millions out of work, starting with white-collar workers, but eventually truckers, service workers, and tens of millions of others across the labor force. At least 6 children have committed suicide after AI chatbots never provided help, but instead, in some cases, gave them a step-by-step guide as how to take their lives. Deepfakes threaten both our democracy and our people. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins continues to put out AI-generated content, and in another year or two, it will be indistinguishable from the truth and reality, which I hope we imagine what that will look like once the federal government has that capability as well. CBS News reported that kids as young as 12 are being exposed to, quote, romantic conversations with AI chatbots online. It gets weirder. They taught them how to take lines of cocaine. And since it's Christmas time, this is a fun one. Joe Rogan, who is host of the most popular show on the planet of any kind, especially popular with young men, recently told an audience that Jesus could come back as an AI. He said, quote, again, on the most popular media show on the planet, Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? I say this because I have a 4-year-old son, and I just want us all to be very clear about the people that we are helping and getting in bed with by approving this proposal. It says everything about our system of government that one party's approach to energy can be rejected by the voters by 25 points, and we not change course whatsoever. In return, Georgia Power promises that it's going to put downward pressure on rates. Of course, the last time they promised that, they came back this year and said, actually, no, that's not going to happen. It was 240, I think, somewhere around there they promised in the 2023 IRP. It just never materialized. But we don't know the details because we canceled the rate case. I'm a socialist. I believe that the things that people need, like power, ought to be run by the workers who know how it operates, and then the profits return back to the people in the form of lower bills. As a socialist, I'd like to thank this commission, as you are the single greatest illustration of everything wrong with the system that Georgians could possibly have. On a final note, for Commissioner Pridemore, the AJC is here. If you wanted to actually just prove that the contract terms that everyone touts are being upheld, you could, on background, just show the AJC the contracts and let them confirm it. But you won't, because it's quote-unquote trade secret, or because we don't want everyone to know. If the company's actually doing the things, if you're doing the things, why are we fighting so hard to not prove it, to not show it? It's just, it's amazing to me that we can continue to get into situations where it could actually just be solved and proven and put out there and we can move forward together. But people fight really hard to make sure they don't have to. And it does not generate any sort of goodwill with regular folks. So thank you for your time.
Bezalel Jupitin, followed by Ayamed Fatunde.
Bezalel Jupiter, like the planet. I am here to oppose. I'm a DeKalb resident. I'm an organizer of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm here to oppose the expansion, the $20 billion expansion of these data centers at the expense of the majority of people in Georgia. Our bills will go up an average of $20 a month. As a whole, we'll be paying for $56 to $60 billion over our lifetime. locking people into high costs through 2075 to build data centers that are poisoning our communities. All over Georgia, these data centers are being built next to our schools, next to our neighborhoods, raising our bills, polluting our water, and they're always being built in Black and working class communities of all colors. Like the big tech data center that they're trying to build in Ellenwood, South DeKalb, which is 88% Black. South DeKalb residents have been organizing town halls, protests, and showing up to the county commissioners meetings unanimously opposing these data centers y'all trying to push. Everyone opposes these data centers in their backyards. Working class people oppose paying higher and higher bills that y'all keep passing through. We don't want to pay for billionaires to profit. Everyone is opposed to this except for y'all. You don't serve us. You serve the billionaires. You serve the tech billionaires. You serve Meta, Google, IBM, and Georgia Power. Shame. We can't rely on y'all politicians to save us. The people will save the people. We need to get organized and fight back until y'all are out of those seats and behind bars. But we won't be pushed around. We won't be pushed around. We'll fight until we take power from the PSC. We'll fight until we take power from Georgia Power. We'll fight until we take power from these tech billionaires trying to take away our future. The people of the DeKalb do not want these data centers. The people of Georgia do not want these data centers. And that is why we are protesting this Saturday, December 13th in Decatur, 4919 Flat Shoals Parkway, to demand the Board of Commissioners of DeKalb stop this data center that's trying to poison our community. We need to fight back against the rule of the billionaires. We need to fight back until it's us, the people, working class people who have power. And finally, stop raising our bills. Stop poisoning our communities. Deny the gas plant expansions. This vote should be scrapped altogether. Invest in people's needs, not billionaire profits. Nationalize Georgia Power, nationalize Georgia Power, and put it under the control of the people, because y'all been misusing your power and y'all need to get out of power and behind bars.
Ayamed Fatunde, followed by Shelley Nason.
That's Ayamed Fatunde.
Okay, I
Good morning.
apologize.
It's all right.
It's
It's a
hard to read
difficult
on.
My name is Ayamed Fatunde, Commissioners. I'm a teacher in Cobb County, and I feel it's important to remind y'all that the kids are not all right. They're addicted to their phone screens, struggling to read, and growing increasingly used to outsourcing their critical thinking to GPT. They're watching as their dreams jobs gets automated and increasingly questioning the purpose of an education. AI has been shoved down their throats much in the same way that y'all are trying to shove this expansion down our throats. But let me be clear, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not anti-technology. Matter of fact, I received my undergraduate degree from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and spent the early part of my career as an engineer in the climate sector. It is for this reason that I know mid-tech when I see it, and I can assure you that the current iteration of AI is subpar. It is inefficient, poorly executed, and reliant on gargantuan amounts of energy and data to function. And yet you are making a $20 billion bet on it, betting our futures on a bubble that is bound to burst. We're in the middle of another gold rush, and y'all are the fools rushing in. Do better. It really doesn't have to be this way. There are smarter, more measured ways to increase capacity. We can follow the lead of countries like Germany and Japan, which have mandated that data centers meet their energy needs entirely through renewables. We can prioritize efficiency improvements and demand response programs. We can use this as an opportunity to become a nationwide leader in sustainability. And perhaps most importantly, we can wait for big tech to solve this problem themselves. Google is already investing heavily in procuring small modular nuclear reactors. The fusion energy sector leapfrogged out of the lab and into the market recently. The cost for new capacity generation does not have to fall on Georgian households. The tech companies can foot this bill, and I think you know that. You also know that you can take a more staggered approach. You don't have to approve all 10 gigawatts this month. The motion from the Sierra Club and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy has already told you this much. You can delay this vote, respect the democratic process, and give yourselves time to make a sensible decision. But it's becoming increasingly clear with the stipulation from this morning that you're not planning to make a sensible decision. You're planning to line your pockets and support Georgia Power with this cash grab. You're saying there's a 3-year rate freeze when you know that the financial models for this new methane gas plants will have your constituents paying for these potentially stranded assets for the next 45 years. You don't have to do this. A better world is possible. And it starts with you saying no to this proposal and yes to the demands of your constituents. Thank you.
Shelley Nason, followed by Chris Pumphrey. Shelley Nason, Hassan. Chris Pumphrey. Morning.
Good morning.
Followed by Josh Tolbert.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Pumphrey, and I serve as President of Elevate Douglas Economic Partnership. I have the privilege of working every day to help shape the future where Douglas County families, businesses, and new residents can plant roots, grow, and thrive. One of the great blessings of my job is getting to watch a community come together, whether it's around arts and culture, local sports, or exploring our vast park amenities. These moments remind me that Douglas County's strength is in its diversity and in the shared belief that tomorrow can be stronger than today. But strong tomorrows require strong infrastructure. In economic development, progress isn't random. We win because we prepare. And the first question every major employer asks us, whether they're in manufacturing, logistics, film, or the rapidly growing digital economy, is the same. Can your energy system support our growth? Not only today, but 10 years from now. Data centers, AI operations, and high-performance computing are no longer the niche projects. They're foundational to the American competitiveness and fundamental to Georgia's continued economic leadership. When these companies evaluate Douglas County and our state, they're evaluating the capacity and reliability of our grid every bit as much as they're evaluating workforce or even incentives. Therefore, furthermore, they're also seeking ways to improve their energy efficiency and recognize that their employees also have to pay power bills as well. That's why this all source request matters. It ensures Georgia can keep saying yes to opportunity. It protects affordability and reliability for families. And it also allows communities like ours to continue recruiting the kinds of employers who expand our tax base, create upward mobility, and strengthen the fabric of local life. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you, sir.
I need to ask you a question, please, before you go, please.
Yes, sir.
Does this commission locate a data center?
No, sir.
Who does?
The
Local
data centers,
government,
the
right.
brokers, and local governments, yes.
And only when the local government approves a data center, that's when the data center comes asking to be served with the energy. Isn't that correct?
Yes, assuming that they need rezoning or they already have the zone. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Josh Tolbert, followed by Drew Demond. Morning, Mr. Tolbert.
Good morning. Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the time. I'll try to make it quick. My name is Joshua Tolbert. I am a Georgia resident. I'm a Georgia Power customer. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I hold a doctorate in mechanical engineering, and I have extensive experience in power generation across multiple technologies. And so I bring a pragmatic approach today with my comments. I first want to acknowledge that Georgia Power works to meet our current and future capacity needs, and that is essential to the economic growth of Georgia. I would also point out that there is a major discrepancy in what those future needs are in this current docket. And I would submit to you the right question we need to be asking is not what are the number of gigawatts that we need, but who bears the responsibility if those forecasts are indeed mistaken. Company's written testimony on November 26th, Georgia Power explicitly states that the costs are going to be recovered from the ratepayers. In an earlier hearing, a commissioner of this panel emphasized that the commission, not Georgia Power, is responsible for determining where these costs are allocated. And while that is legally true, it places a tremendous practical burden on this commission to evaluate each and every cost and determine where they should be applied. I'm not convinced that is a task that the commission is prepared to undertake. The discrepancy in this docket is almost exclusively due to load from data centers. These facilities are important to us, and we should be competitive to attract them. But I have spoken directly with large data center operators. They are more than willing to pay their fair share for the infrastructure required to provide power to their facilities. What they will not do is bear the cost for an overbill due to a miscalculation. Now, I've always been told that talking about a problem without offering a solution is simply complaining. So here are 5 practical, pragmatic solutions. First, as proposed by the staff, Georgia Power could seek certification only for secured contracts. Now, of course, Georgia Power has opposed this in its November 26 filing, and they also objected to conditional certification as demand develops. However, in my opinion, they have not demonstrated that those objections outweigh the benefits of reducing risk to the ratepayers. Second, the maximum acceptable level certification should be at the asset or preferably sub-asset level. Now, Georgia Power is, of course, pushed for portfolio level asset. And as someone who's built power, I understand that that is more convenient for the company, but it also applies a significant risk to the ratepayers. Third, the commission and Georgia Power could consider a similar structure to the NIPSCO-GENCO arrangement that's used in Indiana, which would structurally remove the potential legal burden or the potential cost burden from the ratepayers while allowing Georgia Power to provide generation for load centers as they see fit. Fourth, we could adopt behind the meter generation, which could be utilized to reduce the demand. And these assets actually could be sold to Georgia Power at a later date to allow for control and grid balancing concerns. Fifth and finally, Georgia Power could provide a clear contractual plan on how excess generation would be sold outside of the service area if capacity ultimately exceeds demand. These solutions honor the goals of Georgia Power while providing thoughtful protections for the ratepayer. So my request to the commission is simple. Don't let this conversation be only about how many gigawatts we need. Let the conversation also be about who bears the risk if our forecasts are indeed wrong. If we mess this up, Georgia ratepayers would be dealing with another price hike that could last for decades. Thank you.
Before you go, sir, I hope that you will stay with us through this hearing process.
I will do it.
So that you can see what our staff has done and how it is argued by the professionals that this staff complements this commission with.
Sure.
And then we'll decide on the 19th what we have. It hasn't been decided to this
I
day.
get it. And I've read every word and every document in this docket. Now, I have not seen the one from this morning. I don't, but I am very interested and I'll be listening.
Stay with us.
Listening. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Drew DeMond, and that would, unless there's some more that have come in, Ms. Tanner sits in, that would be it. Drew DeMond. Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Drew DeMond left, but he didn't put my name. Could I speak just for?
Oh, sure.
50
Yeah.
seconds?
Just tell us who you are because I didn't have you on the sign up
Okay,
sheet.
thank
And
you.
welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Jawahar Sharwani. I'm a community activist here in our community. And it seems like it's a lot on us as people. Like every day we go out in the street and we're trying to get houses for the unhouses. We're trying to help people. We're trying to help our community. And I'm just asking, like, this is the end of the year. Christmas is coming. So please, on the 19th, consider your decision of, I'm not going to add up any more information to what says here before, but please consider the people ask for. Please consider humanity, because we trusted you. We elected you for that reason, and we just want you to do the right thing. We're not here just to like speak. We're here for the people. I have Cornelius Taylor. He was run over on January 16 by the city, and he was unhoused person. And it's just like so much on us as people to keep standing up, and we're not gonna give up. We will keep standing up, but please follow your heart and your humanity, not the big corporate and the big AI and the big millionaires and billionaires. It's not just all about that. We are a human being and we barely surviving. I barely could pay my power bill. I had to turn my heat down. I had to listen to my daughter. She said, Mama, turn up the air conditioner and just use fan. There's a lot of things that on us we do. So please, just for for the sake of our humanity, because there's so much crisis on us right now, to just consider your decision. And the holiday is coming, and I know there's, what I heard is before when I saw that there's a kind of like a decision been made, but please make that hearing about people, about humanity, about what we want as local, as people unhoused, as people with a low income, as people with brown people, black people, white people, whatever it is, the people. We're not here talking about all the colors. We're just here to speak up our mind and tell you what we think, because we trust in you. When you're in that position, you're gonna go home to your house and you don't have to worry so much of where's your bills and where is your income is coming, and if you have enough money for the gas, if you have a tent to sleep in, if you have everything. It's really going a lot right now in the world, here in the United States and outside the United States. So we just want you to consider that as a human being, to end this year in good faith, in yourself, in God, in humanity, to do the right thing. And I know you could do it. We're counting on you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, that gets us through the sign-up sheet. Before we adjourn for lunch, was there anyone else that missed an opportunity on the sign-up sheet that was here to provide? Come on up. How are you?
Hi, my name is Abiodun Henderson. Sorry, I'm a little emotional. Everything that everyone has said already lets us know what needs to happen. I'm kind of hearing from you guys that there's information that you have that helps you understand this better or whatever. But I beg of you, for your ancestors, for your elders, for the children that are coming, for your descendants that may suffer because of the decisions that y'all are trying to make today, please hold this democracy dear to your heart and let the new people that were elected help make that decision. Your descendants will suffer because of this, because of your decisions. They will suffer. Your family may suffer now. This is an energy that you don't need. This is something that we don't need as a people. And it's just fast forwarding the end of this democracy. I'm telling y'all, as a Christian, as a person that believes in God and in my good ancestors and everything that is right and true, you're helping fast forward the end of capitalism and the democracy. People over profit all day, every day, right? People over profit. People over profit. Money ain't gonna save your soul. Money ain't gonna save your soul, y'all. It ain't. So when you in church on Sunday or wherever you believe, the money ain't gonna get it. The money ain't gonna get it, y'all. This is a warning for your soul and for your descendant soul and your children's soul. Real talk. All power to the people.
Thanks, Ben. Anyone else? All right. Well, this is a good opportunity to break for lunch, and we will see everyone back, and we will begin. We've scheduled for up to 2.5 days of hearing. So I would just want to encourage everyone, because we know you're interested in the topic. Please stay tuned. If you can't stay, we'll be online, be archived. So thank y'all for taking the time to be with us, and we're going to break for lunch, and we'll see everyone back here at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon. Thank you for being back with us after the lunch break. We finished up with public witnesses. So we will begin by calling up the first panel. And I'll ask the Georgia Public Service Commission, if you would, to swear in your panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call the panel of Mr. Robert Trokey, Mr. Dylan Drugan, and Mr. Karan Pohl to the stand. See you already there. If you could please rise. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony evidence you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can sit down. Mr. Trokey, if you could please state your full name and business position for the record.
Yeah, my name is Robert Trokey. I'm the director of the electric unit here at the commission.
Mr. Drugan, same question.
Dylan Drugan, senior consultant with Daymark Energy Advisors.
And Mr. Pohl.
Karan Pohl, energy consultant with Daymark Energy Advisors, consultant staff.
Mr. Trokey, let me ask you these questions on behalf of the panel. Did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed in this proceeding 50 pages of testimony and question and answer format for the PIA staff's case in the certification proceeding on November 12th, 2025?
Yes, we did.
And did you file or cause to be filed a list of errata to your testimony in this docket on December 5th, 2025?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions as contained in your testimony, would your responses be the same, including the corrections contained in the filed errata?
They would be the same. However, we now support the stipulation agreement.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed any exhibits along with your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and those are exhibits marked RLT1, DAD1, and KAP1?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the pre-filed testimony be copied into the record as if it were given orally by the witnesses on the stand today.
So marked.
I would also move that the exhibits RLT1, DAD1, and KAP1 be entered into the record as staff exhibits as they are marked.
So marked.
Has the panel prepared a summary of its testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the panel has also prepared a demonstrative exhibit. If we could put that on the screens.
Sure.
IT staff. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
As you know how.
Mr. Trokey, if you could proceed with your summary.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. The demonstrative exhibit was prepared when we, prior to the settlement agreement. I'll just state briefly that the demonstrative illustrated staff's position and the scenarios that we had presented with the load that was not covered by contracts. And the bar on the right with the green box, that just represents the new contract that Georgia Power executed with respect to one of the customers, and that's what that represents. So the white portion of that bar represents the amount of load that was not under contract at the time of filing the demonstrative. So,
Mr. Trokey, for the sake of record, why are we talking about testimony that was prior to the stipulated agreement that you yourself and staff signed last night? Let's talk about that. I think all these
Yes.
people that have been here this morning, like, that's what they want to hear about.
Thank you for the question. And I will just say that that's a communication issue that we no longer refer to the demonstrative. I just wanted to note the fact that since it was placed up here, that's what that represented, and it was prior to the settlement agreement. But the
I mean,
summary.
those numbers are old. We don't want these members of the media that are out here to print incorrect numbers. I mean, that's
So,
not, that's out of date.
I appreciate the question. That the data is still accurate. So the only thing that we had updated was to add the green section, which represents a new contract that Georgia Power referred to in their rebuttal testimony. So we wanted to give Georgia Power credit for that and make that clear. However,
But your demonstrative doesn't do that. The demonstrative, it classifies that 1,732 megawatts is something that's not indicative of the stipulated agreement. I just think all these people have spent the morning with us at the commission, all these public witnesses. this media, they want to hear about the stipulated agreement, not outdated numbers.
Certainly, and
Do we have an updated chart?
this is the update, just to be clear, that represents staff's testimony as filed, plus the new contract that's identified in Georgia Power's rebuttal testimony. My summary actually relates primarily to the stipulation agreement. And that's what the only reason I'm referencing this is because it was placed up there to give it some context.
Well, it's incorrect. So hopefully your testimony will give us some context.
With all due respect, the data is correct and accurate.
The green would be classified as something else. It would be classified in the upper piece of the chart, Mr. Trokey. Can we just talk about the matter at hand instead of rehashing? I mean, I've read your testimony. I'm certain that my colleagues have. I mean, we want to talk about
Yes,
the matter at hand.
Absolutely. We'll be happy to do that. I will just note specifically, the legend says the green bar is capacity to serve the November 2025 large load. That's one contract with a reserve margin. And I believe Georgia Power will agree that's accurate. So with that, I appreciate the questions. I look forward to more questions. Staff's testimony that was filed on November 12th expressed concern that Georgia Power's load realization model overestimated the materialization of large loads, which could lead to overbuilding expensive capacity resources and exposing existing ratepayers to unnecessary financial risk. Staff proposed two alternative forecasting scenarios to mitigate this risk. Scenario one had limited the forecast to projects with executed contracts for electric service, reducing the peak load forecast by up to 4,500 megawatts in 2031. Scenario two adjusted assumptions about project success and load materialization better reflect actual customer behavior, resulting in more moderate reduction of up to 2,700 megawatts in 2031. Staff also raised concern about Georgia Power's acceptance of contract terms obligating service at 100% load during system peak, recommending future contracts include flexibility during peak hours. Staff now supports the stipulation with Georgia Power, which addresses the core concern of protecting ratepayers from speculative load forecasts. Under the stipulation, Georgia Power agrees to backstop projected revenues from large load customers for the years 2029 through 2031. This backstop ensures at least $8.50 per month in downward pressure on residential rates during this period, even if the new load does not materialize as forecasted. Combined with the existing pause on base rate increases for 2026 through 2028, Georgia Power is assuming financial risk through 2031, providing a significant buffer for ratepayers. Staff will closely monitor contract execution and, if necessary, recommend mitigation measures to the commission. The stipulation also includes conditions on resource certification. Resources will be certified at the plant level, and Georgia Power will not request cost increases until 6 months prior to a project's expected completion. What this approach does is it allows the commission to evaluate total cost impacts with better information about actual load materialization. Staff believes the stipulation strikes a balance between enabling Georgia Power to serve new data centers and safeguarding existing customers from premature or excessive investment. The stipulation achieves staff's primary goal of protecting ratepayers from the financial risk of speculative load forecasts while allowing Georgia Power to proceed with resource certifications under reasonable and enforceable conditions. Staff supports the stipulation and recommends its approval by the commission. As a last point, we would request that questions about the stipulation be directed to this panel to the extent that there are any. That concludes our summary, and be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Trukey. Mr. Chairman, the panel is now available for questions from the commissioners and cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? Any questions? Mr. Trukey, I know that y'all worked extremely hard on this case for quite a while now, and this PSO's been out for a long time, and we've had this docket scheduled and a lot of testimony and rebuttals. And now we're here at this point, and just like some of the parties, we're just, trying to figure all this out. I know, but it's pretty simple. You're asking us to approve the filing, but you've gotten quite a bit of changes made along the way. My biggest concern, I guess, is, we've got the rate freeze in place through 28, and a lot of these resources that are up in this application are coming in after that, in terms of operation. So what do you have to say in terms of the protections as a result of the stipulation that you all have agreed to here and that you're presenting to us for protecting the ratepayers going forward out past and what the expectations are in the 2028 rate case, where a lot of these changes will be taking a big part?
So the stipulation itself definitely provides some protections through 2031. It staff's expectations, and our understanding of the company's position is that the load will materialize, or the contracts will be executed over the next 6 to 12 months. Having the additional time through 2031 essentially gives us time to monitor that, to know what's going to happen. Now, to the extent that the contracts are not executed, then that gives the commission time to take action to redirect the company's investments. It gives them time to take the mitigating actions that they've referenced, such as not renewing power purchase agreements, retiring units, replacing the load with other customers. So we do believe that there are actions that can be taken, and we have time to react. Whereas prior to the stipulation, we didn't have that financial assurance from the company in place. So there are things that can be done if the contracts are not being filed in the next 6 to 9 months. Now, the contracts themselves do have protections built in as well, such as the minimum terms, and the minimum billing requirements, collateral obligations. So yeah, there are protections built into both the contracts and to the stipulation itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that we feel good about these contracts, and we've been told that they're the most solid contracts in the country. But this stipulation, do you feel like that? I'm gonna just say next fall, we should have a whole lot more clear understanding of what these loads actually look like, and know by then exactly what kind of contracted load we're looking at, correct?
Absolutely. In the next 6 to 9 months, we'll
So
have.
what you're saying then is that this commission would still have time to address those and respond if we didn't have those contracts materialize.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You mentioned in your summary, the downward pressure on the rates. Can you explain that a little bit better for me?
Yes. So for the year specifically 2029, 2030, and 2031, Georgia Power has estimated a certain amount of revenue they expect from large load customers. That there's a benefit from that revenue, which exceeds the cost of serving those customers. And so the current estimate on downward pressure on rates is $8.50 per month, or about $100 per year for residential customers, for the average residential customers. So there's certainly a possibility that additional contracts are signed, new large load customers bring load and revenue that exceeds that minimum floor. In which case, it's possible that the benefit will be greater than the $8.50 per month for the average customer. To the extent that during those years, if that revenue does not show up from the large load customers, then Georgia Power will be the backstop for that revenue.
And 850 would be the floor.
850 would be the floor on downward pressure, correct?
Thank you.
Mr. Trokey, you just mentioned also that this panel that's up right now is the proper panel to address from the parties questions about the stipulation. Why is that? Is that what are the other panels are they gonna be talking about stipulation too, or? I just want to make sure that all the parties are aware of what you're meeting about.
I guess I would answer it like this, to the extent that we will answer any questions to the best of our ability. We don't want a panel to ask questions of the next panel expecting an answer that could have been asked to us, right? And if they don't have that answer, it's possible that I specifically was involved with the negotiation of the stipulation that may not be appropriate for the next panel. So we just want to make sure we're covering all the questions and ask that those be asked to staff if any questions exist on the stipulation.
Was the next panel involved in the negotiations on the stipulated agreement?
Yeah, to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all panels will answer all questions to the best of our abilities.
Will the next panel be subject to more concentrating on the revenue requirements? Is that where they would be coming in?
I mean, potentially. I know, so the resource selection was the focus of that panel, right? And so we were looking at the load forecast from a financial perspective. We did review and go back to some of the data that was provided by the company and work papers and data requests to confirm that the revenues that were identified in the exhibit are accurate. So I can't speak to the extent to which the other panel did that, since they were focused on the resource selection.
There's a member of the next panel, though, that has regularly briefed this commissioner and has talked with this commissioner through this process. I can't say the same thing for this panel.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would also point out that the stipulation has not been adopted yet by the commission. So to the extent that other panels may still present other testimony related to the analysis that they've done in this RFP case.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. All right, commissioners, are there any other questions before we move on? All right, we'll move on to the next party, Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, Mr. Sherry.
Afternoon. Afternoon. Afternoon panel, Bob Sherrier on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Face. I would like to start with your demonstrative exhibit. And so on that, your recommendation to the commission before the stipulation was to certify only megawatts that were backed by contracts, correct?
That was scenario one. We also had a scenario two with adjustments on the load realization model.
And so on that demonstrative exhibit and in the errata that you filed, you changed the label of a portion of the chart. It previously said legacy contracts uncovered, and now it says other uncovered load growth. Is that a substantive change to what's in that bucket, or is it just a labeling change?
We would probably describe that as a labeling change. The idea is anything below that line is some mixture of contracts that came in place prior to the new rules and regulations. Some of that is organic growth. We found that the prior labeling was a bit more confusing than it was intended to be.
Thank you. Under the conditional certification framework, as new contracts were signed, so for example, the Commissioner Pybor talked about the green part of the bar that's on there, the new megawatts for the contract that was filed. Under the conditional certification framework, as the contracts come in, would that unlock megawatts or like certify the next unit based on the contract load, or would it be based on a new load realization model accounting for that contract?
So as new contracts are filed in docket 44280, the large load contracts are reviewed by by commission staff, right? And so as those come in, they would be added to the green bucket. Now, I believe we're still in the 30-day period for this 1,400 megawatt customer, but that would continue to grow. And staff's original recommendation to the commission was that as contracts came in, that the amount of capacity to be certified would grow in conjunction with those new contracts.
So it wouldn't be rerunning the model each time?
No, that wouldn't be necessary. Although it would update the load and resource balance tables.
So Georgia Power filed its Q3 2025 quarterly large load report a few weeks ago. And for the first time since they've started filing these reports, the overall pipeline went down. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had a chance to update your forecast, either scenario 1 or scenario 2, with this new information about the pipeline?
No, we haven't, no.
And so I want to ask you about what you call legacy contracts. And those are the contracts signed before the new rules and regulations took effect, right? That's what the legacy contracts.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. And on pages 46 and 47 of your testimony, you identify 7 legacy contracts where the loads in the pipeline don't match the inputs to the model, or the loads in the contracts don't match the inputs to the model. You called these errors, but in Georgia Power's rebuttal, they say that it's correct, actually. Can you help me understand the disconnect, what's going on here?
While we have reviewed the rebuttal testimony, I can't speak specifically to the point of disagreement there. Our understanding is that over time, these specific contract amounts might change. So it's possible that we're just not fully on the same page or fully aware of exactly what numbers they're referring to. The edits that you're referring to here are documented in discovery responses. So if there's any changes from here, we would have to look into that a little further.
But here on these pages, you're identifying where the contracts that staff is aware of have different load ramps than what's in the forecast, what's input to the forecast, right?
That's the sense of that is correct. Whatever data was in the model is slightly different than what was finalized in those contracts.
Essentially, I think the disagreement lies in the timing of it, and Georgia Power has probably a better sense of the exact timing than the data that we had available at the time we put this analysis together.
Okay, so in addition to those 7 projects on page 47, you also identify a project that has only 50% of its load under contract. And in the quarterly reports, that's half of 432 megawatts. Does that mean that in the load forecast, half of that, 216 megawatts, is treated as though it's contracted, though it hasn't signed the contract?
Could you repeat that question again?
Yeah, sorry, it's You identify a project that is for 432 megawatts, and only half of that 432 has signed a contract. But the load model, that's the forecast here, doesn't just say half, it says the whole thing is contracted.
To my understanding, the company's model treats the entire announced load of that project as under contract and applies the relevant assumptions. In our staff scenario 2, we split that up into 50% under contract, 50% under a request for service, which is what we describe in the paragraph we're pointing to.
So there's megawatts that are in the forecast that are treated as though they're contracted, but it's either not clear if they are, as with the first 7, or they're not, as with that 200 we just talked about.
I'll just say specifically, so just keep the terminology clear. I mean, a request for service can also be said to be a contract, but it is different from a contract for electric service. So we do assign a different probability in staff's assumptions and approach to the model than perhaps the company does.
What's staff's process for evaluating amendments to large load contracts?
Could you clarify amendments?
The 7 projects where the load ramp has changed?
Right. Okay.
Or the one where half of it hasn't signed yet?
Yeah. So in our staff scenario 2, we updated all of the input data to match the most up-to-date information. We would expect that the company would also update information in their model accordingly as soon as that information is available. At least under the paradigm of that scenario.
Did you include those sort of input changes that you're just talking about in scenario 1 as well?
We did not. So this is a timing sort of issue. Scenario 1 was developed a little earlier on in the process prior to receiving those DRs and just limited at those contract levels. So there might be a small difference between the process that we took there versus scenario 2.
Okay. The stipulation that was filed this morning would approve Georgia Power's forecast as is, right?
It doesn't specifically, it does accept the outcome of their forecast in terms of certifying the resources and the capacity to serve those customers. So in a sense, it does, but staff also stands by our analysis of the load realization model.
In the 2025 IRP final order, there was a requirement that Georgia Power and staff work collaboratively to refine the model. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you expect that to continue going forward, or was that just for this proceeding?
I believe that specifically has been fulfilled. I have to double check. However, staff would hope to continue the dialogue and conversation as the load realization model is refined and as more data is available to inform the LRM.
You mentioned earlier that the stipulation, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but buys time to see whether the contracts will appear next year, first half of next year. And that if they don't, there's mitigating actions that Georgia Power and the commission can take. Did I characterize that fairly?
That's right. There's action that Georgia Power can take on its own accord, and the commission has the authority to call Georgia Power in to provide a new plan if it looks like there's going to be investments that aren't needed. And so the commission has that ability to, and staff will certainly keep the commission informed of how that develops. And I believe the statute, I'm not an attorney, however, I believe that if there's a material change in the load forecast, that essentially company would be obligated to bring that to the commission's attention.
But those mitigating features on page 41 of your testimony, are these the same sort of steps that Georgia Power could take? You know, you don't renew a PPA, you cancel capital projects. Those aren't risk-free though, are they?
They're not risk-free. And in fact, a contract for electric service isn't risk-free, but we have to work with the best information we have available. And these are the primary mitigating options for the company.
We talked about this distinction a moment ago between the new contracts and the legacy contracts. And your prior recommendation for scenario one relies on the new contracts being more protective of existing customers than the legacy contracts, right? They have minimum bills designed to cover the incremental cost to serve that customer.
That's correct.
And you just mentioned it there that even these new contracts are not completely risk-free for existing customers. In your testimony on page 38, at footnote 63, you point to the termination clause in the new contracts when you're talking about this risk. You say if a large load customer terminates its contract before the end of the term, and the company is not able to recover the incremental costs of new generation from large load customers, it could still seek it from other customers. Can you describe that risk?
Certainly. So in the new large load contracts, there is an early termination option for large load customers. That has to be given with, I believe, a 2-year notice, and then also requires that customer to continue to pay the minimum bill for another 2 years, essentially. So you do have a 4-year protection period if a contract is terminated early. So that does offer some protection. However, staff recognizes that it's not complete protection and no guarantee. However, that gives the company time to bring on new large load customers to the system, not renew PPAs, all of those mitigating options. And staff would recommend that those actions be taken to help mitigate.
Sure. That differs than what the commission's April order in this year said about the termination clause, which was that the customer would be liable for minimum bill amounts for the remaining term of the contract.
Correct.
The end of that same footnote on page 38. You say that if Georgia Power was unable to recover and came to the commission to ask to recover those costs from other customers, that the commission would still have the authority to deny that request. Does that mean that other customers wouldn't have to show fraud, concealment, imprudence to have those costs excluded from the rate base?
Can you repeat that question,
Sure.
please?
Say that the commission would have the authority to deny recovery if these costs weren't able to be recovered because the termination provision, for example. But how would that be true when the effective certification is adding those costs to the rate base?
As I understand it, essentially, the commission would have the authority to review what the costs are. The commission would essentially have rate cases along the way. And in a 4-year period, if the company is not able to mitigate, the company or the commission can determine whether or not recovery of specific costs are prudent and reasonable and can essentially allocate on a number of different areas how those costs are assigned, or they can disallow costs, right? But yeah, I understand that there are statutory provisions specifically tied to certified resources that would create a higher standard for disallowance of some costs.
Right. Thank you. That's helpful. You said that you would like all of the stipulation questions, so I will give you this one, but let me know if I need to ask the next panel. How was the $8.50 amount determined?
So essentially, that was determined by looking at the expected revenue from the large load customers and then determining a differential with the expected revenue requirement. And a portion of that is the floor that would be backstopped by Georgia Power Company. So that differential, the benefit of that revenue exceeding the revenue requirement, creates essentially a benefit that can be allocated to customers. And approximately, I want to say half of that was allocated to residential customers. And then it's just a matter of doing the math.
Why half allocated to residential customers?
I think it's illustrative. I think it's also subject to check. It's a number that was determined based on the customer revenues that are from various customer classes.
The revenues, the new revenues that you're talking about, is that for only contracted large loads, or does that include other customers in the large load pipeline that have yet to sign a contract for electric service?
Yeah. My recollection is that those are the large load customers as defined in the exhibit that was filed with the stipulation.
And does the revenue requirement that went into this estimate include firm transportation costs for gas?
For the revenue requirement, my understanding is that it does.
Does it include transmission cost for load growth aside from the generation itself?
This represents the large load incremental revenues and revenue requirements, not the organic growth. If you're talking about growth from residential customers, other classes of customers.
I'm talking about the expansion of the transmission system to accommodate the new large loads.
Are you talking about the calculation of the benefit?
Is that included in the revenue requirement that was used to calculate the benefit?
So my understanding, this is the incremental benefit, right? That's my understanding.
Okay.
So it does include the incremental costs associated with serving those large load customers, right? But there's also a portion that is to serve residential, small business, other classes of customers.
I believe that was my last question. Thank you, panel. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Isabella Ariza and I represent SAYS and Sierra Club in this proceeding. Your testimony generally focuses on the long-term impacts and risks of adding nearly 10 gigawatts of resources to the Georgia power system. Is that correct?
That's right.
You say, for example, on page 47 that the company's LRM is based on speculative assumptions and creates unreasonable risk. Those are all considerations that will impact ratepayers for decades. Is that correct?
Those are impacts, and that's why staff scenario 2 recommended making adjustments to the load realization model to provide a more measured, conservative approach.
Yet the company's commitment in the stipulation to have
large load customers put downward pressure on rates is only for a very limited period of time, right?
It is, it's for the 3 years, 2029 to 2031.
And is it your understanding that the gas plants will be around until about 2075?
That sounds correct.
And is it also your understanding that ratepayers will have to pay for them throughout that period?
That is absolutely correct. And the large load customers should be allocated, and this will be an issue that we'll have to address, but the costs associated with the majority of this capacity will need to be paid for from that revenue from the new large load customers.
Did staff receive any assurance from the company that other costs won't completely offset the $8.50 amount of the monthly reduction?
No, right. So there's no guarantee that bills will go down. However, this is a expected downward pressure on rates.
In terms of the procurement of resources, isn't it true that this commission's usual practice is to approve what the company needs to serve customers and not what they'd like to have to attract customers?
Yes, I mean, that's correct. And in this case, essentially, we had competing forecasts, and Georgia Power's forecasting load that is essentially the 10 gigawatts, right? And staff had a forecast. So yeah, it's typically that's where you would have a decision by the commission to serve the need, however that's determined. And so staff's original recommendation was to use the contracts as the basis for determining what that need is.
Regarding paragraph 8 of the stipulation, which refers to load flexibility, it was my understanding that the company's statements, including their rebuttal testimony, agreed that, and I'm quoting from the company's rebuttal, agreed that the load can be reduced or served through load flexibility. Wouldn't you agree that paragraph 8 basically restates what the company is already doing? Or in your opinion, what does the stipulation get?
I do think it formalizes a process for the company and for staff to participate in that process to explore this with a specific obligation to report back to the commission, which wasn't there previously. We do know Georgia Power's talking with the large load customers. Other utilities are speaking with large load customers about this very issue. So it will be critical and important going forward.
But to confirm, the company still has not agreed to include data center flexibility assumptions in the load forecast like you requested.
That's correct.
Final couple questions. In your testimony, you say that the most reasonable approach to forecasting large loads is to limit predictions to those customers who have executed contracts. And Mr. Sherrier asked about that too. Isn't it true that if the commission were to approve all of the proposed resources, you're effectively closing the door on that reasonable approach?
I would say with the time that we have, if the contracts are not executed in the next 9 months or during 2026, I think that there's certainly an obligation on the part of Georgia Power to change course and to not continue either construction on the projects that are certified here or to not renew power purchase agreements and take all of those mitigating actions that they have available to them. So I don't know that it necessarily closes the door, and I think the settlement agreement provides time to see how this plays out. So that said, time will tell.
Did you get in your conversations with the company, did you discuss which resources or in which order would you delay them or cancel resources if it became necessary?
we weren't that prescriptive. However, I can say that during discussions, we identified certain projects that staff would suggest are the more likely candidates. So that was the same with, under our scenario one, if new contracts were approved, we had a conditional bucket of resources that would be available, and we weren't prescriptive specifically on which of those would be selected. So essentially the same process.
Okay. Should I ask questions about that process of the conditional bucket to this panel or to the next panel?
I think it's fair to ask, and we'll try to answer to the extent we can't. You may want to ask others.
Maybe I'll ask the next panel about.
Fair
Thank you.
enough. Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Georgia Power. Well,
Redirect.
redirect.
Go redirect, Mr. Chairman. If there are no further questions, I'd ask the panel be excused.
All right. Well, panel, thank you for your time. Y'all can be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna keep things moving, while this panel exits, and I'll just go ahead and let y'all go ahead and get your next panel ready.
Yeah. You're going to vote this. Yeah. I'll email it to you. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right, Mr. Pilato, you can go ahead and swear in this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call the panel Tom Newsom, Philip Hayat, and Leah Wellborn to the stand. Will you all please raise your right hand? Okay, do you swear and affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Can be seated. Mr. Newsom, can you state for the record your full name, job title, and job responsibilities for the record?
Tom Newsom, I'm Director of Utility Finance at Georgia Public Service Commission.
Mr. Newsom, on November 12th of this year, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 43 pages of testimony in question and answer format? As well
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. And with that, did you also file 6 exhibits labeled STF NHW 1 through 6?
Yes,
And if you were asked those questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those in your pre-filed testimony?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, the court reporter has been given a copy of the pre-filed testimony with the exhibits. I would ask the direct testimony be entered into the record as if it was given here today.
I think there's one correction if I can interrupt.
Sure, Mr. Wright.
I believe there were 7 exhibits.
I will make sure that the 7th exhibit is also included in the record. And also there was an errata that we filed as well.
Correct.
Or that you caused to be filed as well. I would ask that that also be entered into the record.
More.
And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, the panel would like to give a summary of their testimony.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Our testimony addresses Georgia Power's request for nearly 10,000 megawatts of capacity to serve growing capacity needs. Staff recommends Commission only approve the new resources and the amount required to serve the contracted load. Staff's direct testimony included a recommendation that approximately 3,100 megawatts of new resources should be certified to serve staff's contracts only forecast need of 2,700 megawatts based on staff's reserve margin assumption. Staff continues to recommend the commission rely on firm signed contracts for electric service as the basis for new resource approval. Though staff has also proposed a conditional approval process to allow additional resources to be certified in the event that additional contracts are signed before completion of this proceeding. Staff's recommendation and process has already been proven to be a flexible framework as the company's rebuttal testimony identified an additional 1,400 megawatts of new signed contract load, which staff recognizes should be satisfied with resources from staff's list of conditional resources. Staff's forecast need position in 2031 increases from 2,800 to approximately 4,500 megawatts to accommodate the new 1,400 megawatts of load as shown in pre-filed demonstrative exhibit PIA 1. Staff continues to recommend firm contracts be a condition of resource approval, which protects existing and new customers from the burden of cost recovery if the new customer loads do not materialize as the company expects. Staff's recommendations 1 through 9 identify resources staff recommends to be immediately approved and additional resources staff recommends to be conditionally approved. Those recommendations also propose that should new large load contracts be executed after March 16th, 2026, staff would commit to working with the company on an expedited process to certify additional resources selected from the conditional approval list. Staff makes the following recommendations. Staff recommends the commission grant an additional sum amount of $230 per kilowatt per year for PPA projects, and that it only be applied to the winter reliability capacity value of the PPAs, adjusted by the resources ELCC rating and or the resources available capacity constrained by transmission limits. Staff recommends the commission limit the recovery of capital costs, including AFUDC and ad valorem to the estimates provided by the company in this proceeding. Staff recommends the commission reject the company's portfolio-based contingency proposal. Staff recommends the company be required to comply with additional reporting and construction monitoring requirements. And staff recommends the commission reject the company's request to automatically place any pre-construction costs incurred that are not useful or transferable to other potential projects in a regulatory asset. Staff recommendation provide protection for Georgia Power's existing and growing customer base while allowing for flexibility of resource procurement while new load economic development efforts are underway. This concludes our summary.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the panel is available for questions from the commission.
All right. Commissioners?
Mr. Newsom,
Yes, sir.
you were here this morning.
I was upstairs. I didn't get the full blast.
Okay, Mr. Hyatt, you were here this morning, right?
I was with Mr. Newsom. We were here partially.
Okay, the point that I was trying to make that the clarification that staff has recommended in this in regards to the megawatts requested. Right. Cleared up a great percentage of the assumptions that were made by public witnesses this morning.
That's fair.
So you heard a lot of that, even.
I heard a little bit of it.
All right. Well, I heard a lot of it. And from what you just reported in your summation, certainly cleared up a lot of the misrepresentation or the assumptions that were being made out of Georgia Power's earlier request.
Yeah, I think Mr. Truckee covered a lot of that too.
I just want to thank you on the record, Mr. Newsom, for working with commissioners. It's appreciated. Appreciate the amount of time that you spend with us. You walk through these complex financial models with us. It's good. It's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your bluntness.
That too.
Well,
There's
I had to learn to appreciate it, but
yeah, that's what I figured.
any other questions? All right. Move on. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. You have any questions?
I do not have any questions.
GAM? Georgia Interfaith Power and Light South Base. I apologize for leaving South Base off earlier because they were not on my sheet.
Oh, appreciate this
I
time.
should have
Thank you,
known that.
Mr. Chairman. Afternoon, panel.
Afternoon.
On page 44 of your testimony, you say that high load factor customers could increase fuel costs for all customers. Is it your understanding that that risk of increases is covered by the new large load contracts?
No, because what the stipulation does is cover base costs are covered under base rates, which is which is capital and O&M.
In your testimony, you ranked the resources based on cost effectiveness, whether the Aurora model selected them.
Can you give us a page number?
I don't know that you'll need it, because my question is, when you were evaluating the cost effectiveness of capacity resources, did you evaluate demand side options as well?
No, the economic evaluation performed in Aurora was strictly evaluating the proposed resources between the RFP identified resources and then the supplemental resources.
And so it didn't look at resources that were approved in the 2025 IRP specifically?
It incorporated a lot of the assumptions from the 2025 IRP, including the uprates on some of the existing units. I believe there was an approved DSM program that was not in the modeling, but we did hold it constant across all of the cases. And so that economic trade-off was not a factor, I guess, in ranking these relative to each other.
Okay.
But just to add, but when you say, did you evaluate, the evaluation was based on the RFP resources essentially that could serve the load.
Okay. Thanks.
As well as supplemental research.
I'd like to ask you about your first footnote is on page 3. Where you say the revenue requirement collected from ratepayers on the company's $20 billion capital investment would be approximately $50 to $60 billion over the operating life of the assets. The 20 billion is if all the resources get approved?
Right, footnote 1. Yeah, that's an order of magnitude rounded type number. But that's correct.
What does that mean? What is the order of magnitude rounded?
It's a rounded number, so you wouldn't, expect to see 20.000 number.
Right.
But give or take, that's the magnitude of the requests.
And can you help me understand how to get from 20 to 50 to 60?
Yeah, the 50, 60 is just a range. We're trying to not make a point estimate, but you know what the cost of capital is, what the actual cost is going to be. But basically, they put $1 in the ground. The revenue requirement over the life of the asset is somewhere between $2.50 and $3.
Okay. The sentence at the beginning of that footnote just talks about transmission costs aren't known. Why aren't transmission costs known?
So I think this footnote was intended to reflect the composition of the new large load customers, where they're going to site, how big they were going to be, and if there's going to be transmission associated with those customers. That's not really factored into this generation side analysis. The generation related transmission costs were factored into the RFP. So this is just to make that point that there's also additional transmission investment going on.
And those estimates in that footnote, do they include firm transportation for fuel?
That's, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
In terms of the revenue requirement, the 50 to 60 billion.
Right.
I don't believe it does. That's just a capital number.
But that would go into the revenue requirement.
Yes,
Okay,
when
but
it's all said and done, firm transportation is a cost.
Is that a known number?
Yeah, so there is an estimate for firm transportation that was provided for the bids. And so there, it is a known number. I don't think we have it for 45 years, but the near-term costs have been estimated by the company.
How is the 50 to $60 billion number? Maybe that's not the right starting point. How is that number related to the $20 a month impact that you estimate on page 5?
Yeah, I might actually direct you to the exhibit. It's the last page of the exhibit 7. You know, that $20 impact number is really intended to capture the fixed revenue requirements, the about $3.4 billion, and what that cost recovery on an order of magnitude basis would look like if the revenues do not materialize. So if the loads do not sign as the company expects. And that would include firm transportation.
If all of them don't come or if
The calculation was just on the cost side. There's various levels of risks on that revenue, though I understand that stipulation has tried to firm up some of that risk.
Sorry, could you help me a little more on how to get from the revenue requirements to the residential bill?
Sure. You said it was page 7 that has the.
Page 5 has it, yeah.
Right. So the two numbers that derive that $20 are the 3.4 billion in revenue requirement. And so that includes all of the capital costs from transportation costs. And then the denominator, the expected energy requirements, gets you to an average retail rate impact.
Hey, this on page 5 is just for a short period of time. Stuff on page, where were we at on that?
Footnote 1.
Yeah, on page 3, footnote 1, that's over this life cycle of the assets, whatever it is, 20, 40, 50 years. So that's why the numbers, they're not related. They're
Okay.
two completely different time periods.
So you start from the revenue requirement for that year and then you divide it by usage?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your understanding of how the $8.50 number was reached, but you add revenues? I know that I didn't say that right. Can you help me with that though? Like, is it the same methodology?
Probably in general, but they did some shortcut rule of thumbs to come up with that 850 is my understanding. So I don't know if it's completely applicable the way we did it.
What kind of shortcuts and rules of thumb?
These rules of thumb, they went through it. I'm not completely clear on it, but what they suggested seemed reasonable.
Is your understanding that the revenue requirement for that 850 number includes transmission to accommodate the new loads?
It includes what Mr. Tropy explained it.
You don't have additional information?
No,
on top of what he said?
Mr. Tropy on that.
Okay, well, that's all. Those are my questions to y'all. Appreciate it.
Southern Association for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. My name is
Good
Isabella Ruiz and I represent Sierra Club and SACE in this proceeding.
Good afternoon.
One of your concerns in your testimony is that Georgia Power might build more resources than it needs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on page 19, lines 9 through 11, you explain that the risk with that is that existing ratepayers might have to pay for underutilized or stranded assets. Is that the language that you used?
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
In your opinion, which risk has greater impact on Georgia Power's existing customers and their bills? The risk of fewer data centers coming to the state, or the risk of potentially underutilized or stranded assets?
Repeat the question.
Which risk, in your opinion, has a greater impact on Georgia Power customers and their bills? The risk of fewer data centers coming to the state and maybe a lower economic development, or the risk of potentially underutilized and stranded assets?
I don't think we can comment. I don't think this panel feels comfortable commenting about whether data centers are beneficial to other customers and stuff. But we did recognize if you got stranded assets, that could be a burden on a not existing customers.
Okay. I have some questions about what resources you're recommending that the commission approve. First, just to confirm, the risk of having stranded assets is not completely absent from staff scenario 1. Is that correct?
No,
Step scenario 1 being contracts only.
Yes.
I wouldn't say it's absent, but it's minimized if you have contracts in hand.
And for staff scenario 2, you recommended that the commission certify the base amount of 3,100 megawatts and draw the remaining 4,000 megawatts from table 4, which staff identified for conditional approval. Is that an adequate summary?
Well, yeah, that's fair. But it was contingent for them to pull assets out of that conditional bucket. They had to have a contract.
Okay. So the resources in table 4 were more like a backup pool. Is that a fair depiction?
Yes.
And part of the reason you recommended a backup pool is because you wanted the company to be able to keep certain flexibility and adapt as more or less data centers signed contracts. Is that fair?
Correct.
And you indicate that the resources from the backup pool that Georgia Power should prioritize are the 2 Wansley CCs, a Hammond battery storage project, and a Yates battery storage project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the Bowen CCs are also in the conditional bucket.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the gas plants Georgia Power is seeking to certify have the longest lifetimes with 45 years and therefore would have to be paid by customers for the longest?
That's correct.
That's true, but they also provide service for logs too. So
isn't it also true that the risks that there are risks attached to the firm transportation for the gas plants that you just talked about with Mr. Sherry and that you recognize in your testimony?
Repeat the question.
Is it true that there's risks attached to the firm transportation of gas?
What kind of risk are you referring to?
The ones that you describe on page 39, lines 10 through 13.
Yes, there's infrastructure required for the firm transportation, pipeline capacity and gas laterals, which are all additional costs.
Is it your understanding that firm transportation contracts generally require ratepayers to pay the full cost to reserve pipeline capacity, regardless of how much gas they use?
But that's a commercial negotiation between the utility and the provider. So, I mean, they can structure it any way they want to.
Are those costs automatically passed through to customers in the fuel cost rider?
Well, I mean, we get to look at them. I mean, we have fuel proceeding. We look at all the costs. We can say they get it. They should get recovery. Or if we don't think so, we say disallowance. So,
I mean, I just meant that's where they show up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that as part of this this year's rate case settlement proceedings, the commission did not freeze fuel costs, correct?
Yeah, it was didn't have anything to do with fuel. I mean, they're separate proceedings, but no, you're correct.
Looking at table 4 of your testimony, isn't it true that the CCs have the highest costs?
Yeah, when you're talking about capital costs, sure. But they put out a lot of energy too. Efficiently.
Sure. But looking at lifespan only and total costs, wouldn't it be accurate to say that these resources are 1, the most expensive, and 2, online for longer?
Yes, but again, they've got a longer lifespan. They put out more energy.
Is it true that they only provide more value if you need all of the megawatts at once?
No, I mean, these CCs will be one of the first things turned on after your nuke plants.
What I mean is that in this point in time, where you recognize that you need to be flexible as you need to add more or less capacity from a pool of resources, isn't it true that if you lock in gas plants, you're stuck with a larger number of megawatts that you might eventually need?
That's true, but what's also contention what Mr. Truckee was talking about, they don't get some more contracts in. We're going to take a look at all of this.
Ms. Ariza, I'd like to bring up too, that you represent the Sierra Club and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, which is a lobbyist special interest group that pushes solar and wind. So gas plants have to exist in large part because of the two technologies that the company you represent pushes, solar and wind, because solar only works when the sun is shining, but there's 24 hours a day and there's night. Wind only works when the wind is blowing. We don't have the topography for wind in Georgia. So there's a physics and science portion to this that's very important that I hope that the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy recognizes. Gas peaking plants exist in large part because of your industry that you push here at the commission and at the legislature.
Madam Chair, I will not respond and will just let our witness, Lucy Mittz, take the stand. Maybe you can ask her any questions.
Well, I'm just responding to your question because, you're trying to get these witnesses to say something that isn't indicative of the real facts.
I'll switch my line of questions. But last one on the CCs. Mr. Newsom. Wouldn't you agree that the less risky approach, if you need less megawatts at once, is to move the 3 CCs to the reject category?
I don't think you go to reject category. I think there may be a situation where they add more capacity. These guys run the models and say, we got to have energy. And in that case, you would say, hey, we need to select this next. In fact, I think that's what we did. We gave the contracts only case, the 3100, but then when we went to the next case, it was CCs and a battery.
Yeah.
And because you need energy and they're looking at the whole system, trying to minimize total cost. And they did that. We pulled those 2 assets.
I might add, our original recommendation 6 acknowledged that some of these resources in that conditional approval bucket are high capital costs, but they provide capacity and energy. So if you bring on a lot of load that's going to require lots of energy, there's an economic optimization problem, which is part of the reason we use Aurora to sort of see where that energy need and that capacity need overlap.
Well, let me ask you about the Macintosh CC in particular. Now, that one is in the reject category.
That's correct.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Sierra Club's and SACE's witness, Lucy Mitz's testimony? Did you review that?
I've scanned it real light, so you may need to point out.
Okay, are you then familiar with the company's rebuttal testimony where they take issue with the fact that Ms. Mittz stated that the Macintosh CC is the most expensive gas plant she has seen in the United States?
We can't comment on a witness's testimony. And that's her testimony. That's her testimony.
Okay. Do you find it reasonable to compare what Georgia Power is paying for a resource with what other utilities are paying for a resource?
To some extent, but the conditions you know, the type of turbine and where it's located, labor cost and all that stuff can make why you may have differences in the total cost.
But also, first of all, it is in the rejected category. That's number one. Number two, this is an RFP. So the costs were bid in, and these are the resources that, you know, in the order in which the company essentially, or not in the order they selected. This is the order in which we found to be economic, and that's why we found it not selected, but it was selected by the company through its evaluation process based on the load that it identified. So you don't really have the option of going and looking at another resource, another cost, because it wasn't part of the RFP.
Correct. I'm just asking whether your analysis showed that Macintosh was a cost-effective resource. And I think
Well,
since it
that's
showed
what-
up only 11% in 11% of the runs.
I think we handled it by saying, if they get enough load and they got to have capacity, well, then you would go there, but it's way down our list of whether you select it or not. But if they got load, they got to have capacity. So, I mean, we recognize the economics is not as good as the other one. So that's why you would pull it towards the bottom, be one of the last ones you pull.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, I'm Bland Hallman, Southern Renewable Energy Association. Just a few questions. On page 31 of your testimony, this is back to your categories of facilities, where you got 3 categories based on a variety of factors, including cost and system value, correct? Right. And the 3 categories are certify, at the time you filed the testimony, certify, conditionally certify, and reject certification, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony put the Wadley company-owned storage project in the reject category at that time, correct?
Yes.
Now, the Wadley project was not selected through the RFP, correct? It was part of the supplemental procurement. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's listed over in the left column as supplemental.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the testimony submitted in this case on behalf of the Southern Renewable Energy Association by witness Miriam McMickens?
It's probably the same answer we gave already.
Okay. Well, would it surprise you to learn that she outlined in her testimony that has been filed in this case, and you can review if you like, some challenges that were identified in the competitive solicitation process here involving things like bid security, performance security, and change of law provisions that she said inhibited participation by IPPs in the RFP?
I mean, that's her testimony. We're not going to dispute it, but I mean, we're past the, it sounds like you have a bone to pick on the RFP process. We're not,
Okay.
That's not part of
Understood.
our, it's not our scope.
Moving on. She recommended also that the Wadley project not be certified. Are you aware of that?
I believe that's part of her testimony.
And she recommended that the 260 megawatts of that capacity be put into a forthcoming competitive solicitation. Since it wasn't competitively solicited this time, it could be put into the next solicitation.
That's her testimony, not ours, but I think that's what she said.
Would you object to that? To that being put into that capacity being put into that solicitation, given your position on the Wadley project in the rejection column in your testimony?
I mean, if it doesn't get pulled, and if it doesn't get pulled to serve load in the next, I guess, next year, yeah, but there's another RFP coming up for 32, 33, so put it in there. But it may get pulled. They may need it to serve load. They may need that capacity to serve load.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Newsom, you summarized your pre-filed testimony
at the beginning of your testimony, which of course was filed before the stipulation was reached, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you were asked questions about it, which of course y'all are under oath and you need to answer questions about your testimony. But for the avoidance of doubt, staff's recommendation in this case is to adopt the stipulation. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
All right. No redirect.
No, Mr. Chairman, no redirect was asked that, exhibit C under the evidence and.
All right, so Mark. And panel, appreciate your time.
Thank
And,
you.
Y'all can be excused. Do y'all want to take a quick break before the next panel? Yeah, good idea. We'll take a 10-minute break, see everybody back at 2:45.
Somebody's got to.
All right, thanks. Good break. Let's get started again. We've got another panel here to swear in. So Georgia Public Service Commission, if you'll move forward.
At this time, staff would like to call the panel of Harold Judd, Marcus Jackson, and Nicholas Wintermantle to the stand. Gentlemen, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Judd. Oh, you guys can be seated. Thank you. And Mr. Judd, can you state your name, job title, and job responsibilities for the record, please?
Yes, pardon me. My name is Harold Judd. I am founder and president of the Axion Group. We serve as the independent evaluator for the Georgia Commission and specifically on this RFP.
And Mr. Judd, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-file testimony in question and answer format?
Yes, sir.
And if you were asked those questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you also prepared or caused to be prepared an IE report dated November 12th, 2025 that has been filed, and it's public disclosure version in these dockets, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the panel would like to give a summary of the testimony.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated, my name is Harold Judd. I'm with the Axion Group. We serve as the independent evaluator for the Georgia Commission and have since 2002. In that context, we worked with the staff and Georgia Commission, Georgia Power Company in the conduct of this RFP from all aspects, from the preparation of the documents, comment period, through the approval of those documents at this commission, as well as we received all bids and worked with the company and the staff in reviewing all bids and making the final selection.
Mr. Judd, Mr. Chairman, the panel is now available for questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pilato. Any questions, commissioners? All right, hearing none, we'll move forward with Georgia Association of Manufacturers. No questions. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Face. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Georgia Power, any questions? Any redirect? I guess not. There's no
redirects. Okay, in that case. Oh, yes, the IE report and the pre-file testimony, we would ask that that be entered into the record. A copy will be provided to the court reporter. And unless there's any further questions from the panel or from the commission, we would ask that the panel be excused.
All right. And before I do so, I just want to thank the panel, even though you didn't get drilled too hard today here. We know y'all have done a lot of work on this case, Mr. Judd. Appreciate everything you've done for many years serving our state and this commission.
Well, you're most welcome.
Even from up in the Northeast.
Well, it was 0 when I left home yesterday, so I appreciate you having me here.
Good. Yeah, and
You're not retiring, are you?
Ma'am?
Mr. Judd, you're not retiring, are you?
no, I didn't
Oh,
mean that.
oh,
I
okay.
didn't mean it
All
that
right, we
way.
kind of, I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
I
Okay.
didn't mean it that way.
We live in New Hampshire.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry
you're-
about
So
that.
you're paying a lot more for power too, than aren't
Do we ever?
you?
Thank
Thank y'all. Y'all can be excused.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As they finish up and move out, we'll call the next panel of Sierra Club and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Thank you, Chairman Shaw. At this time, Sierra Club and SACE call our witness Lucy Mittz to the stand. With your permission, can I swear her in?
Yeah, please do.
Ms. Mittz, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Will you please take a seat. Thank you. Will you please state your name and title for the record?
My name is Lucy Mittz, and I'm a senior associate at Synapse Energy Economics.
On November 12 of this year, did you file or cause to be filed 55 pages of public disclosure and trade secret testimony in question and answer format along with 31 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Did you also file or cause to be filed an errata on November 14?
Yes, I did.
Other than that errata, do you have any other corrections you need to make to either your pre-filed testimony or your exhibits?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you the same questions here on the oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, I ask that the testimony and exhibits of Lucy Metz be marked as SACE and Sierra Club exhibits 1 through 31 and copied into the record as if given orally here.
Certainly, so marked.
Thank you. And with your permission, I would ask the expert to give a brief summary of her testimony.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My direct testimony in this case focuses on whether Georgia Power has demonstrated that it needs the full 10 gigawatts of resource additions for which it is currently seeking approval. I conclude that it has not. Most importantly, I recommend that the Commission allow Georgia Power to procure resources only for large load customers that have signed contracts for electric service. This will reduce the size of the company's capacity need in 2031 and allow it to remove the most expensive and risky resources from its portfolio of requests in this docket. I also recommend that Georgia Power focus its near-term procurement on battery storage, which offers a variety of advantages over combined cycle units in terms of size, lifetime, and modularity. In my testimony, I first demonstrate the extent to which large load customers are driving Georgia Power's capacity need. I next explain the risks of procuring capacity for prospective large load customers before these customers have executed contracts for electric service. Given the magnitude and pace of demand growth from prospective large load customers, Georgia Power needs to distinguish between the level of customer commitment in the load forecast that it uses for long-term resource planning and the one it uses for short-term resource procurement. In this docket, Georgia Power is requesting to procure resources for the full amount of load in its resource planning forecast, even though only a fraction of that demand is backed by customers with signed contracts for service. This approach puts existing Georgia ratepayers at risk because data center load has been materializing more slowly than the company initially projected. If this trend continues in the future, existing ratepayers will be left paying for unneeded generating resources. I recommend that Georgia Power adjust its approach to procure resources only up to the amount needed to serve large load customers with signed contracts for service. Commission approval of any resources above this amount should be contingent on the company obtaining signed contracts from a corresponding amount of large load customers. Next, I discuss the cost effectiveness of the proposed gas combined cycle units relative to alternatives. The capital costs of combined cycle units have more than doubled since Georgia Power completed its 2025 IRP. Building the proposed combined cycle units now will lock Georgia ratepayers into the current high costs for these resources for decades to come. It will also lock in substantial fixed costs for firm gas supply, which Georgia will pay each year over the 45-year lifetime of the units. I discuss how reducing the quantity of resource procurements to match signed customer contracts would allow Georgia Power to remove the most expensive and risky resources from its proposed portfolio, including McIntosh Unit 12, which has particularly high capital costs and fixed fuel costs. I also recommend that Georgia Power reassess whether it needs the full amount of capacity from the Bowen and Wansley combined cycle units to serve contracted customers, and whether combustion turbines or additional battery storage paired with solar could provide equivalent capacity and energy at lower cost and risk under current market conditions. Overall, I recommend that Georgia Power focus its near-term procurement on battery storage. Because of battery resources size, lifetime, and modularity, batteries provide much needed flexibility for Georgia Power to respond to the uncertain pace and magnitude of data center load growth. A combined cycle unit that comes online in 2030 will lock in capital and fuel costs through 2075, 2 to 3 times longer than the maximum length of a data center contract. In contrast, the 20-year lifetime of battery storage resources aligns more closely with typical data center contract length, making battery storage resources lower risk. Battery storage is also more modular and offers shorter construction timelines than combined cycle units. I next describe additional measures that Georgia Power could take to minimize price increases associated with large load additions, including pursuing customer demand flexibility, distributed energy resources, and behind-the-meter generation. Georgia Power should look for ways to lock in customer commitments to load flexibility before new data center facilities interconnect, and it should incorporate the impact of these strategies into its resource planning and procurement processes. Finally, I discuss measures that Georgia Power should take to protect its existing ratepayers from cost shifting associated with prospective large load customers. The revisions to the company's rules and regulations for electric service are an important first step, but they are not sufficient to fully protect existing ratepayers from the risks of large load growth. Under the revised rules, Georgia Power has articulated its intention to ensure that large load customers pay their full incremental cost of service. But identifying the true incremental cost is not a straightforward or easy exercise. Additional action is needed in 2 main areas. First, there is a need for greater transparency about the ratepayer protections included in the company's large load contracts. Second, there is a need for more complete information about the incremental cost of serving data center customers and whether tariffs are set such that these customers are paying for their full incremental cost of service. Without this information, it is impossible to know whether existing tariffs and contract terms are sufficient or if additional safeguards are needed. The magnitude of resource additions contemplated in this application means that it is critical to make sure that these risks are fully addressed before Georgia Power moves ahead with construction of its proposed resources. Thank you.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination and question from the
All right,
commissioners.
thank you. Public Service Commission?
Ms. Mittz,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioners.
could you go over your biography again for me, please?
Sure. So I'm a senior associate at Synapse Energy Economics. I joined the company in 2022, and since then I've worked on analysis, comments, and testimony in integrated resource planning dockets, CPCNs, and other utility planning dockets across the country. I also recently submitted testimony in Kansas, North Carolina, as well as in Georgia in the 2023 IRP update.
Thank you. Did you have any update on your response here or your address with the information that was given by the Georgia Public Service Commission first panel?
No, my recommendation remains the same.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right, Georgia Public Service Commission. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Face. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club. Well, no, I'm sorry, that'd be Ricky. I apologize, Mr. Reese. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Georgia Power.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mittz. Allison Pryor for Georgia Power Company. On page 9, lines 24 through 26 of your testimony, you state that Georgia Power's decision to bid only combined cycles and no combustion turbines into the RFP was not based on a robust analysis under current market conditions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the difference between the evaluation team and the company-owned proposal team in Georgia Power RFPs?
I am, and I would clarify that my recommendation that Georgia Power consider a portfolio of either additional battery storage or combustion turbines is more applicable to the portion of demand that is not currently backed by contracts and for which Georgia Power therefore doesn't need to pursue resource procurement now. And so when it goes in the future, when it does have additional signed contracts and goes to procure more load, it should consider current resource prices.
So your testimony was not a reflection on the conduct of the 2029 to 2031 all source RFP, the resources for which are being requested in this case.
My statement that you highlighted about Georgia Power's decision to bid only combined cycle units, that does apply to that RFP.
Okay.
But I recognize that it's too late now to change what Georgia Power bid into the RFP that has already happened.
Okay. But you are aware that there is an evaluation team and a company on proposal team in the Georgia Power RFPs, correct? Okay, and you're aware that the COP team, company on proposal team, develops and submits the bids into the RFP just like any other third-party participant.
Yes, I am aware of that.
And are you aware that the evaluation team, in contrast, evaluates the resources submitted and makes resource selection recommendations?
I am aware.
And are you aware that the evaluation team has no influence on or responsibility for what resources the COP team submits into the RFP?
That's correct. And my comment applies to the COPS team decision not to bid in combustion turbine resources.
Okay. But you'd also agree that the evaluation team can only evaluate, compare, and select those resources actually submitted into the RFP.
Yes.
On page 35, line 3, you note that CCs run at high capacity factors, correct?
Not quite. What I'm saying here is that combined cycle units are designed to run at high capacity factors because they have high upfront capital costs. And what you get in exchange for those high upfront costs is a higher operating efficiency. So you would make the decision to build a CC if you thought that the unit was going to run at a high capacity factor.
Okay. But in serving high load factor customers, it would be beneficial to have additional high capacity factor units on the system as well, correct?
Again, not necessarily, because there are resources that provide lower cost energy than combined cycle units, such as solar and other renewables. Now, those resources need to be paired with firm capacity resources, such as battery storage or such as a combustion turbine, which is designed to operate at a lower capacity factor as a peaking resource and also has lower capital costs as a result.
But there were no, other than through a PPA, there were no combustion turbines submitted for consideration in this RFP, correct?
That's correct.
And the company so you recommend, and I believe you mentioned this in your summation, that the company should focus on best resources for near-term procurement, correct?
Yes, I do.
So you acknowledge and support the 4,000 megawatts of BESS and BESS plus solar resources that the company has requested for certification in this case.
I do support those resources. However, even for the resources such as the battery storage that pose much lower long-term risk to ratepayers because they're better aligned to data center growth, I would still want to see protections put in place to make sure that if those resources are being constructed to serve large load customers, as we see that they are, that those large load customers are paying the full incremental cost for the resources.
But just to clarify, you are supportive of the 40% of the resources in this case that are BESS or BESS plus solar?
Yes, I am.
And you would agree that while beneficial, a BESS resource does not itself produce power, correct?
Correct. BESS resources are best paired with generating resources such as solar that they can charge from.
And you're aware that BESS resources are net consumers of energy when placed on the grid?
That's correct.
Final line of questions on page 44, lines 19 through 20. You note, beginning, let's see, that load growth can work to lower rates because fixed costs are spread across a larger number of customers, correct?
It's important to note, my testimony does say that with some very important context, which is that is what we have seen historically with much more incremental patterns of load growth. And the danger right now in Georgia is that because data center load is happening so rapidly and it's such a high magnitude, that Georgia Power is having to procure much more expensive resources to serve that load than the resources that are currently on the grid. And under that paradigm, there's a very real risk that the data center load will instead drive up rates for existing ratepayers unless we have these safeguards put in place to ensure that the customers are paying their full incremental costs.
But in support of that statement that you included in your testimony, you cite a Brattle Group study that found that states that experienced load growth over the past 5 years also saw downward pressure in rates, correct?
That's correct. And again, that study is looking at historical data of load growth that looked much different than the load growth that we're seeing in Georgia Power's projections for the next 5 years.
But you would agree there still has been substantial load growth over the last 5 years.
There has been load growth, but not nearly of the magnitude of data centers going forward. The past 5 years encompass just the very beginning of that data center growth that we're seeing now.
Which would lend itself to the upward opportunity of if there is additional load growth that only offers the additional opportunity for downward pressure on rates, correct?
No, that's not correct. As I just explained, the problem is that because the load growth is projected to happen so quickly, there aren't enough low-cost generating resources available to add to the grid as there have been in the past. And so that forces Georgia Power to begin procuring resources that are much more expensive, such as McIntosh and the other combined cycle units in the proposal, whose capital costs are much higher than the resources currently on the grid, and that can drive up rates for everyone.
I was going to skip this line of questions, but I have to go back now. In table 5 on page 33, you provide a comparison of the overnight capital costs of proposed company-owned CC and best resources to that in the IRP. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And these values were taken from the company's certification application, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that the costs in the certification application are reported in dollars according to the year the resource is supposed to be placed in service rather than $25 as you've noted?
I did see that in the company's rebuttal. And I'd again like to clarify that even if you consider the capital costs, for example, for McIntosh, which I know the company addressed in rebuttal, to be in $20-30, I can't exactly duplicate the calculation that Georgia Power did because they did not specify in rebuttal what foregoing inflation rate they assumed. But if you assume that inflation over the next 5 years will be somewhere between 2 and 2.5%, and that those capital costs are in $20-30, McIntosh still falls at the very upper range or above the benchmark costs that I provide in my testimony.
That's just for the McIntosh CC. Would you agree though that if you converted the cost into the correct dollars for 2030, when those units, by then all of those units would be in service, that all 5 of the CCs would actually fall within the reasonable range you've identified in your testimony?
The units are either at the very upper range or above of those benchmarks. And again, the point of these benchmarks from other utilities is not to say that Georgia Power did a poor job procuring CCs. It's to point out how elevated CC costs are across the board for all utilities. Every CPC on docket that we see, it seems CC costs are higher than the last one we looked at, and they've more than doubled even just in the time since Georgia Power completed its 2025 IRP. So the danger here is that by procuring CCs now, Georgia Power is locking its ratepayers into the current elevated cost of these resources. Whereas if it waited until it had contracted load for the full amount, it might be able to obtain lower cost resources and avoid that risk for ratepayers.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you. I would ask that the witness be excused and her testimony exhibits enter into the record.
Yes, so marked. And Ms. Mittz, thank you so much. You can be excused.
Thank you.
We're going to keep things going. And I'll ask Southern Renewable Energy Association to go ahead and call up your panel, and you can go ahead and swear them in.
Excuse me. Ms. McMickens, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you please state your full name, your work address, and your title, please?
My name is Miriam McCune, and I am the CEO of EQ Research. It's located at 1155 Kildare Farm Road, Suite 203, Cary, North Carolina, 27511.
Ms. McCune, on November 12th of this year, did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony consisting of 36 pages in question and answer format in dockets 56298 and 56310?
Yes, I did.
Was that testimony prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes, it was.
Are there any corrections you'd like to make today to your pre-filed testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony of Ms. McCune, and I now ask that the testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
So marked.
Chairman Shaw, with your permission, I would now ask Ms. McCune to provide a summary of her testimony.
Sure, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman Shaw, and members of the public and stakeholders. It's a pleasure to appear before you today. My testimony addresses factors that led to extremely low participation by PPA sellers of renewable energy and energy storage in the company's all-source RFP, and recommends improvements to increase third-party participation and competition going forward. Of the capacity selected in the RFP, 85% consists of company-owned projects. In the supplemental process, by contrast, 71% of winter capacity selected for battery energy storage solar retrofits was from third-party power purchase agreements, indicating that the problem was not a lack of third-party battery storage and renewable energy projects, but the RFP process itself. My testimony addresses three central issues that inhibited full participation by third-party renewable energy and storage developers. The first issue is bid security. Bid security is the financial collateral bidders must post within 15 business days of advancing to the conforming list in this RFP, and which amount is held by the company until a PPA is signed. RFP bid security was equal to 2% of the total expected PPA revenue or purchase price. For a 100 megawatt standalone storage project, the amount was about $4.8 million, or about $48 per kilowatt. For comparison, Duke Energy requires only $20 to $28 per kilowatt, and several utilities require none. The RFP also required bid security to be held for up to 8 months, twice the duration typical of other utilities that complete procurement cycles in 6 months or less. Extended timelines increase carrying costs and uncertainty, further discouraging participation. Developers I interviewed called the all-source RFP bid security requirements excessive and a deterrent to smaller and newer developers. The second issue I address is performance security. The collateral that must be posted at the time the contract is awarded and held during the life of the PPA to guarantee project operation and delivery. The performance security escalated over time for energy storage, whereas it declined over time for thermal resources. And it was dramatically higher, as much as 48 times higher, typically 3 times in the early years. The third issue I address is change of law. Change of law clauses in a contract determine how cost increases are handled when changes of law impact the significantly impact the project's capital costs. Under the RFP, build transfer agreement sellers who develop utility-owned projects are allowed to recover excess change in law capital expenditures, including changes to tax or tariff rates during the development phase. In contrast, PPA sellers can only recover cost increases from tax or tariff law changes if they force a design or equipment change. Georgia Power would incur the same costs on a similarly situated facility, and Georgia Power agrees to approve the adjustment. PPA developers viewed this standard as unclear and unpredictable allocation of risk that required either inflating of bid prices to hedge against regulatory uncertainty, making them less competitive, or declining to bid altogether, a result we do believe occurred in this all-source RFP. Taken together, these three factors, bid security, performance security, and change of law provisions, combined with other issues identified in my testimony to undermine third-party participation in the all-source RFP and reduce competition. I conclude by recommending several best practices for RFPs, standardizing collateral requirements across technologies, modernizing the change of law provisions to fairly allocate risk, increasing transparency around interconnection and upgrade costs, and limiting utility-owned capacity selected in the RFP to result in no more than 70% utility ownership of the capacity portfolio overall. I also recommend that the Wadley Battery Energy Storage System project, which was selected as a supplemental resource, not be certified. That 260 megawatts of capacity should instead be added to the forthcoming energy storage system RFP expected in January, so that market competition ensures the most affordable project for Georgia Power's ratepayers. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ms. McCune is available for questions from the commission and parties.
Commissioners? Questions? Okay. Public Service Commission? Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Base. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club. Georgia Power.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCune.
Good
Allison
afternoon.
Pryor on behalf of Georgia Power Company.
Nice to meet you.
On page 6, and again, well, you mentioned it in your summation, but on page 6 of your testimony, lines 8 through 9, you note that the all-source RFP had low-level participation from renewable and ESS only sellers, correct?
Yes, particularly PPA projects.
Okay. And are you aware that the company received proposals totaling almost 15 gigawatts in this RFP?
Yes, I am.
And that almost 6,600 megawatts were from third-party bids?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you aware that Georgia Power did not reject or exclude any third-party bids in this RFP?
Yes, I am. May I add some information, some context?
Sure.
So this is confidential, but I just refer everyone to a confidential appendix that that shows that some of those bidders, by the time bid security was due, may not have wanted to participate. And I will not say more because it is confidential, but I do refer to slide 5 of STF-PIA-1-3 attachment K. Again, that's slide 5 of STF-PIA-1-3 attachment K.
But to get to that point, to even be posting bid security, those market participants who submitted a bid did have to pay a bid fee to submit their bid originally, correct?
Yes, they did pay the bid fee.
Okay. And because Georgia Power didn't reject or exclude any bidders voluntarily, the PPA bidders to whom you're referring, voluntarily withdrew their projects prior to submitting bid security, correct?
Yes, and I refer to that same piece of evidence for the reasons why. There are 3 reasons why on that slide. And some of it talks about what I spoke about in my testimony.
But there, regardless of what the reasons were identified in the confidential slide you're referring to, there could have been a host of reasons. Third-party bidders withdrew their bids, including tariffs, uncertainty with tax credits, and activity in other markets, correct?
Correct, which is, the tariff, the treatment of tariff changes is quite different for utility-owned contracts, the BTA contracts and the PPAs. So that's something that could be looked at if that is something that was a reason for withdrawal.
On page 7, lines 7 through 11, you claim that utility ownership resulting from the all-source RFP exceeds the 70% ownership threshold discussed in the 2001 IRP final order. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you review the 2001 IRP final order in its entirety?
I did not review the entire order, but I did review most of it. Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of it with you?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'm going to ask for this, or may I approach Chairman Shaw? I'm going to ask for assistance from Mr. Hewittson. And what I am handing you is a copy of the 2001 IRP final order. Because it is a note, part of the, available publicly, I would just ask that the commission take judicial notice of that. If you could please turn to page 21. The bottom of the page, there are 2 ordering paragraphs that have been highlighted. Do you see those? Page 21.
Yes. I see them.
Okay. And there, that first highlighted paragraph states that ordered further, that consistent with the order issued July 5th, 2001, the commission will limit the amount of supply side capacity provided through purchase power contracts to 30% of total supply side resources. When the limit is reached, the utility will meet its next capacity need through a traditional self-build project to be placed in rate base. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on this language, the commission wanted to limit PPAs to 30%, not limit company ownership to 70, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the following ordering paragraph, I believe, which spans 2 pages, states ordered further that Georgia Power and Savannah Electric consider all resource options available, including a traditional self-build rate-based generating facility when evaluating projects to meet future capacity needs. Any purchase power agreement considered for certification must be shown to be lower cost than the cost of a self-build option. Consistent with the order on July 5th, 2001, in all future RFPs, Georgia Power and Savannah Electric shall submit self-build proposals that are in agreement with the type of generation identified for the subject timeframe in the utility's most recent IRP. Did I get that one right too?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that this ordering paragraph requires Georgia Power to consider self-build generating facilities when evaluating capacity needs?
Yes.
And it also requires Georgia Power to submit self-build proposals in all future RFPs?
Yes.
Okay. On page 25 of your testimony, line 24 through page 26, line 4, so it spans 2 pages, you assert that if structured properly, an RFP for competitive resources that could be provided by entities other than the company helps the commission ensure that customer interests are protected and that utilities pursue the best resources to serve load, regardless of who owns the resources, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But what happens if the market participants don't show up? They don't participate. Whereas here, a lot of them withdraw.
I defer to the commission on what is reasonable there.
But you would agree if the Georgia Power was seeking resources in a capacity RFP, the load it's seeking to serve would still need to be served, right?
Yes.
And third-party developers have no obligation to serve customers, but the utility has that obligation, correct?
Yes, it does. The utility has the obligation to serve customers.
Okay. And have you ever seen, in your experience, an RFP seeking 8,500 megawatts of capacity resources?
I am not sure. I do not know.
Okay. But in a capacity RFP this large, isn't it reasonable to expect greater utility participation if the risk of not receiving enough market bids jeopardizes ability to serve load?
Will you repeat that question?
Sure. In a capacity RFP as large as this one, isn't it reasonable to expect greater utility participation if the risk of not receiving enough market bids jeopardizes the utility's ability to serve load?
I feel there may be an assumption in there, so I don't think that I can answer that question.
That's okay. Turning to some of your criticisms of the RFP process, page 6, line 13. There you claim that sellers objected to the RFP structure for placing an uncompetitive burden on IPPs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that this assertion directly conflicts with the IE report, which states that no bidder contacted the IE claiming the RFP process, bid process, or any aspect of the RFP was unfair, discriminatory, or in any way biased for or against any bidder or any type of bid?
All of the, no, I do not agree with that. They contacted them through the June 11th, 2024 comments and responses process.
So comments providing feedback on an RFP document in your mind equates to saying that the entire RFP is unfair?
In its whole, yes, it was numerous comments that most of them were denied. The suggestions were denied.
As I believe you summarized in your summation, the 3 RFP terms that you took the greatest issue with were bid security, performance security, and change of law. Is that correct?
Yes.
And each of those terms creates a risk or cost that's either borne by the seller or developer, correct?
That is correct.
But each of these terms is actually a shared risk between the developer and Georgia Power's customers.
It depends. Sometimes it's completely borne by the seller.
If not borne by the seller, Georgia Power customers would bear the costs or the risks, correct?
Correct.
And if the company and the commission determine that these provisions strike the appropriate balance of costs and risks as between bidders and the customers, wouldn't a bidder simply build that cost into their PPA price?
Yes, and we believe that that has happened, inflating the bids and making the pool of resources less competitive than they should have been.
But if the company and the commission have decided that that balance is the appropriate balance, even a slightly higher PPA price would still be in the best interest of customers if it's still protective of customers, correct?
Define protective of the customers.
As between the developer and customers in identifying the risks that are borne for bid security, performance security, for example, for not performing, or if the PPA needed to be replaced because they didn't perform. As between the developer and customers, if the company and the commission
the
have
answer
put
is
that
yes.
cost on. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Regarding bid security, you compare Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress bid security requirements to that which was required in the all source capacity RFP, correct?
Yes.
But are you aware that those Duke Energy RFPs were for solar only resources?
And storage, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Georgia Power separately procures renewable resources outside of an all source RFP?
Yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you then that bid security in a capacity RFP is higher than that for an energy only renewable RFP?
I don't know. I don't, that seems to be what Georgia Power has done. So I believe that that is true, what Georgia Power has done.
So in a capacity RFP where Georgia Power is procuring capacity resources, some of which that also offer energy as well, if you're seeking additional products, so the product is different and it would be a higher replacement cost to replace, you would expect that bid security would be higher than if it was just an energy only resource, right?
Well, it is set at 2% of the projected revenue or the purchase price. So it by nature would be, if you're selling more, that is how the math works. Yes.
On page 11, you also note that utilities such as Avista, Excel Minnesota, and Portland General Electric do not require bid security. Is that right?
In the PPAs that I reviewed, yes. Correct.
Okay. And you cite to the RFP issued by each of those utilities in making that statement, correct?
Yes.
Did you analyze the cost exposure for bidders in those RFPs as compared to that under Georgia Power's all source RFP?
Yes.
And are you aware that the Avista RFP that you cited to does not require security at the initial proposal, but does require delay security to be paid at contract execution?
Will you tell me, what do they call that security, please?
I think they called it delay security, but it was a similar security, just paid at a slightly different time in the process.
Do you have the definition?
I don't.
I would have to review that, so I'm unable to answer to that.
Are you aware that each of the 3 RFPs you compared against were significantly smaller than the all source RFP?
Yes.
And are you aware that the RFP cited for Xcel Energy was actually for distributed generation for only 200 megawatts rather than an all source?
Yes.
Beginning on page 12, line 8, you identify that EQ Research interviewed market participants who indicated that bid security amounts were excessive and acted as a deterrent to participation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you conduct those interviews yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you interview? There wasn't a citation or any indication of who provided that feedback.
I conducted confidential interviews during the summer of 2025 with members of SREA.
Regarding change of law risk, if you turn to page 19, lines 9 through 12, you claim that while IPPs must absorb or justify cost increases through a narrow and uncertain adjustment process, Georgia Power can recover change of law related costs through its regulatory rate structure, effectively socializing those risks to ratepayers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you aware that as a fully rate regulated utility, Georgia Power cannot just change its rates to recover increased costs?
I am aware. There is a formal process for that, and the commission is trying to decide how best to proceed right now on that subject.
And if there was a change in cost, Georgia Power would have to justify the reasonableness and prudence of any cost increase to the commission for cost recovery above the certified amount, right?
Correct.
A few questions on your Wadley recommendation.
Yes,
You recommend denying the Wadley project, correct?
I do.
Okay. And what differentiates the Wadley project from the other NextEra energy resource best projects other than that it's company owned?
Besides being the only utility-owned project in the supplemental slate, it is not providing an extraordinary advantage to ratepayers as required by the procedural order in this proceeding.
Okay. And are you aware that the Wadley project has a COD of November 2027?
Yes, I am. I am also aware that the ESS RFP is being issued on January 6th of 2026.
Okay. But are you aware that the ESS RFP is seeking a totally different product than what the Wadley project would offer?
I am in what, sorry, can you tell me exactly how?
Sure. Are you aware that the Wadley project would propose a 4-hour capacity resource through a battery energy storage system?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the ESS RFP is only seeking 2-hour batteries for operating reserves?
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't your recommendation, denying it here and moving it to the ESS RFP, result in Georgia Power being short of capacity of about 260 megawatts?
Well, Georgia Power no. The answer is no, because Georgia Power and the commission has the opportunity to revise the terms of that ESS RFP and allow for a 4-hour, 260 megawatt Wadley storage BESS to be bid and get the best price.
So back to your statement about your belief that the Wadley project does not provide an extraordinary advantage. By coming online in November of 27, are you aware that that's the earliest resource proposed to come online in this certification request?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that the Wadley project is proposed to be co-located with an existing solar facility?
Yes, I am.
And by co-locating at an existing resource, doesn't this reduce interconnection risk and cost compared to other standalone BESS resources?
Yes.
Thank you. No
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Redirect.
All right. Ms. McKeon, you were directed to the IRP order language on page 2120 or 2122. And it mentions lower cost, that the PPA resources must be shown to be lower cost. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that for PPA bids to be put forth in a low-cost way, an RFP needs to be designed to elicit low-cost bids?
Yes, I agree.
And is your testimony that there are problems with this RFP that got in the way of those low-cost bids? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And drove up bid prices higher than they should have been?
Yes, it did.
Now, let's talk about performance security. You were asked whether or not, your testimony is the performance security for batteries is higher than CT's and escalated, whereas CT performance security was lower and went down. Is that right?
That is correct. Over a 25-year PPA with the 2027 COD, a storage developer would have to post collateral for performance security that escalated from $295 per kilowatt in early years up to $590 per kilowatt by years 16 to 20. For a 100 megawatt storage project, that would be approximately $30 million to $60 million of capital that is tied up during the respective periods of time. By contrast, combined cycle and combustion turbine projects had declining obligations, topping out at $120 per kilowatt and $90 per kilowatt respectively, and tapering to as little as $11 per kilowatt, or a range of approximately $1 million to $12 million during the respective periods of time. That means storage projects faced a financial burden that was typically 3 to 5 times the financial burden faced by combustion turbines, and as much as 27 to 42 times in the latter years.
So that is higher on a per kilowatt basis, correct?
Yes.
So that's an apples to apples kilowatt comparison.
Yes.
And does it matter if it's a large procurement or a small procurement? Does treating these resources equally, is it okay is it better in a large procurement?
No, it makes no difference.
Now you were asked about utilities' ability to pass on costs to ratepayers when, say, they're building a project and the law changes underneath their feet, and now the equipment is more expensive. The ability to pass that on to ratepayers, you were asked about that, right?
Yes.
And you agreed that that is limited by this commission's review on the reasonableness and prudency of those increases and the expenditures that led to them, correct?
Yes.
Now, the PPA in this RFP, did it allow for bidders of these projects who were going to bid the price and hold that price for several years? Could they pass those increases on as if they're reasonable and prudent? Were they allowed to do that?
No, they could not.
At all? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked about Wadley and why Wadley? Was Wadley, is it one of the more cost-effective projects that has been selected in the supplemental here?
It was about average.
So it's not the.
No,
it's
it
not
is not the most cost effective.
And that
In fact, it
includes,
was in
that
the
includes
reject.
its transmission benefits of being co-located, right? That didn't.
Yes, that
Those didn't make
includes
it the
that.
cheapest. Okay, no
That's
further
right.
questions. Thank you. I would ask the witness, if there are no further questions from the commission, would ask the witness be excused.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Nice
You can
meeting
be
you all.
excused. And we'll keep things moving. And ask y'all to get ready with your rebuttal panels.
So there they come, drugs and fat. I never see one. Next place is this.
It seems plain. The needed to
Probably, you know, leadership goes with Charlie Faxon.
Charlie Faxon.
And great relationship with the real. He's on transition teams between governments so much, you know.
Roger Slater, real transition.
How old is he? I didn't see anything on that. It's close to my age, I'm sure.
For sure.
Sam Lynn was in that same class.
Commissioners?
Ready to go?
Yes.
All right. It's all yours.
All right. At this time, I'd like to call Georgia Power's first panel of witnesses, Ms. Curlow, Mr. Grubb, Mr. Looney, and Mr. Valle. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes. You all previously testified in these certification dockets, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Mr. Grubb, would you once again please state your name, your employer, and your responsibilities for the record?
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeffrey R. Grubb, the Director of Resource Planning at Georgia Power, where I have the privilege of leading the team that's in charge of the company's IRP efforts, resource planning efforts, including certifications of resources.
And Ms. Curlow?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kristen Curlow. I'm the Director of Generation Procurement for Southern Company Services.
And Mr. Looney?
Good afternoon, Brandon Looney. I am the Reliability Planning Manager for Southern Company Services, having responsibility for reliability analysis and RFP evaluations.
And Mr. Valle?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Francisco Valle with Southern Company, Director of Forecasting and Analytics, and I'm responsible for the load forecast that supports this proceeding.
Mr. Grubb, on November 26th, 2025, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 40 pages of rebuttal testimony in question and answer format, in this case, in docket numbers 56298 and 56310?
Yes, I did.
Are there any corrections that you need to make to your testimony today?
There are two corrections. The first is on page 5, line 1, where it says 8,400 megawatts of large load customer growth. Large load should be stricken through. It's just 8,400 megawatts of customer growth. And then the second one is on page 8, where we note footnote 3. There is no footnote 3, so the 3 is there as a typo. It can be removed.
Thank you. If I were to, other than the two corrections that you just made, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as are set forth in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, they would be.
Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, and I'd ask that it be copied into the record as if given here today.
So Mark.
On December 2nd, 2025, did you file or cause to be filed Georgia Power's second errata to the all source certification application to correct certain cost expenditure tables?
Yes, I did.
And did the errata impact the certified costs for the requested resources in this case?
It did not.
And on December 9th, Georgia Power reached a stipulation with public interest advocacy staff in resolution of this case, which was filed this morning, December 10th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, I'd like to include the public disclosure version of the stipulation as Georgia Power Exhibit 14. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like Mr. Grubb to summarize the panel's testimony.
Go ahead, Mr. Grubb.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to be here again with you today.
Welcome back.
Thank you. In support of Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of the all source capacity power purchase agreements and company owned proposals, and its application for the certification of supplemental resources for 2028 through 2031 capacity. As you're aware, Georgia Power and the public interest advocacy staff reached a settlement and resolution of all the issues in this case. We fully support the stipulated outcome as it enables the company to serve customers in a thoughtful, proactive manner with the most affordable and reliable resources while continuing to support the tremendous economic development opportunities in Georgia. The company recognizes the significance of this proceeding. Meeting resource needs is and always has been a balance between procuring enough resources to serve customers reliably while limiting the potential for procuring resources above the company's target reserve margin. Although the company acknowledges the desire to keep a perfect balance between procurement of resources and the loads being served, that balance is not always achievable. The greater risk for Georgia Power customers and the state of Georgia is failing to meet this growing need reliably or failing to support economic development if resources are inadequate. The company is confident our resource requests are necessary for several reasons. Despite tremendous activity in the state, evidenced by the over 50,000 megawatts of projects in the economic development pipeline, the company has taken a measured, disciplined, and refined approach in planning for customer load growth through 2031. Moreover, the company continues to demonstrate customer commitment through the steadily increasing level of contract execution and current number of projects under active review. The company has 7.9 gigawatts of load under contract, with 3.9 gigawatts of those having executed in the last 12 months and 3.3 gigawatts of those in just the past 3 months. The company is confident that this momentum will continue. We recognize the significance of our request and the opportunities it provides for our customers. We want to assure the Commission and our customers that certification of the requested resources will not change residential customers' rates. As we have stated before and reiterate here, existing customers will not pay for the costs associated with serving new large load customers because those new large load customers are covering the incremental cost to serve them. The Commission's orders from earlier this year, revising the company's rules and regulations, clearly require that cost recovery be designed in that manner to protect existing customers from paying for the incremental cost of serving new large load customers. Taking our commitment one step further, as part of the stipulation, we have committed filing our next base rate case in a manner that will ensure the incremental revenue from large load customers has downward pressure on rates of at least $556 million per year on a levelized basis, which is equivalent to $8.50 per month, or approximately $102 per year to the typical residential customer using an average of 1,000 kilowatt hours per month for the years 29, 30, and 31. As agreed to in the stipulation, the company would be approved to move forward with the entire portfolio of resources requested in this proceeding to meet the energy and capacity needs of our customers and support load growth for the benefit of all customers. The resources identified through the all-source RFP were procured pursuant to a fair, open, and transparent competitive procurement process, which is overseen from start to finish by staff and independent evaluator. The all-source RFP was designed fairly to encourage the participation of market bidders and in no way favored either company-owned proposals or affiliate bids. Contrary to intervener suggestions otherwise, staff and the IE found that Georgia Power's all-source RFP was a fair and open process conducted in accordance with RFP rules and processes approved by this Commission. Each of the resources selected from the all-source RFP will serve customers for years to come and are in the public interest. Certification each of the supplemental resources is also in the best interest of customers. The proposed supplemental resources allow the company to leverage existing capacity resources on the system and add battery energy storage systems, or BESS, resources at sites with existing interconnection. This enables earlier access to the capacity with limited to no transmission costs. The company has requested, and the stipulation approves, certification of the supplemental resources pursuant to the Commission's RFP rule exceptions to help fulfill the capacity needs not met through the winter 27-28 RFP and the all-source RFP. Notwithstanding the tight capacity market, the company was able to leverage established relationships to secure additional capacity at competitive pricing to timely meet customer demand. The totality of the resources requested for certification in this proceeding, those procured through the all-source RFP, and those proposed for certification as supplemental resources, are absolutely necessary to address increasing capacity needs from customer load growth, including the required target reserve margin approved in the 2025 IRP, as well as reductions in purchase power due to expiring PPAs. In closing, certifying the 26 PPAs and company-owned proposals that comprise this request is in the public interest, will provide needed energy and capacity to Georgia Power's customers while providing downward pressure on rates for all customers as contained in the stipulated agreement. Also, certification will support growth and economic development in Georgia, enabling it to continue to be the #1 state in the country to do business. Given the number of companies interested in doing business in Georgia and the amount of customer load with signed contracts or in advanced discussions, it is important to continue moving forward with support for this tremendous growth opportunity. The state of Georgia is best positioned to take advantage of this opportunity because of its constructive regulatory environment, market structure, access to generation capacity, and high levels of system reliability. For these reasons, the company requests the Commission approve the stipulation without modification and certify the all source and supplemental resources as proposed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from commissioners and for cross-examination.
Commissioners. Mr. Grubb. I know
Yes,
you've been asked a lot of questions about your load forecast throughout this case, and now that y'all are presenting to us a stipulation so that where staff's agreeing with you on this number for certification. My question is, we've been through a lot with trying to accommodate all of this growth in our state, going back to the interim IRP last year. Yes, sir. The normal IRP this year. Do you think your forecasts are good enough so that we can avoid another interim IRP?
I will let Mr. Valier answer to part of that, but yes, I think so, Commissioner. When you look at the amount of contracts that we have coming forward and the resources and the confidence in that we have this forecast what we met, we absolutely have confidence in it. If perhaps some reason there were other customers that were interested in being added in that certain time frame, if we could get resources, we would look to supplement those. However, right now we see the load forecast and these resources being paired up very well and have a lot of confidence in the load forecast being met. So never say never, as we've talked about. But I mean, when you look at the amount of resources that we're asking for here and the amount of contracts we have, we feel very confident that, to your point, this 3-year journey, we're not ended. We continue to see growth beyond this RFP, but very good process and record to get us to this case. So, Mr. Valier.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Grubb summarized it very, very well. And I would say, commissioners, as of now, the current progress that we have seen on contracts, customers signing contracts, is a proof that our framework that we've been using since the introduction of this method in the 2023 IRP, it's coming to fruition. And so as we go forward, we expect more of this activity to happen. And so far, the changes that we have been observing are not translating into a significant increase into the forecast. And unless, like Mr. Grubb was mentioning, unless we see more customers entering the pipeline, continue growth, at this point, we don't expect changes to the forecast.
Any other questions? Public Service Commission, Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Mr. Jones.
Couple of quick questions. Mr. Grubb, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Good. Yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Have you seen, there's been discussion about how perhaps some of these data centers or the demand is decreasing or you're seeing fewer requests? Do you agree with that analysis?
I'm sorry, you say again that we've reports that they are decreasing?
Yeah, that they're decreasing, or are you seeing an increase in what you're looking at in your load forecast?
I'll let Mr. Valier speak to that. We are not in terms of the contract activity. So if you think about 2.5 years or so ago, when we started the RFP update, we had about 1,000 megawatts under contract, and now we're up to 8. And so we see, especially recently, with the rules and regs and the market understanding those rules and regs, we see that contract momentum being very strong. And we continue to have discussions with customers who are talking about maybe the next. And so our ability to get ahead of this, have resources for these contracts, has gathered Georgia momentum. And so we continue to see that going. So we feel very confident it's going to continue to grow. I'll let Mr. Valier speak to that some.
Yes, and customers continue to reaffirm their projection. They continue to reaffirm that what they are expressing to us that the service for is what they currently have.
What has been, since the adoption of the regulations that the commission adopted, imposing contract requirements, more stringent credit requirements, what has been in your expert opinion, what has been the reaction of the community of customers that are looking to come to Georgia?
So again, I'll let Mr. Valier supplement here too. We're not in those direct conversations as a panel, but I think again, when you see the recent activity on those contracts being signed, which have that higher level of protection over the non-rules and reg ones, we continue to see a lot of interest in it. Again, you had 1.8 filed and you have 1.4. We just had a big customer sign an RFS, which means there's a timeline for them to sign a CES, which is a contract for electric service. So we continue to see a lot of activity and feel very positive about the growth continue to come, which benefits everyone with downward pressure on rates.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, commissioners, based on the momentum that we have seen recently on the contracts and the RFSs that are being signed, I would say customers are reacting positively to this new changes in regulations and requirements for this contract. So it's an indication how serious they are. It's an indication that they're coming to the state and they're here to do business. And so don't have any reasons at this point to have any concerns for the continued progression of these customers in our in the load that we need to serve.
And I think two other points. One, Mr. Jones, to your question, I think from a forecasting standpoint, we have seen some projects leave the pipeline, which we always knew was going to be one of the impacts of the rules and regs, which is actually a benefit of the rules and regs. So you're able to, the people that continue to be in engagement with us understand those requirements. And so the people that are staying around for us to have load growth are the ones that understand that and are more serious. And then I think too, not to speak for data centers and large load customers, but I think they also see the importance of being able to have those types of contracts. So at the point that they are helping and not taking costs from other customers and that they are paying for their costs, I think they also understand the value of the contracts, being able to exhibit that.
And then I have one sort of separate question about the construction monitoring aspect of this stipulation. Could you summarize that a little bit and try to really explain how the company views this? Is it any different than we would have seen before?
So panel 2 is a little more familiar with that than I am, but I will say that what we've pointed to here, working with staff, is we have a process in place now for the Yates CTs and the battery energy storage systems that we got approved in the 23 RFP update that is working really well. And we've had a lot of working with staff and continuing to add to those as we need to. And so we're really looking to duplicate that and really take advantage of, the process we have in place right now. So I think the other important thing of this, Mr. Jones, is nothing in the stipulation changes anything about the commission and the staff's ability to have full transparency into our costs for these projects. And so this construction monitoring report is just more formalizing and laying out the transparency and the information that staff will be able to have and really mirroring what we've been doing, which is very successful to this point.
And you would agree with me that a transparent construction monitoring process would be important, not only for the commission, but for all the ratepayers who are paying attention to the.
Yes,
costs of
I
this.
agree. I agree. I mean, there's obviously trade secret information in there. However, the fact that the commission and staff is very involved in being able to monitor that construction and the schedules is a level of transparency that benefits the state.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Grubbs, how many
Yes, sir.
inquiries do you have at this time and how many active contracts do you
You mean on the large load side, Commissioner?
have? Large load thing.
So Francisco, I mean, Mr. Valier can answer that better than I
Yeah,
can.
absolutely. So as of now, we have over 110 customers active in the pipeline. And that is after we have taken some proactive measures of eliminating some customers that have not been active. So we push them out. The pipeline continued to be at a level around 50,000 megawatts. So between the time when we developed the forecast and the last report, the third quarter of this year report, we got about the same total number of megawatts. And so the pipeline continues to be at a stable point.
Is there a mix of 100 megawatts loads or is it all data centers?
A mix of megawatts.
Right, other large load customers other than data centers.
Majority continues to be data centers. We have about 10% of the customers being industrials. But the majority of the customers joining and the activity is around data centers.
You said there's 110 potential prospects that will be under the large load definition.
So that is the total portfolio of loads. So within that portfolio, you have look at the exact number. I think it's 17. There are around 19 customers that are contracted. You have RFSs, you have technical reviews. So you have customers in different stages of commitment. So the total is that 110.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light in South Base.
Afternoon. Yeah.
Afternoon, Mr. Sherry.
How did you calculate $8.50?
So commissioners, the $8.50 was a calculation that the company put together, first estimating the revenues that are coming from these large loads. So based on the information that we have for these customers, we were able to project sales. Those sales were priced at the corresponding prices for each one of the customers. And then those lead into revenues. Those revenues were compared with the cost to serve, the revenue requirements for this portfolio. And that yielded into a positive amount, meaning the revenues were higher than the revenue requirements. With that dollar amount, we went and impacted and calculated the impact on rates for residential customers. And then we applied that impact into a typical customer that would consume 1,000 kilowatt hours per month to come out with the $8.50.
When you say the revenue requirement for this portfolio, what do you mean this portfolio?
Portfolio of large loads.
And so it's the resources from the 23 IRP update, the 25 IRP, the resources in this certification, that allocation that's to those large loads. And so it's the same basis in which we do the calculations in the rules and regs contracts, fully loaded rate-based costs.
So you're not talking about the revenue requirements for this specific certification request?
To serve the large loads, we are.
But it includes other things?
That are using to serve this load, like the 23 RP update resources and some of the upgrades and the other IRP, 2025 IRP action. So it is all of the resources needed to serve the large load in Mr. Valley's forecast, including transmission.
Is that the incremental cost to serve this large load?
Well, the load is incremental.
Yeah, the load.
It hasn't hit it has not taken service yet, not all of it. So it is the resources to serve the large loads.
The new resources, does it include embedded costs for existing resources on the system?
So I wouldn't design all of it. I mean, the way I understand it, it is the amount of resources needed to serve the large load forecast. So it's a combination of all of those, but it is the revenue requirements for serving those large loads.
And so you took the revenue forecast for the large loads and then you subtracted the revenue requirement?
For the large loads, yes.
Can we make a hearing request for the work papers for this revenue requirement?
The problem with that data request, Chairman, is that the buildup for the revenue requirements is supplemental proprietary that is used to policy information to build up the cost for the large contracts. So it's not provided to anyone other than staff as the regulator to review and ensure that they're calculating correctly. The requirement provided that to information anyone else. What we have done in the past is we have met, and we did it before earlier with lots of contracts, we have met with Southern Environmental Center to walk them through the calculations, how we're doing it. And we might be able to provide that information to them and how we're tossing out, how we're putting that revenue requirements. Providing data requirements is something that is central in how we're placing the contracts and trying to negotiate these large loads would be detrimental.
I understand that, Mr. Hewitson. Mr. Sherrier, I'm going to ask Mr. Bond, my counsel, to give that some consideration and let me know. I'm seeking his advice on that before I rule on that.
Okay, thank you. And can I just say that if he does decide that Georgia Power's right here, that we would request any other supporting financial documents that they can provide to verify some of the numbers here.
Sure, that would be more than fair.
So after you've subtracted the revenue requirement from the forecasted revenue, can you help me with that next step of like, how did you put $8.50 on residential bills?
So once you have the downward pressure on rates, right? So that amount gets evaluated on the impact on rates, right? And then that impact on rates gets applied to the typical average size residential customer.
And so there are benefits to the other classes as well. And because when we report out and look at cost impacts or downward projection impacts for residential, we always do it on that 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. We wanted to make sure we had that same metric for comparison reasons. And then I think one other thing we'll note, while it's very important on the numbers for the downward pressure on rates, what the company is ensuring is the revenues for the large loads that are stated in attachment A.
Did you hear the first staff panel testify earlier today?
We did.
And that they mentioned about half of that downward pressure went to residential. Do you have some more clarity on that number and how it was reached?
Not aware of those calculations.
Yeah, I understand it was kind of the same allocation that we normally do in a rate case, which is kind of the share of costs that go to each of those classes. We took that share. Subject check, we didn't do all that math, but it was basically a typical allocation across the classes of cost now. So we did not change cost allocations or any of those types of things. That obviously would be for the commission's decisions in the 28 rate case.
The allocations from the 2022 rate case?
I assume generally, Mr. Sherry, I think what we would understand is it's that share of cost by class.
Right.
And we took that share of the downward pressure on rates and allocated it down to the residential customer.
Can you check and find out if it was the same as used in the 2022 rate case?
We could do that.
That's not the same methodology that was used to come up with the $2.89 number in the 2023 IRP update.
It would be. So the math that we did in the 23 RP update for the 289 for the resources there, my understanding is that it's the same methodology that we've used here.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You said that the revenue requirement includes transmission. Does it include firm transportation fuel costs, FT?
It does not, as stated in attachment A, fuel revenues or fuel costs are not taken into account here. These are base rates. So transmission, generation resources, and those types of things. Firm gas transportation is a fuel cost recovery item.
And when you say it includes transmission, is that the transmission associated with the generation resources, or is that the broader category of transmission required to accommodate the new large loads?
So my understanding it is all of the above. So one point to make here is, as this commission knows, the local cost to serve the customer is paid for by the customer in total upfront. And so that is not included in these dollar figures. These figures would include transmission from the customers to the system, and then delivery costs, as I understand it, in the overall bulk transmission plan. Same type numbers that we put in the large load contracts.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
In your rebuttal testimony, generally, I don't see you argue that staff's conditional certification recommendation would lead to reliability concerns for the system. Is that
So
right?
we did note that we didn't agree with that. I mean, I think the important part is the stipulation agreement does not consider conditional certification. But we did see issues with it in terms of, the ability to move forward. It adds more time to the RFP process. It adds more doubt to developers who may be bidding in PPAs or vendors that are EPC contractors or equipment manufacturers. And so we did note in our testimony that we did not agree with it. Again, the stipulation does not have any aspect of conditional certification in it.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, the company's position is to proactively make sure we're meeting our target reserve margin through full certification. And I think our position is, if we are unable to maintain our approved target reserve margin, that does have serious reliability implications on our full customer base.
If you're unable to meet that, but if say the conditional certification process were approved, you would still be able to construct these projects. I'm talking about a different part of this. We could move forward and proceed with contract negotiations piece, but then is there a reliability concern? Like a physical rolling blackout concern if conditional certification were the path forward?
Again, it wasn't part of the stipulation, but to your question, what we're saying there is customers who are wanting to bring their businesses to the state and be served would not be able to be accommodated on the same timeline. And so we would absolutely make sure that we're maintaining the 26% reserves, but we would not be able to reliably serve the customers' demands that were not included in the forecast because of any such sort of certification. So we plan to the forecast. We have a lot of confidence in that forecast. And so we don't plan resources by contracts or by customers. So from a reliability standpoint, it was much more around the fact that you wouldn't be able to accommodate the load growth that we were trying to project that had not yet been contracted in that type of environment.
Gotcha. And one of the benefits of the load realization approach is you have kind of a symmetrical view of risks. And so that drives you towards a well-balanced outcome of capacity resources that helps you meet that target reserve margin. And if you plan towards an asymmetrical balance of risk where you're only accounting for upside or not downside or vice versa, you tend to increase the likelihood that you would diverge or be playing catch up or creating sort of the regulatory fire drills that Mr. Shaw suggested we'd like to avoid going forward. And so again, the company's position is the right thing to do is establish a reasonable long-term forecast and then plan to procure towards that forecast.
We'd also like to avoid any regulatory fire drills going forward.
We spent a lot of time together last year.
Yeah, we have spent a lot of time together, haven't we?
Yeah.
I guess I do still have one question about that, because I hear you, that there's a balance to it. But the conditional certification, as I understood it, doesn't prevent Georgia Power from going ahead and building. All it does is it prevents it from getting added to rate base until there's contracts to support it. Is that not how this company understands conditional certification work?
Again, I don't believe that we had a full-on discussion exactly what that conditional certification implied or what that entailed. And so again, from the stipulation agreement, that's not part of the consideration. So we can't speak to exactly what staff's thoughts may have been on what that looked like versus ours. We just have concerns with it from the standpoint of the Georgia process is a really strong one. It's an advantage for the state that would add more time and uncertainty to it, which would send the wrong signals to developers of PPAs, contractors who are looking to build company proposals for us, and then customers themselves. So one of the attractions of Georgia is reliability and the speed to power or the available capacity. So it adds more risk and time frame to that, which would be a detriment to the market.
Yeah, and the stipulation, the outcome of the stipulation provides certainty on the resource side, and Georgia Power has stepped to the plate to show how seriously we believe in the forecast. And so I think we're providing that certainty where it's needed for both the company's construction efforts and the market participants. And the company's providing a strong position on our belief in the load forecast.
Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kamani approach?
Sure.
Speaking of avoiding the fire drills, he's handing you what has been marked Gipple South Face Exhibit 8, and it is the Georgia Power's response to data request PIA-17-10. So if you would look at the response to subpart A, Georgia Power acknowledges that the certification request in the stipulation here, the full request, does not fully meet Georgia Power's summer capacity needs. That's talking about summers of 2028, 2029, and 2030, right?
It's the summer of 29 and 30. And yeah, so those 3 years, that's correct.
2029 is the year of the Mississippi Power PPA, the 50 megawatts.
Yes, that is correct.
I want to ask you about the second sentence in that response, where you say that Georgia Power will, quote, consider other resources, unquote.
Right.
Does Georgia Power plan to file another certification request?
No, that not currently. So when we talk about other resources, what we're talking about is, so for example, our DER programs, we're having conversations with customers. If any of those are certified, which they would have to be certified per those programs, then that is something that's not included in our plan that would help meet those needs. If we needed to do a PPA with another operating company, we could. We see that filing as that contract, and hopefully everything we've done here would handle a lot of what we would need to discuss there. So, it depends. There's a lot of things that could move over the next few months or few years in terms of loads and resources. And so it would not be an update as large as these. But I think what we're thinking there is DERs. We got a lot of programs there. If those come to fruition, it's not like we have to act now for the summer of 2029. And we also, each year, you sometimes see changes in the plan. So those numbers could shift a little bit. So, We don't know when we would do that, but I think it's important to note that the system is good for that summer, but the other operating companies have an obligation to make that available to us. So if we need to execute a PPA with them or we have DERs, we would have to do that at that time.
So as Georgia Power started having conversations with sister companies or
We have.
other about, yes.
We have, and naturally there's always some length in the summer versus the winter on the system. And so we have started having those conversations.
Yeah, and I would also just add, Georgia Power participates in what we call coordinated planning. So there's continuously conversations across the system about the position of each operating company. And that's just part of our normal planning process to make sure everybody's meeting their obligations and that the system has enough total resources to meet our consolidated load obligations.
May Mr. Kamani approach again.
That's true.
I'm handing you what has been marked Gipple South Face Exhibit 9. This is the public disclosure version of the removed projects tab from the quarterly report, Q3 2025 quarterly report.
The large load?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The names of the customers that were in the pipeline are redacted. But it shows the next column is their announced load in the Q2 report. The Q2 report, Mr. Valle, is it fair to say the Q2 report is the inputs to budget 2026?
No, we budget 2026 was developed in mid-August. So you use it a vintage between Q2 and Q3. It's closer to Q3 actually.
Okay.
So said another way, if there were changes after the Q2 report, when Mr. Valle was updating his forecast, he captured those.
Right. And Q3 isn't exactly what was used in budget 26 either.
It would have been if there were changes from when he did B26 to Q3. That's how dynamic things are. So
yes,
yeah.
Please. Thank you for clearing that up though. But I do want to focus on the rightmost column of that exhibit, and that is the reasons that these projects were removed from the pipeline. Could you explain what non-compliance mean? Is that non-compliance with the commission's large load rules?
It could be several reasons. I think I mentioned that one of my main testimony last time. It could be that that customers don't sign a non-disclosure agreement. It could be failure to post collateral. It could be failure to show zoning approvals. And so it really depends on multiple factors. But the overall umbrella is that when we request information, when we request certain commitments, if they don't do what we ask, we consider that non-compliance, and that's the category we have listed.
And at a certain point, you're just like, okay, they're not going to comply. We're going to remove them from the pipeline.
Can you repeat the question, please?
And so at a certain point, does Georgia Power determine that they're not going to comply and then remove them and put them in this category?
Well, there are certain requirements. So within the management of the pipeline commissioners, there is a very well-established process. So it starts with a intake form with like a very comprehensive list of questions. And then after that, there are a series of things that the customers need to execute, right? And so customers that maybe pose the first 3 steps, they're okay in the process, and maybe they're going to fail on the 4th step. Maybe another customer is going to fail right after the intake form. So it really depends customer by customer. But we measure and we follow very closely the progression of each customer. So to the extent that we see that there's no advancement, it's a red flag for us. And we have project executives that are tracking these activities very closely. And that's the discipline of tracking the pipeline and this portfolio for an accurate forecast.
Would there be an occasion for Georgia Power to say no to a prospect? that we just can't handle it?
I don't know for sure, commissioners. I would say it's unlikely. But I know that depending on the type of developer, the type of project, if we're talking about a hyperscaler, a well-established technology company like Microsoft, Google, the big names versus developers that are focused more on real estate, there is a more attention that you pay to certain customers, right? But the progression is something that every customer needs to show, and they need to commit to it. Otherwise, we at any point, if there is lack of compliance, they cannot continue in the pipeline. And the reason we do that is that we have a large list of customers asking for service, and so we try to keep things moving. And so to the extent that a customer is holding the line for the next one that is willing to provide information and commitments, well, we take them out of the way so we can ensure that the next customer can progress and can receive service.
Does that mean you're telling me that in your due diligence, looking at a customer and they have a check in their hand for all these immediate costs, but in your due diligence, they're a company that's you're prepared to say no?
I wouldn't speculate on that answer. I would like to check with the customer choice department, commissioner, but I would say that a customer that is like so and so, right, is most likely not to move forward with all the requirements and all the commitments, right? And so we don't judge them based on their history. We judge them based on their individual progression.
You don't look at their history?
We look at some of the qualifiers for, like, especially developers, right? That ultimately developers are not the ultimate users, and so that's why in February we introduced a more stringent set of conditions where we assign more a lower likelihood to materialization for those customers, right? We pay more attention, right? But if we have a customer like that is complying and is posting collateral and is giving us guarantees and they're getting zoning and they're located in an area where we can provide service, I mean, it's merit-based. So
I'm listening to your answer with great, with a little skepticism in it.
and what is your,
I'm sorry, a little what?
I'm skeptical of your answer.
what is the part that, sorry if I mislead you and
Well,
can I clarify any?
I go back to my first statement. Do you look at when you do due diligence on a developer's? I was in the hardware and building supply business 30 years, and I'd have developers come into the community and they'd start a project and they look pretty good, but you go back and look where they'd started a project in Gwinnett County somewhere, and they built about 3 houses, and then they let a supplier go because they fed out of the first 2 houses they built.
I see.
And I just, in your due diligence, I'm asking if you do due diligence and they have a check in your hand, but you find something in due diligence that's not right up to snuff, do you have the capacity and do you have the fortitude to say no?
Absolutely, Commissioner. And sorry
That's what I want to hear.
if I didn't understand your question. So within the evaluation of our project executives, right? So we have professionals dedicated to evaluate and talk with each one of these customers. If we don't feel that first the load ramp that they're presenting to us is realistic, if they're too aggressive, if they're like located in a zone area that we know that it's not going to be realistic to develop the project, there are some red flags. And so when those red flags are identified, those customers don't get to move into the stages of technical approval. So to that extent, yes, we do discriminate them, we do evaluate them.
Feel better.
sorry we gave you a moment of not feeling better. So I think the other thing too,
My
Commissioner,
blood pressure went up.
if they're, you know, if they're in
Keep
our
mind the
service
rules
territory.
do that. The rules that this commission passed that we authored, it separates the men from the boys, so to
Yeah.
speak.
I know it, but there are always ways with rules, that rules can be sidetracked. And
Not these.
Yes, and I want.
They're pretty
I wanna-
ironclad.
I want to hear the company. You know, I've got 2.8 million customers out there that I'm hopefully representing, that this commission is representing. And I just want to hear firm commitments, sworn statements from.
Yeah, no, I can assure you, Commissioner. So the reason why I hesitated on my initial answer is that I don't want to give you an answer that I'm not completely 100% sure, because there's a separate department that manages this. But I can assure you that every customer goes into a discipline evaluation. And like Commissioner Pridemore was saying, we separate the men from the boys, right? We separate those that, I mean, there are some very, very steep collateral requirements. They need to put part of those collateral requirements up front. They need to pay for the planning service agreement up front. If these are customers, so if we ever come across to a particular customer that is a little shady or have failed in other jurisdictions, it's going to raise the alarms for our team, and most likely we're not gonna give them priority. And
But the company has a legal obligation to serve. You have a legal obligation by law that if someone comes and wants to do something, if they follow the rules and everything that's set forth by the commission, you have a legal obligation to serve them, regardless of, if we don't like the way they walk or talk or.
yeah, as long as they post the collateral, as long as they have compliance with all our requirements, if we have a customer that has checked all the boxes and is willing to sign a contract that guarantees minimum bill payments, that guarantees collateral for early terminations, we have no reason for not to sign a contract with them.
Commissioner Pridemore, to your point, absolutely in our service territory. And so it's not a matter as much of no, it's a matter of when. And so we are looking at, how much you can serve, how fast you can serve it, working with them on the ramp. And to Mr. Valley's points, if we have two customers and one has more certainty on that front, we'll prioritize them. And then the other would have a later ramp available to them.
To follow up on some of that, and you mentioned earlier that the customers in the pipeline understand the new requirements, what's required of them. That's a change from what we heard in June when I believe it was Mr. Robinson testified that they're still working through the list of the customers in the pipeline to get the new requirements in front of them.
I don't recall exactly which statement from Mr. Robinson you're referring to. I think he may have been talking, there's technical requirements and those kind of things. I think what we're talking about here is with the rules and regs out there, they understand that we are going to have to allocate all costs to, and they're going to have to sign a contract with longer contract terms and minimum bill. So they may not know all the details of the calculations under it, but they understand that coming to Georgia, if you're over 100 megawatts, it's a commitment that has to meet those rules and regs. So I don't remember exactly which statement from Mr. Robinson you're referring to. I think when we meet with these customers going through the contracts, there's obviously parts of the contracts that they're having to review if it's the first time they've seen them.
Yeah, and back in June, I think we were still in the IRP hearing. That was much earlier in the time frame of working with customers of the new rules and regulations. And I think Mr. Robinson spoke to that a little bit. And just with the passage of time, we've seen a number of contracts get signed and RFS just this week getting signed under new rules and regulations. So there does seem to be evidence that customers are contracting under the new regime that the commission set forth.
In the last hearing, y'all noted that there were legacy data centers in the pipeline that still didn't have proof of site control. Is that still true?
I don't know. I think the big majority of customers now have provided an affidavits for site control. So commissioners, the requirement for site control became into effect for data centers as of May of this year. So customers that were in the pipeline before there have been required to get up to the new standards.
And Mr. Sherry, just to clarify, are you asking about the contracts that we actually have executed contract for electric service or non-large load, non-rules and regs size customers that are in the forecast?
I'm talking about I think it was 4 or 5 customers who had like a P1 under the P1 probability, couldn't show site control. You referred to them as legacy data centers. Like they got in the pipeline before that was a threshold requirement. Are any of those customers still without site control?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Similarly, are there still projects in the pipeline that are not in compliance with the commission's rules yet?
Unlikely. So really every new customer that has joined the pipeline has to comply with our requirements. So if there is anything not compliant, it's because it's been a legacy or before the implementation of new rules and regs.
Or they were removed in this Q3 chart that we just handed out?
Right. Some of them, correct. Could have been.
And so today, there's nobody that falls in that non-compliance category and that's in the pipeline?
I will have to check.
And I think it's important to note, Mr. Sherry, to your question, that this is the large load report, that's the pipeline. This is not the same set of customers that we may be in active discussions with on rules and regs. And so it's just a different level of the process, as to Mr. Value's point. So the point here is they were removed from the large load report, then they wouldn't be in the pipeline that is then incorporated into the load forecast.
When you say rules and regs, that they hadn't got there yet, have you all been referring to that as like the RFS contract this whole time? Or is that the full review process is considered the rules and regs in your view?
No, rules and regs is actually the point where you're looking to execute the contract with the customer and sign the contract for electric service. So depending on, to Mr. Value's point, depending on the stage that the customer is in, you're having active discussions with some customers on the exact contract, what their cost will be, to see if they want to execute it. To the one that we signed the day we filed testimony, they had been going through that process. So there are projects in the pipeline, they go into the forecast, and then there's projects going through different types of review. You can't really get to the contract for electric service stage until they've gone through other stages. And so to Mr. Value's point, it depends on where they are. So it's just noting that there are customers that we are working with actively on a specific contract for electric service that's specific to their location.
But there's no late stage gotcha in the process.
Yeah.
I think it's well known. I think Commissioner Pridemore even gave the website earlier. You can find access to what it's required now to do business in the state of Georgia. So these customers know up front that if they want to do business in the state of Georgia, they're going to have to follow the rules and regulations.
I don't want to belabor it, but in the exhibit 9, the removed projects list, could you just clarify, is non-compliance there with the contracting phase, or is that broader? And if it's broader, what does non-compliance mean?
Can you repeat your question?
As a reason to be removed from the pipeline, what does non-compliance mean with that understanding of the rules of the regs?
I think I mentioned before. So it's any time that the company requests for certain information or commitment and the customer does not provide us with what we ask. That is not compliance.
It's not just to the point of the final rules and regs contract for electric service. There are stages before that.
Yeah, I just didn't want to conflate.
No, that's great clarification. Great clarification.
Moving down that list, what does no bid mean?
Withdrawn and no bid. Oh, when the company decides no, not to place a bid on the particular customer.
Right. What does site specific mean?
I would subject to check. This could be non-compliance for not providing affidavits of site control. I'll have to subject to check.
Yeah, I mean, if there's like a list of definitions that you have, can I just request that and we can skip?
Yeah, we can provide a definition. Yeah.
One last one though, on line 13 there's a project that was 500 megawatts that has now fallen below 115 megawatts. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, so when that happened, so we are very strict about what we consider a large load. So we have thresholds. If a customer is no longer above that threshold, we consider that is part of the organic forecast. We take them out of the separate adjustment for large loads.
Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kamani approach again?
Sure.
And he'll be handing you what has been marked Gipple South Face Exhibit 10. It is the public disclosure version of Georgia Power's responses to data request PIA-12-4. It's a document and an attached spreadsheet. And so I asked the staff about this a bit earlier today, and this is, well, could one of y'all explain what this shows to?
Yeah, so it shows a table with some customers with ramps reflected as of the budget 2026 assumptions, and it compared to what was at the time in the individual contracts for these customers. And so as you can see at the bottom of the table, there is a difference table, which is indicating some positive numbers. This was a list of customers that had contracts and approached the company with accelerations that we were considering for implementation. And because we have this modification to be reasonable to incorporate, and the plan was to amend the contracts, we reflected the customer request to make sure that we were reflecting the latest available information in the forecast.
Thank you. So that final line along the bottom there, the total difference, that's how many megawatts above the contract terms that were put into the forecast for that year?
That is the amount of additional load from the contracts. So customers sign a contract and they came back to us and they said, can you give us more in this particular years? That difference at the bottom is the total of all the requests by year of how much extra the customers wanted.
And these were all legacy contracts. This was filed before September. Is Georgia Power renegotiating all these contracts to change the load ramps?
Of course, they're evaluated technically for all of this. Yes.
Under which framework? The new rules and regs, or are they still legacy contracts?
Don't have the information for that.
Does anybody on the panel know how those contracts will be treated?
Not specifically.
I would also like to add, Commissioner, that several of these contracts on the customers on lead list have already signed and received amended contracts. So the initial contracted amount have been updated to reflect what we had in the forecast.
Keep moving. I would like to ask you about a specific load ramp in the quarterly report. If this may, come on, you may approach again. Sure. Quickly. We only have. This is Gipple South Face Exhibit 11. It's the main tab of the Q3 report, the public disclosure report. I've filtered it. This is the spreadsheet of the pipeline. I've filtered it to show only the committed data center customers.
Okay.
And then I've hidden some of the columns for readability. And I changed that one line to red text. And so I want to ask you about that project in red that goes from 90 megawatts in 1 year to 1,400 megawatts in the next. Do you think that's a realistic load ramp?
It's a little aggressive, so that is what the customers are asking us to put on the contract. But I'm going to get a little technical here on the description, but these numbers are converted into quarterly numbers, and we do interpolations. So we don't assume that the load is going to go from 90 to 1,400 in this case. It will be gradually going according to an interpolated amount.
Over that 1 year?
I will have to check the model, but.
So again, to Mr. Value's point, this is what's in the, and I'm not saying you said anything different, Mr. Sherrier. This is the economic development report, which is showing, to Mr. Value's point, what the customers requested. This is not exactly what would be shown in the forecast. There's an entire process on those types of things. So, but a 1,400 megawatt load ramp a year is quite aggressive.
Yeah. And subject to check, I'm pretty sure we incorporated a middle point for this particular customer, something in the 750 megawatt range, subject to check.
Have you run a new model with the new contracts in them?
No.
Can I request an updated load realization model with the current status of the pipeline?
I would say.
Any objection?
Yeah, well, I mean, they tell me that's a minor sense, that's significant amount of work that you have to be updated. That's not necessarily current. We've also, in the higher stipulation, agreed to updating the load forecast next year as well as the IRP. So there's two more updates, or there's another update prior to when we get to the 2028 IRP. My witnesses can let me know if I just misstated anything.
Yeah, so.
Carrier will have access to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Mr. Hewinson is right. The updates is not just a matter of changing one particular input and create something. If I were to recreate the forecast today, I'll have to review the full pipeline, the full set of customers to give you a realistic expectations. Now, from what I'm seeing today, these changes for contracts are providing more certainty to the forecast that you already have for this proceeding, for the budget 2026. And so they don't significantly change the total amount, but they provide more certainty to the numbers that we have, because some of these customers were in early stages and now they have RFSs and they have contracts. So I would say the current budget is supportive of the ask as we stand today.
And that's actual, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
That's actual. I mean, that's what you've seen from when the IRP was amended, and what's come forth then, that's actual data, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so Commissioner, if you were to go back to 23 RP update, and look at that load forecast, it's changed over the last 2 or 3 years, but not drastically to change the request. But I think, to your point, the number of customers that we had under contracts for electric service 2 years ago versus now was much less. And so, to Mr. Value's point, we have a lot more certainty and being able to make sure that those loads are showing up through contracts, which is referenced, I mean, is represented in the company's agreement to the stipulation, and guaranteeing those revenues that are in that attachment.
I'll defer to the chairman if he wants to request the latest data or the latest data or not.
Yeah, that was, I can relate, I mean, I can understand the difficulty in that, but, I will, give it some more thought if I have a different opinion after some other questions. I've, do some further checking and I'll let you know if they're gonna change.
Thank you. May Mr. Kamani approach one more time.
Come on up.
In June, Mr. Valle, you testified that the largest data center came online in 2005 and that their peak demand is close to about 150 megawatts. Do you remember that?
I don't remember which, was it a particular data center you're talking?
Was that in written testimony or in
This
the
was,
hearings?
yeah, this is what on the stand, we're talking about the largest data center currently on the system at that time was 150 megawatts.
Do you happen to have the transcript by any chance?
Yeah,
You don't remember what the largest data center currently on the system peak demand is?
I do remember what is the largest data center that we have in the system. I just don't recall exactly what I said, and I want to make sure that I'm consistent with what I said, since you're quoting me.
Okay.
And wanting to make sure that it was the current peak versus what it might be projected. We just want to make sure that we're answering the right question.
We have I'll get there another way. What has just been handed to you has been marked Gipple South Face Exhibit 12. It is staff's data request PIA 19-1, Georgia Power's response. Staff asked for information about the data centers that were currently on Georgia Power's system and each of their 10 highest loads, right?
Yes, the attachment is not here, but the data request is.
There's a lot of yellow highlighter on that attachment, so I was hoping y'all would recall the status of the current data center mix. Is it true that the highest demand from a single data center at that time was around 150 megawatts?
Well, I mean, I would have to see what we marked as trade secret because this is noted it's trade secret. And we don't usually give customer specific data. So I'm not sure when you're saying 150 megawatts, I'm not sure if it was in this attachment 19-1. And if so, if it was marked as trade secret. So just really can't speak to it without knowing.
Yeah, I'm not asking for a specific customer identification. Is the largest data center on the system 150 megawatts or so?
I mean, I'm thinking from the load that I've been seeing this year. Yeah, I have one of the large loads, customers in the portfolio reaching that level.
Would it surprise you if there were only 3 customers on Georgia Power system this year that exceeded 50 megawatts? 3 data center
Data
customers?
centers are all
Data centers.
well, the not necessarily, again, haven't seen the data, but we're in the early stages of these things being constructed and moving. I mean, so it was 2 years ago when we started seeing them coming through. So
Yeah.
The fact that they're early in their ramps
And,
without being able to confirm it, we just can't confirm it.
and we have to be careful on this one, Commissioner, because this list is a list that includes all the data centers regardless of the size. So these are large loads and all of those data centers that we consider organic that were, smaller in size, that were part of this list. So to the extent that we have data centers that are peaking at something close to 10, 20 megawatts, those are before large loads. And so I would have to go back and check this information in more detail. But that said, it doesn't surprise me if we are considering large loads and what we call organic data centers.
So also subject to check, would you agree that in the very first large load report, Q1 of 2024, that there were 12 customers in the pipeline who estimated their demand for this year for 2025 to be higher than 50 megawatts?
Absolutely, yes. So there is not there is a well-known fact that the the forecast in the near term have been coming down and the forecast in the back end has been going up. So we have seen reductions in the front end by customers that have been adjusting their ramps, adjusting their timing. And so, yes, so if you go back in time on the forecast, we were expecting to be at a higher level. And that was the reason why in our rebuttal testimony, I believe was figure 3, we compare our current forecast with the actuals for the large loads to show that finally we are tracking very closely. And I say finally because right now we have information from actual consumption that can be compared with the outputs of the LRM. And that is showing that we're tracking really well. Before we were using the latest available information at the time, and that information has been evolving and changing. And because of our commitment of reflecting the latest available information in every forecast, we have been able to fine tune it and come up with something that is far more accurate than the initial forecast.
And I think commissioners, another important note is the contracts that we've recently signed, they start ramping up in 26 and 27. So they get really large through 27, 28 through 31, which is what we're seeking these resources for. So the forecast is obviously from here through 31, but the fact that data center growth is not to the point now where it will be in 31 is exactly what the forecast is showing. And that's what those contracts have been setting up, is those ramps from 27 through 31 and beyond. And that's what we're requesting resources for. And that's also the load forecast in which we've assured the revenues from the large loads.
Thank you. What is the current status of the demand response programs available to data centers? Have any of the large loads signed up yet?
So we have, as we've said in the DR, and I think our testimony we've said on the record here, we have gotten 5 programs approved in the past 3 proceedings with the commission. And so we are in discussions with large load customers. None of them have signed up for those programs yet, which is why we have not shown them in our plans as, DER resources in our generation plan. We'll continue to have those discussions. As the stipulation says we'll keep looking at it, but none of the customers have signed up for those plans as of yet.
In your testimony, you mentioned you expect to file contracts soon, more contracts soon. Do you expect any of those to include demand response, load flexibility?
I'm not aware of the status of who we're working with and if they will. If they do, we'll incorporate them into the plans.
Do you have a sense of how many megawatts on the system in the pipeline are crypto mines?
I'm sorry, did you ask in the pipeline or just in general? That I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to
Oh, yeah,
clarify.
yeah. I'll say both.
Is it existing or in the forecast?
Both.
Yeah, so budget 2026, we didn't have any crypto. I haven't checked Q3, but we didn't have any in the budget.
Do you have a sense of how much is on the system now?
On the system now for
Crypto.
Like existing
I
data centers that are
don't have, I wouldn't imagine.
It's not a large
It's
share.
not a large number. If it is, it's going to be 1 or 2 projects, but I'm not aware of any, the top of my mind.
And they would be some of the smaller ones we would see.
Okay. Bear with me one moment. So the downward pressure protections in the stipulation end after 3 years in 2031.
Well, we're not saying that downward pressure on rates ends after 31. We've projected and committed to those level of revenues through 31 because that is the time frame from these resources and the time frame of that second rate case window. So we would expect it to continue, but we don't know resources we're serving within those types of things. And so overall, the way that we price things and the way these contracts are set up, we expect that, but we can't project it right now because we don't know the resources, and we really focused on that next 3-year wait window.
Given what you testified to today about expect or even promising revenues from these loads will offset the costs, would Georgia Power support a commission policy that the cost to acquire and run these resources will not be borne by existing non-data center customers?
So I think for right now, what we've committed to in the stipulation is we're guaranteeing those revenues will be there. And so the way that we do rules and regs and the way we price all contracts is a projected benefits that overcome the cost. So the rules and regs were very specific on it. And so I'm not sure what type of commitment you're looking for. I would say that the stipulation does commit to large load revenues that will put projected or put downward pressure on rates.
And I would say, Commissioner, those commitments are not necessary because that's the way we do business. We price with every customer. We price them in a way that the revenues are going to be covering their costs and they're going to bring benefits to existing customers. So we have this metric called the RIM test, the rate impact measure test, that has to be positive. Means that whenever we price every individual customer, it's been not just for the new after rules and reg contracts, is for every customer that we analyze in our system, they have to be bringing benefits to existing customers. So it's not I don't see the need for creating something that is already taken care of in the way that we price these contracts.
Well, as I heard it earlier, the revenues and the revenue requirements were focused, they were using the new proprietary formula. They didn't say none of these costs would go to other customers.
Can you repeat your question again?
It is an all-in cost for large loads in that analysis. Now, I didn't do the math, but it is an all-in rate-based cost for serving the large load customers. And so that is handled in the stipulation for what we've talked about, the generation resources to serve them, the transmission resources to serve them, the O&M and all of those types of things, of fully in loaded rates is covered in that analysis.
For those 3 years?
Specifically for those 3, yes. I don't know if we projected beyond it, but for those 3 years. And again, like we've said before, the 23 RP update showed 3 years at around 289. This is 850. So we expect as it grows, we'll continue to see downward pressure on rates. As Mr. Valier said, we price everything that way, and the rules and regs are demonstrating that is taking place.
And Commissioners, I would like to add something important here. It's not 3 years, it's 3 years in the future. So we're talking 6 years into the future that we are guaranteeing incremental revenues from these large loads. Unlike any other market in the country, we are making a commitment that shows our confidence in the forecast. We're willing to make this commitment to show that we have revenues that are coming, and haven't seen anything else outside of Georgia. So we're very proud on what we're doing for our customers, providing assurances in terms of the revenues that we're guaranteeing. And it's not just 3 years, for the next 3 years. We're talking 3 years for 29, 30, and 31. We're already, because of these large loads, we have been able to freeze rates. We're not increasing rates until the next period. And now we're coming and we're giving assurances about the revenues that we are guaranteeing. And so I consider Georgia a leader in the country because I haven't seen anything like this type of commitment anywhere else.
Never happened to Georgia Power before.
Sorry?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I don't believe so. And again, I think you'll see, to Mr. Valier's points, the benefit of Georgia, you see a lot of national coverage around how data centers are driving up cost in other markets and those types of things, but not here. They're doing the exact opposite here.
I think it's also important that the significance of covering the costs in 2030 and 2031, when these resources from this portfolio come online, is those are the years when the revenue requirement will be the highest. And then by the nature of declining revenue requirements, the revenue requirement will actually start to decline. But we expect the revenues to maintain strength, and you actually create sort of this virtuous cycle where the costs are decreasing, the revenues are likely maintaining or increasing, and the benefits continue to accrue. And I would warn about being too dogmatic about saying that no cost from these resources would ever be borne by any other customer, because you could find that one of these resources years down the road at a very low cost could serve some other customer base cheaper than an incremental resource then. And so I think through the IRP process, that needs to be evaluated in real time. We've given the right protections on the front end, but we have a process ongoing to make sure that the right resources are serving the right customers, with sort of the clear direction that we're not shifting a cost burden.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sherrier. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Isabella Ariza, and I represent the Sierra Club and SACE in this proceeding. Mr. Sherrier just asked you about this, and you testified that planning only for executed contracts, which was staff's original proposal, was unreasonable as it would reduce the opportunity to place downward pressure on rates for all customers. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, we do. And I think it's more than just that. I mean, if you only plan for contracted loads, it goes against the way that we and this commission have done the IRP and RFP process. I mean, we plan to a forecast, a well-developed forecast with assumptions that gets reviewed. And so it's not just, it's not just the contracts. You're not able to support the growth in the state. You miss opportunities to place downward pressure on rates as soon as you can. And so planning to only committed contracts is just not a great way to stay ahead of things. If you think about it, we are serving these loads with actions and resources that we started 2.5 years ago. If we only started now, when these contracts got executed, we would not be able to meet the needs of those customers.
I would just like to add on from an RFP perspective, you lose the opportunity to get the most affordable and reliable resources for customers. If you do shorter term sort of fire drill planning, as someone has mentioned, the longer term planning that we're able to do as we're talking about here through the IRP process and through the traditional RFP process is the best way to secure resources for all customers.
So, Mr. Grubb, in your rebuttal, you described downward pressure on rates as an opportunity, which means that it was generally not guaranteed. Now, with the stipulation, would you agree that you're guaranteeing what used to be an opportunity? Is that correct?
Yes, we're guaranteeing those revenues that'll place downward pressure on rates. That's correct.
Okay. That means that if the load forecast doesn't materialize for any reason, shareholders will cover the cost to actually deliver the benefits to customers.
What we're saying is, yes, if the load forecast is not developed, we are still going to include the revenues from large loads that are in attachment A in the 28 rate case.
Is it possible that bills will go up regardless of a guaranteed $8.50 reduction on rates?
I'm sorry, did you ask?
Is it possible that bills will still go up?
We wouldn't expect it. As we know, there's many different moving parts of a rate case, but what we're saying here is there's absolute downward pressure from these large loads and the revenues from these large loads and the costs that are in those calculations. As we know, if we come in below the certified cost that are included in that math, those savings go on to customers and the downward pressure on rates would be even greater. So, when you see that this is the majority of the growth, Obviously, there's different costs that will be put into the rate case, but no, I mean, we see this as absolutely a great opportunity for customers, and those revenues will be included regardless.
Let me refer you to page 4, lines 24 and 25 of your testimony,
I'm sorry, did you say which testimony?
the rebuttal.
Rebuttal? Okay, thank you.
Wait, page 4, which lines?
Page 4, lines 24 and 25. There you,
Okay.
you state that the company acknowledges the risk of moving forward with developing and procuring resources without total certainty on the load forecast coming to fruition. What risk were you acknowledging in that line?
I think this is just, there's a lot of other testimony in the case, right? From staff and interveners around the risk of the loads not showing up, but committing to these resources. And so we do recognize that that's a risk. Again, we have absolute confidence in the forecast, which is demonstrated by the stipulation, but we were speaking to that here, but we were saying that we're confident that that will not be the case. So it was just the other testimony and other questions that we've gotten in the case.
I just mean, what risk in particular were you acknowledging? Is it the risk of rates going up, of having stranded assets, of impacting residential customers? What risk? in
Yeah, I
particular?
believe this was more the risks of the revenues not covering the cost of the resources. Now, again, we could adjust plans and there's a lot of other areas we could go in that context, but that's what we're mainly talking about because I think that was the risk that at least staff's testimony, some of the interveners were speaking to.
And this
Cost
isn't-
recovery risk.
This isn't a new risk. Every time we've made a forecast and procured resources, there's some uncertainty in the forecast. And the risk there is that you procure resources and that you end up slightly over your planned reserve margins. And we do the very best we can. I think the magnitude of these needs are what's brought additional attention and has also motivated the company to step up and bring additional assurances to the forecast. But it's not necessarily a new phenomenon of this risk of to your best ability, you still miss your target reserve just because of the uncertainty of a forecast. That's why it's called a forecast.
Okay, a quick question on that. Would you agree that generally this commission has approved procurement for resources that try to meet exactly your load forecast?
I think we'd have to go back and look at every certification. My instinct would say we've often certified resources just because of the lumpiness of resource sizes that put us slightly above our planning reserve margin, which brings a benefit to reliability and provides for some flexibility in the future.
And I would say that the procurements are for capacity needs, and being specific there because you can have capacity needs because of the load forecast, but you can also have capacity needs because you retire coal units, you have PPAs expire. And so if you look back to the 2022 IRP, the capacity RFP that Ms. Curlow's team ran that we're talking about here today was not really driven by load growth. It was driven by projected coal retirements and the retirements that we did. So it's not just the load forecast, but yes, I mean, the load forecast and the capacity needs, when we bring certifications to the commission, is what the staff and the commission can look at as justifying those resource procurements.
Going back to the risks that we were just discussing, on this same page 4, lines 20 through 23, you say, however, the greater risk to Georgia Power customers and the state is the inability to meet this growing need reliably and the inability to support the economic development of the state. So in your opinion, the risk of revenues not being enough to recover resources, which is what we talked about before, is not as important or not as big as the risk of lower economic development. Is that?
Yeah, what we're saying here is forecasting too low or planning for a lower level of resources does not accommodate the load forecast supported by the companies that want to sign these contracts and move forward. And that is because you've got a great opportunity to put downward pressure on rates. And so while you could procure very little and grow very little, that might give you more certainty on, hey, we were right, we didn't get too many resources. But the flip side of that is that completely stymies the growth, reduces the opportunity to continue to grow, And the more growth you have, supported by the way we price and contract, the more downward pressure on rates opportunity you have for all their customers.
And the benefits of economic development expand beyond just customers through electric bills. The benefits of economic development in the state are well known throughout and support all sorts of activities, support tax base, support school systems, also all sorts of wonderful development and growth that we want to see in our community.
Yeah,
Mr.
and to be really clear, without this opportunity that we're speaking about, we wouldn't be here today guaranteeing revenues that are going to provide $100 a year savings for customers. So we do think that this is the right side of the risk balance to be on.
Well, let's talk about that because we're seeing that come up in local government permits on these large load customers. We've got a county to the east that is retiring their property taxes in a large suburban county with lots of houses. Tremendous benefit. We have counties in the South Metro Atlanta area that are planning new school builds with this local revenue. I know of another county that resides along the Chattahoochee River that is going to rebuild aged water infrastructure that they don't have the tax base to pay for, which is going to help people not only provide for clean water and assist the state from a water development standpoint, but also I think it's going to help maintain the cost of a water bill. So when these folks up here want to talk about affordability, that's just one more way where that revenue is being put to use at a local level. So any other examples that the panel would like to give of economic development successes around this issue?
Well, I think you hit on a lot of them. Can't speak to all of them, but I think you're exactly right. I mean, it's economic development, and this is a large opportunity for economic development, but the benefits of economic development have always been around. And that's why Georgia Power, for its entire existence, has supported economic development as best it could, because to your point, it helps with all sorts of types of things, tax base, schools, power bills, water bills, I mean, all of those types of things.
I think there's been tremendous job growth with all of this development as well, not just data center development, right? But all sorts of development across the state. The job growth and the paychecks that people are getting in well-paying jobs around the state is tremendous as well.
How many people are usually employed by a data center? Do you know that?
I don't know. But again, this is not just data center development. Some of these large loads are industrial customers as well and other commercial customers. I don't know specifically for data center employment though.
And it goes beyond the data centers. It's going to take a lot of construction jobs to build the data centers, to build these resources, to build out the transmission system. And the cost of all those jobs lead to $100 a year savings for our residential customers. So we think that's a tremendous benefit of this opportunity overall.
Okay,
How
thank you.
do the jobs apply to decrease downward pressure in rates?
Well, those jobs, the cost of paying those jobs is embedded in the cost of these resources. So it's included in the math. I mean, the construction workers that will build these combined cycles and these battery systems, right? That's part of this certified costs. Their paychecks are going to be covered by that incremental revenue that we're standing behind that not only pays those paychecks, but provides for savings for the rate base.
But the downward pressure is from the revenues from Georgia Power Company, not the revenues for the workers.
Right. It's the revenues from the large loads. It's the revenues for those. What Mr. Looney is saying is we get the revenues from the large loads. They're paying their bill. They're also paying workers we're paying workers to build these generation resources. So those workers are getting salaries and income and they're saving on their bills.
I see. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Grubb, you said just now that the more resources you procure, the more downward pressure on rates you get. Isn't it true then that staff's original proposal would have put downward pressure on rates since they proposed to approve a chunk of?
I'm sorry, did you say that would? That staff
Isn't it true
would?
that staff's original proposal would have also put downward pressure on rates since they were proposing to approve part of your?
Nowhere near as much in a volumetric way, because your revenues would be a lot lower because the forecast that would be supplied by those resources would be lower.
On page 10, lines 1 through 10. You
Sorry, the
state
air's pretty loud back here. We still want it on, as we've always said, but you said page 10 lines, which ones?
page 10, lines 1 through 6.
So the top paragraph on
The
page
top
10?
paragraph, yes.
Yes.
There you say that the revisions to the rules and regs have enhanced enforceability of RFS. Requests for service by requiring customer collateral at execution. This represents financial assurance and ultimately lowers risk to the company and its customers by allowing recovery in the event of a subsequent CES contract for electric service is not signed.
Yes, we see that.
The collateral at the RFS stage is intended to provide financial assurance in case a CES is not signed. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
But even with collateral at either the RFS or the CES stage, the company and its ratepayers still bear the risk if the project doesn't move forward. Is that correct?
Not correct in that company would pay for anything. So if it did not result in a contract for electric service, we would not really be providing that customer. We would have another customer that we would be able to supply that load forecast. So to Mr. Value's points before, there's a large list of customers that are looking for it. So if a certain customer does not execute a CES, we would be talking to the next one in line, so to speak. And so again, that's why when you look at the load forecast, there are plenty of projects that are looking to ramp in and use those megawatt hours, the megawatts that we can provide. So that's what that's speaking to there is, because you're also doing a lot of working on that contract for electric service. But if it did not go forward, then you've got recovery of the work we've done, but also it's an incentive for them to move forward to it because we are, seeking to serve them and want to make sure that goes to fruition. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, I think you covered it. These are additional guarantees. So before, like a year ago, the RFS did not require this collateral. So now they do, right? So it's now customers have to consider additional commitments into securing their place into the queue and in order to secure a contract.
Because when they've signed that RFS, they've selected the state, they've selected Georgia Power. We are moving forward with serving them. And so we want to make sure that they are serious about moving forward and having as much at stake to continue down that path.
My question was more plainly, no collateral can ever cover the full cost of a resource. Is that generally correct?
I wouldn't agree with that because on this case, this customer doesn't turn into a contract for electric service, and those resources will be used to serve other customers. So it's not, we're not committing to a resource for that specific contract. We are committing to resources for the entire load forecast. And so as we get contracts, we get more certainty around that forecast and we get the revenues from it. But if this customer doesn't go forward with a contract for electric service, we're still going to go seek other load to fill that need.
Correct, but the whole point of a collateral is that you have an assurance in case of breach. It's not if that customer eventually breaches and you have some money from the collateral, you do have some money, you don't have the full amount of the resource. That's all I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow. I didn't quite hear the last part.
You get from a breach in a case in which a large load customer has signed an RFS or a CES, you'll recover some costs because you signed a collateral, but you won't recover the full amount of whatever resource you've built already. So it's some assurance, but it's not designed to cover a specific amount of a resource.
We're not signing the contract after we've built the resources, though. I mean, we're doing that on the front end. So the contract for electric service are what's in the forecast that we are now bidding these resources for. So if they don't move forward with a CES, we have not built a specific resource for that customer. They're part of the load forecast and it would be replaced with something else. So you're not trying to recover the entire cost of the resources because they didn't get to that point from an execution standpoint.
Yeah, and once they sign the contract, especially the new contract, they have minimum bills. The collateral is supposed to give us guarantee that that minimum bill is collectible, and that is ensuring cost recovery. So I would say customers, once they sign, they're committing to pay for any resources that we incur for them.
But you do have some customers in the pipeline and in the RFS and CES stages that you count on that will materialize eventually for the load forecast, correct?
Correct. And for the contracts for electric service under the rules and regs, to Mr. Valley's point, you've actually already gotten the minimum bills and the contract terms. And so that's exactly right. What we're doing again here in the stipulation is we are ensuring those revenues from the large loads for 29, 30, and 31. And so we will move forward with that again. The point here is that an RFS is a commitment. We need to plan for it, but it's not the full-on cost of serving that customer had they come to fruition. It's an earlier termination than that.
Okay. On page 22, lines 23 to 27.
Which,
Did you say the line numbers
which line?
again?
Page 22, lines 23 to 27. There you say that a conditional certification does not signal confidence and commitment to the company's PPA counterparties, EPC contractors, equipment manufacturers, and large load customers. Do you see that?
Yes.
First, has any large load customer suggested that they'll only contract with Georgia Power if the company has excess capacity?
Did you say that again?
Has any large load customer suggested that they'll only contract with Georgia Power if Georgia Power has excess capacity?
I mean, the large load customers are signing with Georgia Power because we have the capacity to serve them. And so I don't know what you mean by excess capacity, but the fact that we can tell them that, yes, we can meet your ramp rates in these years because we are building the transmission system and we are building and procuring the resources in this solicitation is exactly why they're signing with Georgia Power, is to be able to do that.
What I mean with excess capacity is anything beyond contracts.
I'm not following the capacity versus contracts.
Yeah,
So
and,
that-
and this particular line of testimony, I think it's related to the actual contracts that we need with the builders, not with the loads. Right? It's the signal that you give to units that are being built, right?
Right. So what we're saying here is if we run a procurement based on the load forecast, as we've always done in Georgia, and Ms. Curlow identifies the resources that are needed, whether they be PPAs or company proposals, that RFP schedule has included certification. And so those customers or the contractors or the bidders that are bidding into the RFP as PPAs or are working with Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bush's teams to build the company proposals, there is a timeline of when that will be accepted that is driving their construction schedules, commitments, financial obligations, and everything. So it's based on that schedule. If we throw at the end a new time frame on it, then you've changed that whole schedule. And so you're sending a bad signal to the markets, whether it be large load customers who want service or contractors who are taking part in RFPs or company proposals, is that you can't rely on that final date being when you get full authority. We're going to have to make you wait. And so that is just not a good thing to add to the process.
Yeah, I think we've clearly heard from large load customers, particularly hyperscalers, that one of the things that's attractive about Georgia is that there's a clear path to their service here in a timely manner. And we think the conditional approach adds uncertainty to that and is unattractive in the market. And so, as we said before, our approach, which is aligned with the stipulation, is to provide certainty around the resources, certainty around the ability to serve, and let the company stand behind its forecast with financial assurance.
That's what I was getting at. Have you heard from large load customers that they'll only sign contracts with Georgia Power if Georgia Power gets approval from this commission to build resources that exceed the current signed contract amount, which is what you will be getting?
Customers want assurance that their service can be met on timelines that are oftentimes shorter than what we can build resources. So it may not be as direct as your question implies, but the end result is they have timelines that they want service that is oftentimes shorter than the time is required to build, a large portfolio of resources. And so the indirect answer is yes.
Another party that you mentioned here is, and that Mr. Grubb, you mentioned in your response to, is EPC contractors and PPA counterparties. Some of the resources staff originally proposed to conditionally approve would have been approved as early as next March. Were the PPA counterparties and EPC contractors not willing to wait 3 months to finalize their contracts?
So I don't know of every single one of them, and we didn't have those conversations. But again, the time frame for this RFP and the certification December of this year has been a 2-year plan. So it's been the plan for 2.5 years. So everybody bid in the RFP, everybody getting ready to build company on proposals. The decision date was in December, and then everything moves forward. So throw in 3-6 months on the back of that, just it's an opportunity cost. It's certification delay. And so you just can't move forward as quickly.
And
No.
Ms. Curley may want to add in, the response we get from the market is, can we shorten our RFP time periods? Because the time from bid to certification is a business risk to them. And, we want to be respective of their perspective there. And just adding time on the back end of that when they could potentially be marketing their resources elsewhere, especially in a really tight capacity market, is candidly unfair to the market. And when we shortlist a resource, like that means something to us in our process, and to add uncertainty to what we communicate to a bidder when we shortlist them, we don't think serves our RFP process well at all.
Is it not a risk to them to pause, delay, or cancel the contracts along the way?
The risk to
To
The
EPC
resources?
contractors and PPA counterparties?
in a delay in what contracts?
In the contracts that you're proposing to sign now, but that in your testimony, you say you're willing to pause, delay, or cancel should you need to.
Yes, I mean, when you're into a PPA, then once that PPA is certified, then that is going forward. If we were to terminate, I believe there's provisions in there and everything, so they would be covered. So there's not a risk as necessarily to them directly as, I guess your question is around if the load forecast doesn't come to fruition, because again, we're planning to the forecast. It is backed up by a lot of contracts now, but an organic forecast doesn't have contracts behind it. We still plan for it. Contracts, are an important piece of it, but we plan to a forecast. And so once we certify those resources, unless we have to adjust the plan, then they're going forward. So the risk to them is much more, hey, we're not really going to certify you. We're going to wait 3 to 6 months, as opposed to putting it into effect. And if something changes years down the road. And so we're always revisiting that and looking over what's going on with the capacity plan. But the risk to them is that you're adding uncertainty to the Georgia market, whether it be RFPs or large loads, that has worked really well and shown how successful we can be.
Have your PPA counterparties or EPC contractors indicated in any way that they prefer this alternative than not entering a contract in the first place?
We have not done a scan of the PPA counterparties. We have full confidence in the load, and we have full confidence that we need these resources. And so we have acted with them on faith that we'll be moving forward with these PPAs. As Mr. Grubb has talked about, there are some options for if load doesn't materialize as expected, but we have not introduced this to our PPA counterparties.
And we did not support the conditional certification, which is referenced in our testimony. And the stipulation is their certification with us guaranteeing the revenues from these large loads. And so we didn't have those discussions because we didn't support that approach. Again, what we're saying is we are planning to a load forecast, and it's a very robust, well-defended forecast that has a lot of contractual certainty behind it at this point.
Okay, thank you. Final questions. On page 23, lines 5 to 6, you state that a conditional certification is inconsistent with the commission's IRP process that is driven by meeting long-term needs, utilizing the company's load forecasting. I just want to make sure, are you suggesting here that the commission must approve resources to meet whatever load forecast it approved during the IRP?
So we don't tell the commission anything that it must do. What this process has been for decades in Georgia is a load forecast that drives capacity needs. that then results in us doing resource procurements. And we come back to this commission with the resources, the cost, and our justification for why that is. It's always been load forecast. We don't see any reason to change that. And so while the contracts are a very important part of it, the load forecast is what we're certifying. So the conditional is not part of the IRP process. It's not in the rules. And so it changes the market that Georgia has by introducing some new risks, some new time delays and everything. And so this process has always been load forecast that is verified and approved by the commission that results in capacity needs. We then go procure, and when we come back to certify like we're doing now, we have a full process to look at that load forecast, and the commission ultimately make the decision on the resources. And what we're asking the commission here today is to approve the stipulation, which is all the resources with that guaranteed large load revenues as in the appendix.
But it's true, is it not, that the PSO included some issues that the commission would review that exceed the IRP, such as evaluating whether the costs associated with Georgia Power's requests are reasonable?
I don't have the PSO with me, but yes, I mean, the commission's always looking at costs. That's why we filed every contract that's for PPA in this filing. We've filed every bit of information and financial models on the cost of the resources. And so staff, interveners, and the commissioners have all of the financial information to look at those costs.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Thank you. I've only got about 2 hours crop.
Is that it?
Just kidding. Glenn Hallman, good to see you all this afternoon. I just have a few questions. I'm gonna read something from page 30 of your testimony and see if I got it correct.
Okay.
Question, was the lack of market bids that progressed to the competitive tier a shortcoming of the RFP design? No. Every third-party bid that was submitted in the all-source RFP, which included payment of the $20,000 bid fee, was withdrawn by the bidder prior to posting bid security, thus eliminating it from consideration for the competitive tier. Georgia Power is unable to confirm the specific reasons these RFP participants withdrew their bids. However, given the dynamic and volatile nature of the market at the time, it is reasonable to infer the market forces, not the structure of the RFP, were the primary drivers behind their decision to withdraw. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm reading that correctly, no third-party storage developers that paid the bid fee went on to pay the bid security.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
And that bid security was due, if I think I have this right, November 7th, 2024.
I think so. It was maybe 14 days after the conforming list was determined, right? We notified bidders that they had made that conforming list. And then there was a couple weeks, I believe, where we allowed them to pay that bid security.
Right. And November 7th, 2024 seems like a long time ago to me. But is it safe to say that market volatility increased after November 7th, 2024, given the trade and tax things that have happened in the country since that date?
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't mean they weren't volatile before then.
That's right.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But it maybe got a little
They've
more
been
volatile.
more
after.
volatile, but yes, it was volatile before.
Yep. And so but some of the changes that, if you were here for Ms. McCune, some of the changes she was proposing were to deal with volatility changes. That was part of the spirit of the changes, is to help accommodate volatility.
Just specifically the change in law that she mentioned, those types.
Yeah,
of things.
that's, and to give credit where it is due, on page 31 of your testimony, y'all note that the company's already implementing several of the changes that Witness McCune recommends, including in the 2025 CARES RFP and in the storage 500 RFP.
That's right. Yes.
And the company and the development community have had and continue to have constructive dialogue on making these solicitations the best they can be.
Yes, we think so. We really want to make every opportunity for the development community to give us feedback, whether it's through comment period, whether it's through bidder retrospectives that we have, whether it's conversations that are moderated by staff and IE, as we sometimes have, getting the feedback and having a continuous improvement cycle for our RFPs is really important. So, you mentioned November 7th seems like a long time ago, 2024, and it was. A lot of things have changed since then. When we wrote these documents 24 months ago, so even a year before that is when we were writing these, there was a whole different set of climate and policy going on. What I would say is we are continuously improving, and I appreciate the nod to that in her testimony. And we continue to make changes. The all sorts RFP for 3233 has since been released. And there's some even more greater updates in that document as well.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. Just one question. Panel, Mr. Shearer asked several questions regarding how the $8.50 of downward pressure that was included in the stipulation was calculated.
Right.
Can you explain how that value should be viewed in light of the staff's testimony related to the $20 of upward pressure that they noted?
Yeah, so staff's testimony did not include revenues and some other aspects, and it showed a $20 increase for customers. What this is, and the stipulation is, not only a reversal of that $20, it's an $8.50 another way. So a $28.50 difference to what staff's testimony was. So instead of costing customers $20 a month, it'll save them $8.50 a month.
Yeah, I think that just points to the strength of the revenue and the importance of the company's commitment to that as demonstrated in the stipulation.
Thank you.
And if your forecast on revenue doesn't meet that, the company guarantees that, correct?
Yes, sir. So when we get to the 28 rate case, those revenues from large loads that are in attachment A will be in the rate case for large loads regardless. It'll be a minimum of that,
That's a minimum.
minimum of that.
So if revenues are higher, we'll give full credit to customers. We're guaranteeing the floor. That's the floor. Great.
Well, you need to get loud with that, like some of our witnesses this morning did. You need to tell it all to the
You want to do it
world.
now? We're guaranteeing those revenues from large loads to pay benefits for customers. Great opportunity for load growth, benefiting customers.
Thank you, commissioners. No further questions. If there aren't any further questions from the commissioners, I'd ask that the Georgia Power exhibit be entered into the record and that the panel be excused.
Okay. Commissioner. All right, so Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Panel, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all can be excused.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just ask the parties, I'm not trying to limit you in any way, just kind of have an idea of how much cross you have for this final panel. If there is cross, probably gonna wait till tomorrow after committees. Mr. Sheriff.
No more than a single question.
Well, we'll go ahead and move on then. Okay, if anybody needs to take a break, do so, but we're just gonna keep rolling. All right, go ahead and swear in the panel.
All right. At this time, I'd like to call Georgia Power's next panel of witnesses on rebuttal, Mr. Bush and Mr. Hayes. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You both previously testified in these certification dockets, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bush, would you once again, please state your full name, your employer, and your job responsibilities for the record?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bush. I work for Southern Company Services, and I am Director of Generation Planning and Development. Our team focuses on the development and implementation of new solar, battery, and distributed energy resources.
And Mr. Hayes, can you do the same?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Rob Hayes. I'm Director of Generation Planning and Development as well. My team focuses mainly on the thermal resources.
Mr. Bush, on November 26, 2025, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 10 pages of rebuttal testimony in question and answer format in dockets number 56298 and 56310?
Yes.
Are there any corrections you need to make to your pre-filed testimony?
No, there's not.
If I were to ask you those same questions here today, would your answers be the same as are set forth in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed rebuttal testimony, and I ask that it be copied into the record as if given here today.
No more.
With your permission, I'd like Mr. Bush to summarize the panel's testimony.
Go ahead, Mr. Bush.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to be here again with you today in support of the company's all source and supplemental resources certification. Our rebuttal testimony responds to several of the critiques and the recommendations made by parties in this case. Specifically, we address the company's ability to construct generation resources on time and within the expected budget, Georgia Power's proposed certification of resources as a portfolio, and the reasonableness and comparability of the costs for the proposed company-owned proposal or COP thermal units. In light of the settlement reached earlier this week, we will highlight these items from our rebuttal testimony that support the stipulation and the overall request in this case. First, the company has high confidence in its ability to construct and manage the portfolio of COP battery energy storage systems, or BESS, BESS plus solar, and the thermal resources proposed for certification. This confidence is supported by Southern Company Services' significant recent success in building Plant Berry Unit 8 at Alabama Power, which was completed on schedule and below budget. The company is already leveraging that experience and applying it to the construction of Plant Yates Units 8 through 10, as well as the 765 megawatt portfolio of BESS resources certified by the Commission last fall. As it stands, multiple current projects under Southern Company Services supervision are all projected to be completed below budget and ahead of schedule. For example, 2 of the 5 BESS projects that are part of the 765 megawatt portfolio have already synced to the grid less than a year after Commission certification. As we understand it, the stipulation provides for certification of each project individually. Nevertheless, we continue to support our approach to managing the COP resources as portfolios as an efficient and realistic approach to constructing these projects. The stipulation provides that reporting will be done on a portfolio basis in a manner similar to the prior thermal and BESS projects, which allows the Commission and staff to fully evaluate, audit, and oversee the construction of each resource on an individual and portfolio basis. The company is committed to providing transparency and oversight for each of the COP resources it is seeking to certify. Finally, all the COPs submitted for certification were competitively selected through the all-source RFP process to meet customer needs, but the Wadley BESS. The COP thermal unit costs are developed through a competitive inquiry and cost estimation process by subject matter experts. The company has included detailed cost expenditure plans, as well as EPC and major equipment contracts in its filings with the Commission, which have been made available to staff and interveners. Although direct cost comparisons are challenging due to project-specific differences, the costs for the COP thermal projects proposed for certification are in line with costs for combined cycles recently reported elsewhere in the country. Interveners challenging the reasonableness of our assumed costs rely on incorrect values or outdated data sets. The company stands behind the value that these resources will bring to customers and its ability to provide reliable and affordable capacity and to timely complete each COP resource requested for certification. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Panel is now available for questions from commissioners and cross-examination.
Commissioners? Georgia Public Service Commission?
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Georgia Association of Manufacturers, Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, and South Face.
Thank you. Afternoon, evening. Borderline. Bob Sherrier, on behalf of Gipple and South Face. In your testimony, you note that there are efficiencies to be gained in managing the projects as a portfolio. The STIP would certify each project individually, though. The management efficiencies would still be recognized, right?
That's correct. While we costed all of these projects on an individual basis because we did not know which and how many might be actually selected through the RFP process, we are able to still manage these efficiently as a portfolio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sherrier. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Redirect.
No redirect. Thank you for your time. If there are no further questions from commissioners, I'd ask that the panel be excused. And any exhibits that haven't already been entered into the record be entered. Thank you.
So Mark. Panel, thank you. Thank you. Happy, quick and easy.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Y'all can be excused. All right. Almost there. Can't believe it. Are there any other housekeeping matters to take up at this time? Mr. Sherrier, I would, with regards to your hearing request, and Mr. Bond, if you want to weigh in here, feel free, but so basically the access to the documents that you're requesting under a confidentiality agreement. And so we do have a rule here on that. If you want to get with Mr. Bond and he can do that in his. So the rule allows you to enter to petition, for access, and if the petition is made, then we will hold a hearing. So if you want to pursue that, that's typically done with a written petition. And, we would schedule a hearing then unless the parties want to do it right now, but I would assume that y'all would want time to prepare. I don't know.
Talking about the financial like the revenue requirements, the basis for them that's supporting the STIP, is that?
No, it was the request you made for you called it work papers.
Yeah, the work papers. Yeah.
Company will meet with Mr. Carrier and the field and members from their organization that will walk through those financial calculations with them. If after that meeting they're not satisfied,
then you can file a petition.
That works for us if it could happen before Friday when the yes.
Yeah, y'all can go ahead and get together.
We will be here tomorrow, so we had that blocked off.
We'll be here tomorrow. We have committees, a big agenda.
After committee, sir. We can meet.
And then the other hearing request was for the updated load realization model. We know that they track that stuff as it comes in and hope it's not too heavy of a burden. But we would like to see the most up-to-date figures if.
Before the normal schedule.
Yes.
Release.
Before the decision in this docket, ideally.
You don't have that updated.
I didn't think the witness said that they.
Yeah. I mean, that's not it. It would take a significant amount of work to do that would not be done before Friday or even next week. But like I said, we will be updating the steps that we provided in the IR.
Under the order of that.
Yeah. Correct.
All righty. Thank y'all. Any other housekeeping matters? I'll ask the court reporter at this time to make all exhibits part of the records. Thank y'all for your time today. This hearing is concluded. I would want to add one thing. So we do have committees tomorrow. So I don't know if there's more public witnesses planning to come tomorrow, but we would just ask that they understand that we do have a pretty lengthy committee tomorrow. So I don't want, I'd hate for a lot of people to show up at 8 o'clock thinking it may be 10:30, 11 before we finish committees with the agenda we have. I just want to let folks know that for their own planning purposes. We are adjourned.